Good morning.
Sometimes I say good afternoon, but it's good morning. Welcome to the second day of this third edition on the World Summit on Circular Economy.
Córdoba is more and more circular every day. Our city becomes once more the host of the third World Summit of Circular Economy from the Yellow Building in the Complejo Ferial, and we are sharing the second day of the Circular Experiences.
And from here, we invite you to share ideas, innovating experiences that allow us to create and articulate new business models.
Circular Experiences, it's a space to visualize the success cases of companies, entrepreneurs, co-ops, and NGOs that will share their experiences in applying circular economy.
This space is fostered by the sustainability table by Martín Yayora, our mayor.
And this table is integrated by the municipality of Córdoba, the city council of Córdoba, the different entities of the city, EPEC, ADEFA, ATILRA, AFAT, ACARA, and the chamber of the automotive chamber of Córdoba, the National University of Villa Maria, the National Technological University.
We thank all of you who are with a virtual present, all of you who are on site. Thank you for being here to analyze the present and future of sustainable modality.
And before we start with our panels, we're going to hear some words.
Ricardo Rival, Vice President of ADEC. A round of applause, please.
Sebastián Parra, Coordinator of the Sustainable Mobility Roundtable of Córdoba.
Welcome. Engineer Luis Jovine, President of EPEC. Welcome.
And representing the city government of Córdoba, Enzo Caravero, the head of the Bio Córdoba entity.
Welcome you all.
Okay, good morning. I am very glad to be here to congratulate the authorities for this, and in the name of ADEC, the Agency for Córdoba's Economic Development, to be able to support this kind of spaces, especially the Sustainable Mobility Roundtable. It's incredibly important because we cannot think of economic development without the environmental issue as a core axis of what we do. So all of our entities work on this, and we just wanted to wish you an excellent day, and we hope that this event continues along the future. We believe that any policies that last through time is important to sustain them. Thank you very much. Good morning. Thank you very much for being here. In the name of the Sustainable Mobility Roundtable of Córdoba, I want to welcome you to. This was a space that was formalized last year with the help of Mayor Martín Charrora. He told us to work from a common axis, which is the idea to reach a mobility that has the least impact in the public and private and academic entities. We have formed them, and we have linked them. We have made a synergy, and we have worked together for what you are asking for today, which is a program of talks that aim to debate and discuss what we have to do to have the smallest impact possible in the environment. We're really happy. We want to thank every one of the speakers that came here from other provinces, who made the effort to come, to invest, and to express your visions to the automotive terminals that have shown their entire potential and have a lot more to show for. We have tripled the space for vehicles outside, both for micromobility as well as for chargers. We want to thank the city of Córdoba. We want to congratulate the city of Córdoba for the work that you have done in this third World Circular Economy Summit. And we want to congratulate the EPEC for the work they've done with their operations. Every one of the members here, the entire board, it has been fundamental for us to enjoy here. And I'm really happy for the commitment from all sides of this roundtable. We made a lot of effort to create a synergy with all of the important parts of this roundtable, and our expectation is to be able to help to have an integral plan of sustainable mobility, and it's a great challenge. And I invite you all to participate through the different parts of the roundtable with the universities that I can see them here. They have provided a wide array of knowledge, and a very important array of knowledge. We're happy for this that we're doing in Córdoba, which is to interact with the public and the private, and it's a fundamental institution for the articulation, and we feel like we are part of these projects. So thank you very much again. and congratulations and thanks to everyone who has participated. Well, first of all, good morning. We were saying with Sebastian, with Enzo, we're back again here. We were in June last year. It was an idea that had lots of strength, and behind this idea there was a lot of synergy. So 1 year later, many goals have been achieved, and from the Provincial Company of Energy, I particularly want to thank Luca Gimerato and everyone in his team who has worked very, very intensely on this because they wanted to, because they felt the push to do so. So beyond the functions that they have in the company, they have also worked a lot on this. For the province, I want to thank the province, the governor, Schiaretti, the Public Services Ministry, and from all of them we have received a lot of support for the sustainable mobility, which is a reality that we have today and that we can improve in many aspects. We think that sustainability in mobility ends up being the instrument, the fuel it uses in the measure that we can guarantee the sustainability of the fuel that is provided for these vehicles. We can guarantee the sustainability of the entire mobility circuit. So from EPEC, we are working on the entire line from starting from several sustainable energy projects, over 11 projects that are being worked on this moment, and through the distributed distributed generation mechanic that we are doing. And we have signed yesterday with the Bank of Córdoba the integration of 5 megawatts in Arroyo Cabral, which is a beginning to add many more actors. So we are guaranteeing sustainability of fuel and to use the vehicles. I also want to mention some dealerships that have made their own PV investments. So that provides sustainability towards the mobility from the fuel that they get. I also don't want to forget about biofuels and hybrid vehicles. And as our governor says, the province of Córdoba is a very important producer of biodiesel and bioethanol, and it's a struggle that we have been doing to increase the blend ratio of these fuels. And through the mechanism of the instrument that are the hybrid vehicles, it's going to push towards the sustainability of the general mobility. We're going to do several announcements now by means of the people in EPEC, which are the installation of new charging points. We have 8 already in the province, and 20, we call them electrical pumps, but of the very, very latest technology. The restriction used to be the autonomy and the charging time, and we are sensibly working on charging times with chargers that I can invite you, that you can see here in the outside the pavilion, that you can get charging in minutes. So we have to face the issue of sustainable mobility from the generation to distribution. We are the only province that have a differentiated rate for electrical vehicles. The province of Córdoba, through EPEC, has a differentiated rate which is way below the general service rate for powering vehicles, and that's also a stimulus. So we're going to be having some agreements too, and it's great to have. We're going to have Governor-elect Jarzora here. So we have been working a lot, starting on June last year, We are probably tighter here because we have much more people. But then you could see already the interest that we had in this topic, the public-private partnership and virtuous synergy. So welcome and take advantage and enjoy this all of these presentations. And thank you again to all of the organizers. Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you, first of all, Ricardo, Sebastián, Luis, for this roundtable and all of the energy that you put in. And as you said before, it started last year from an idea to get together and understanding that mobility had to be sustainable or it was not going to be possible. So we are online with what the Mayor Jarjara says. We need to get ready for this challenge, this change of paradigm that we have from the ministers, because we know that resources are scarce and we need to continue producing to keep consuming what we need without affecting the environment, both in the origin and in when we have to reach the final destination of this product. And mobility is part of the challenge of this society. So the world is moving towards that aim, and it's great to have a company like EPEC, which is a provincial company owned by the entire society, that is leading the change, not just in the province, but also in the country and in the region. So for us, it's key that this roundtable has the dealerships, the car manufacturers, the universities, and everyone who is thinking about this challenge. This is a challenge that has taken many, many years with mobility, that we know that we need to rethink it with millions of solutions and attractions. So it's important to have synergy from everyone here. We need to create the synergy for all the different looks to create a common action plan and a common roadmap. It's always difficult when we have so many points of view, but it's always more possible to find solutions when we have urgent needs like the one we have now. And we need to as Martin said, from the south, we from a city, in a province, in the middle of a country, in the south of the world, we need to start thinking about solutions to save the world. So the challenge is to adapt these solutions to the reality in our society, and I think that we're doing a good work. And I think that we're going to meet again in another space, and we're going to talk about all of the advancements that we have made. And I want to greet the Mayor Martin Jarjara, who is going to be present here later today. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the Vice President of ADEC, Raúl Paz.
We also thank Sebastián Parra for this dialogue, coordinator of Sustainable Development in Córdoba.
Also Enzo Cravero from Bio Córdoba.
And engineer Luis Jovine of EPEC, thank you for this. A round of applause for you.
Okay.
Yes, we're going to start with the first panel of the day. This one is called The Transformation of the Automotive Industry, How to Foster Development of Sustainable Mobility and Road Safety.
The moderator is going to be the journalist Florencia Ripoll, who is, she has graduated in social communication and she works in the business section of La Voz.
Welcome, Flora. Good morning, everyone. It is an honor for me being here. Thank you for participating in this summit and for inviting me to this panel. We'll talk about the manufacturing industry related to cars and making a transition to sustainable mobility. I'll introduce the protagonists of this panel. We are lucky enough to have the entire voice, all of the voices of the parts manufacturing, value chain. So we'll welcome Martin Supi, president of Fiat Jeep Ram of the Stellantis Group. A few days ago was elected as the president of ADEFA. Hello, Martin, how are you? Thank you for being here. They include all of the automotive industries of the area. Now, Sebastián Beato, president of the Association of Dealers of the Argentine Republic, ACARA. Hi, Sebastian, how are you? Welcome. And the third one is Ariel Roldán, president of the ENSO Argentina, and is the secretary of International Affairs and Integration of the Argentine Association of Manufacturing of Parts, AFAC. Well, as I mentioned before, it's truly interesting having the three voices that represent the value chain in the production or manufacturing of vehicles. The vehicle industry is key not only for its benefits, but also for the quality of jobs it creates for innovation. Argentina is one of the countries that have a very strong base of manufacturing cars, and it's within the 25th first countries to produce these types of vehicles. And Córdoba, together with Buenos Aires, are the base of these plants. So we have a lot of protagonisms as Cordobese people. So we are at a turning point, right, towards sustainability, towards manufacturing of cars. And what we want is electric cars in the future, right? So, Martin, could you give us a little bit of information of the terminals? How are we in Argentina in that process? Could you give us an overview about that? Sure. Thank you so much for the invitation. Good morning, everyone. Well, we say that the automotive industry is at a turning point. We understand that it is a global turning point, not only in Argentina, but in the rest of the world, because after 100 years of production, now we're turning into an electric operation and electrification of the industry and everything that it brings along. I think that this development is key. We need to face it. And Argentina must be able to join this world development. Well, in this case, this type of events, such as this summit, being able to gather the value chain and creating this type of debates is truly beneficial. We have to work towards that in our industry. We believe that this turning point needs a challenge from our market. We need to join everything related to the government and the private affairs. Everything goes hand in hand. The entire value chain must work in conjunction for this to be a sustainable development. And this is what we're looking for within the terminals, the dealers, the car part shops, and the government to be able to work on this sustainability project and everything related to the industry. In particular, we have submitted a project that is called Vision 2030. That is a bill that we hope the next year can be discussed. And in that bill, what we are trying to communicate are the important means for our market and for our industry to join this development with everything that has to do with this inflection point or turning point, creating the means for this to be feasible in Argentina. And of course, it must have an infrastructure supporting a new market and a new industrialization way with everything that has to do with electrification. We need to create the means for the market to trade that and a transition so that we can start working with hybrid vehicles, electric vehicles, to reach global decarbonization as we're trying. There are projects for 2030, 2040 to decarbonization in Europe and in our markets, and we believe that is the way forward so that in the future we can have a sustainable industry. Cordoba is the epicenter for this development, and we hope we can have the means to face this new innovation of our industry that is very strong, and if we're not ready in Argentina to face it, we may fall behind. Understanding that local production for the local market and for export is key. Right, that was very interesting. Ariel, well, Martin mentioned the importance of the value chain to work together. What happens in the car parts area? How do you see that turning point? Well, good morning, everyone. I truly agree with what Martin says. The value chain must go together with that. And the use of these technologies, the transition in this development is very slow, is expensive, and we must articulate the means to get more investments in Argentina. The know-how is in the countries of the North, in Asia, in the US, in Europe, and the most complicated part of that chain maybe is the car part industry, because we are not ready for the high-end technology that is required for scale, right? Yes, the technology is developed. The challenge would be bringing it here to this area, right? And to Argentina. Yes, the challenge is to make Argentina attractive for investments from multinational companies and local companies who are ready to invest, and they must do that with technical agreements, with companies that already have that high-end technology developed. And in order to do that, we must provide them with assurances of legal security. There are a lot of reforms and amendments to be made in the country, in the legislation, and not what Denmark is doing or Europe is doing, but what Brazil is doing, what Mexico is doing to try to foster this type of development. Those are developments that require a lot of investment. We need scale, not only for the local market, but we have to think that our terminals can be exported and that we can help as a car part industry hub, and we can go and sell to the world at scale. That is a great challenge for a know-how and an investment point of view. We cannot do this in isolation. SMEs are aware of the fact that this turning point must be addressed in conjunction, and we must acquire the know-how, but we have in Cordoba, particularly, as Martin said, a development hub that is very important in electronics, in software, and I truly believe that there is an opportunity here for local development of car parts in Argentina. Yes, right? Because we have to mention that this transformation does not imply, as different from some other process, such as technology, for example, a challenge in reduction of employment. So it is a transition that opens jobs, right? Yes, Florencia. And not only the new technologies that are radars, sensors, but also we must think that there are some pieces of new technology or technology that already existed that we could develop. For example, car seats, the seat belts. I'm sorry. So you do not need the avant-garde technology. I mean, we will get there. It will take us some years to get there, but we must foster the development of those conventional technologies that we have, and that will be less expensive, requiring less investment. And we must do that at scale to have this in Argentina. Thank you so much. Sebastian, we'll go to you who have the direct contact with all of us, the demand, right? What happens there? How can you echo the appearance of new demands that are aligned with this change process, and what do we need to develop that? Because that's what has to push or to go together with this process. Good morning. Thank you for inviting me. Yes, the truth is that We are the last link of the chain. We are within the chain, of course, and we depend on the terminals. And we have to train and to provide infrastructure. We have been doing some developments in all of the brands, and we also need some internal training. In Acara, we have 120 dealers of cars, then of motorcycles, 200 of trailers and trucks. For example, we depend on the infrastructure of the government. We don't make the decisions, they come from the government, and that's when we come and try to convince clients of this new technology. That is the process we are currently doing, right? Yes, because what starts first, production or demand? Those are two ends that have to be in synchrony, right? Yes, I believe from the business perspective, it starts from the decision-making processes of the government. If I think that they are trying to do that, then we'll have the production, and then we'll come and look for the market. As a stimulus for the market and development of the infrastructure, in the previous panel in EPEC, they mentioned that there are 30 points to charge electricity. In Europe, there are 300,000 ones. Yes, in Europe, they are more advanced, right? Yes, but those elements are key. Because a consumer, yes, if we don't have infrastructure, we cannot have those cars. So the contribution that we are making, that we're working together with the factories, is to create our own energy, to have pump stations. But we are analyzing that. We don't know which will be the one that will enter our country. There are a lot of alternatives, but we need to train people to sell, and we need to train the factories too. And what about the knowledge of the consumer and their interests? Are they interested in electric mobility? Yes. We started with electric mobility at a small scale, in a cycle, for example, a bicycle, but we have to change within the dealers. We have the corner of these types of vehicles, but you can see the hybrid electric car. The client wants to know what will be the option in the future, but they are trying to find out about the battery, the consumption of energy, and yes, that's what's coming in the future. Martin, you mentioned at the beginning a project a bill, that the factories are trying to develop. The industry has a strong work of articulation between public-private activities, and we are currently living an administration transition, so I would like you to tell us what may come, what does industry need as a stimulus, as a support from the public area. And in this particular context, is there any expectation with the new administration? Have you had any content? How do you see the industry? What do you think about this transition? Well, I'm convinced that the car industry is not of one administration in particular. It needs a state policy. Argentina needs a state policy for future development. And investment in a factory, for how long are they thought? When you start thinking about an investment, you start thinking about it for 3 or 4 years in advance. And in Argentina, we have a situation and an economy that sometimes faces a lot of difficulties to be able to determine whether we can make an investment or not. Difficulties of any kind, not to be able to use dividends, or if you will have an open market to be able to export your product. Today in Argentina, over 50% of the production in our country is exported. Exporting is key, but to be able to export, you need the means, the economic means, the legal means, the governmental means, some employment regulations that can allow us to be competitive in this market. So I'm convinced that state policies are key. regardless of the administration that we have, because if you have an investment in the future, you must have a certainty overview in the following years for you to develop that investment, whether for local market or for export. The fact of having some differences in economic policies, development policies, or future development, that makes the car industry, as many others, have this need to retract or to wait and see what happens. And that is not positive. So I think that regardless of the administration we must have certainty for the future to be able to work within a market that allows us to be competitive to the world and to be able to place our local products in the world. From the macroeconomics, we must be able to try money to our country, but we also need the means to provide our products to the world. In the last years, we have had a strong increase in production. From what we sell in Argentina, 2/3 of what we sell is local production, but as we said before, over 50% of our manufacturing is exported. What is the amount of vehicles that will be produced in Argentina? 600,000 cars. We are growing in our production, and that is also very important. Of course, we hope we can still grow, but as I told you, you have the tool of the need of the local market, of you having a local market that may have, for example, a financial market or credits for people to get their own new car and have the possibility to be able to export to new markets, having in this value chain a projection that allows us to have a greater volume in the future. And that will be the future sustainability and the production of new technologies. So Argentina is a country and a market that cannot be stagnant because progress is very important. Europe and the United States are making a lot of progress in this area, and everything that has to do, and we in the South Hemisphere must work on that. Well, about the bill of ADEFA, the intention is to send it to the Congress, or yes, the idea is to analyze this in 2024 to be able to have the first approvals on this, and it has to do with what they mentioned before. Incentives for exportation, to create the necessary infrastructure to have new technologies, to create a transition with models that can be, well, transitional in our market, to go from conventional fuels to electric cars, to be able to work on renewable energies and everything that has to do with liquid gas or natural gas. There is a wide range in everything that has to do with our industry, but we are clear that change is coming. The world is seeing that, and we as a national industry have to work strongly and rapidly on that. Okay, Ariel, in the case of the car parts industry, what are the expectations as regards the new administration? Do you think that there is a specific agenda that must be pushed regarding this transformation in the area, in this new administration? Yes. There had been some bills or regulations to foster the development of local industry and the increase in production in the car parts. We will continue with that. We will see what the new administration tells us. But as Martin said, I think it is key to have clear ground rules, not to change the rules, whether for the international or the national players. It is crucial to have a tax reform that is simpler and with less burden for factories, and salaries must be able to afford the needs. Of course, logistic costs, the mobility costs are very high in Argentina, so we lose competitiveness. If we are competitive, we will be able to sell what the factories have, and we will be able to export. To export a capital asset that is not produced in Argentina and that is needed for technology, we are paying 20 to 30% tariffs, and to import car parts, 5%. You cannot compete with the rest of the market. So everything has to be amended, and I'm sure that, well, in ADEFA, a lot of changes will be pushed, and we also need the articulation between the government measures to be aligned to what's regional, what Mexico and Brazil are doing. They are our competitors. Those are the markets we also must target. Yes, those are destinations for our exports, right? Yes, I think the largest export market that we have for vehicles and car parts. So it is important to be aligned to what's coming at a regional level. And last but not least, the factories. We must have investments and agreements between local and multinational companies and those investments will be pushed by the factories, and maybe an Asian company will come and invest with their money. The relationship with the market, with the factories, has to be a win-win situation. There must be trust, because investment require the amortization throughout the time, and to be able to do that investment, and of course, supporting the factories in this highly changing economic situation of the country and conflicts. So we must also have a projection in the future so that the investor knows that they will get the return on their investment. That requires training and for the new skills of the future. I think it is a very complex articulation. It is guided from ADEFA and AFAC and the Industrial Union. They have submitted this plan to the other administration, and we will do this with the following one. And Sebastian, from the dealers, what are the expectations regarding work with the public sector, the new administration, and the implementation of incentives? Is there a margin to develop policies? For example, you were talking about the need for financing with specific characteristics for electric vehicles, for example. Is there a margin to create an incentive of that type, or we should have an order of the macroeconomic situation? Well, in the future, what we see is that, well, we as SMEs are optimistic. The change of administration has to be seen as positive. We want it to be positive for Argentina. Incentives are made by the government. We are working on proposals. From ACARA, what we are working on are different jurisdictions. We have been working for over a year on the request to be able to incentivize the sale and purchase of this new modality. We have a lot of jurisdictions that have agreed upon this. They don't pay for taxes. The city of Buenos Aires does not collect for the license plate of hybrid cars. Yes, in the case of electric cars, it is zero, the tax is zero, and for hybrid ones, it is a reduction of the tax. It is not easy for us, but as there are very low numbers of those license plates, we can do that. We copied this from some other countries, and this is an incentive. Today, we don't have a price. The price of the factories is expensive, but for something related to monetary policies. But we asked the government to have this new modality, and it has to be attractive. From the perspective of trading, could you give us an overview of the percentage, the amount of vehicles, electric vehicles that are sold, or the hybrid cars? October, almost 5,000 in the accumulated number. The price is complicated, but for a the conflict that we have with the dollar, for example, there is no volume. There might be some worker who has had it, but it's quite expensive. So I think that, as I said at the beginning, it starts from the government decision to be able to attract clients, factories, and dealers. We are on that way. We're talking about that. We're analyzing that. Yes, that's the idea. And since this summit is organized within the city and the government, at the level of local government, what can they do to migrate the logics of the cities towards sustainability, apart from the tax incentive, as you said before, or not charging specific taxes for these vehicles? Is there any other measure you can make, for example, from factories, regarding the contributions that municipal governments can do to push this? I think that beyond the regulations and standards, what you said, apart from pushing and promoting this type of products and technologies, this has to do with the awareness. And with investment in infrastructure, it is important to bear in mind that a person who purchases an electric vehicle, that vehicle must provide solutions and not problems. And in Argentina, we have a lack of infrastructure of that type to be able to work or to operate with an electric vehicle in a proper way. So you mean the pumping stations or other infrastructures? Yes, that is one part of the items to work on. That is important to take into account. But we are talking about what has to do with that electric matrix. The electric matrix in the world is divided at the equator in line in the south and the north. In Argentina, we must develop the energy matrix, and we need to have an infrastructure that can support in the future the development of electric cars, as Sebastian said. Today we can have 5,000 cars, for example, and we are at 1% of the total amount of the cars. It's a real low percentage. So I think that you must see what comes first, infrastructure or production. I think they go hand in hand. And the challenge there is to know that the world is changing, that there is an energy challenge, and both have to go together, because if one is developed and the other is not, this won't work as it should. I'm sorry, and I would like to add something to what Martin said. It's right, the pumping stations are key, not to create problems for the user, because the client comes and they are interested in this modality. Okay, how can I charge that? No. At a dealership, we have this, but the person has to charge at that station. You can do that at home, but you cannot go over 200 kilometers, for example. So they must go hand in hand. One cannot be more advanced than the other, because we create a gap there, and that brings a problem to the user. We are working with the station, the pumping stations. Martin talks about electric infrastructure. We have to provide our own energy. We're working with the gas stations as well. There are some proposals from the mall centers. So we need more people to join this for consumers to be able to have this. So you think that you are developing a task as educators on consumers from the dealer's perspective? For you, Sebastian, from dealers who have the daily contact with the clients, you are in this role of being educators, but with few cars and without infrastructure. Yes, the thing is that we from ACARA, we can collaborate with the factories to be able to strengthen the capacity of the dealerships, but the trainings that they are giving us in an 80% come and 20% come from the factories who have their experiences in the rest of the world, right? Okay, Ariel, to close this panel, would you like to add something about the role of local governments who are closer to people, the awareness chapter? what is the way to go. And I don't know, maybe if you from this area of the industry are doing sort of a preaching in that sense on sustainability. Yes, I have a very positive view of this change that is coming. Cordoba in particular is pioneer. I think that we are more advanced in Cordoba than in Buenos Aires as regards policies and this movement of raising awareness on reducing the carbon footprint. There is a lot of participation from car part industry and the factories to reduce the electric consumption of the electric matrix. As Martin mentioned, we must go to solar, wind, water, energy, and companies are going and moving in that way. And I think that it's very positive that, for example, Brazil is producing, correct me if I'm wrong, but they are producing hybrid cars. The next generations that are coming, the next projects that will come in Argentina, they are including the creation of hybrid cars in Argentina. So far, I think that there is no factory doing this type of product in Argentina. They are all being done in Argentina, so in Brazil. So this forces us to take the initiative for that development. That is very positive for the future. We have to be ready for that. And I think that the suppliers chain has understood that. And we need legislations and the support from the factories to provide feasibility to these investments. Yes, what you mentioned about the hybrids is important. There is no production of hybrids in Argentina at no factory, right? No, not yet. How far away are we from that? Well, as Ariel mentioned, our bigger client in the region is Brazil, and as I said before, having an important local production in Argentina for export is key. So we have to go hand in hand with the development of Brazil. If I had to say a time frame, maybe 2025, 2026, maybe we will be in this condition of having this sort of production, but we need the means to carry this out and the help of the region for these products to be marketed outside and with the quality that the external market can require. That is the development that has been done in the other countries, right? The hybrid is the first step to the electric car, right? Yes, it also has to do with the fact of being able to have as a supply to continue. For example, in Brazil or Mexico, there are very long, very big countries where you need a car to go 300, 400 kilometers. Hybrid cars will be key. But of course, the future of the car industry goes towards electricity. Yes. And from that point of view, thinking about the consumer, you mentioned something about this. What about prices of these units as compared to the car the common car, the conventional car? That is a question for Martin, I think. We are not, don't fight with each other, right? We're talking about the balance, right? Yes, but price does not depend on the factory because there are a lot of taxes. So we always start from the government, having the idea, then the factories, and we in the middle, and with the final step with the clients. So we need those debates. There are some markets that say avoid hybrid, go directly to electric cars. And what I think is that first we must go to the hybrid to be able to have the infrastructure of the electric car and then to reach the electric car that is the end game. Yes, a consumer would be more willing, right? Yes, the user will be adapting and we could create this infrastructure that is not easy to create. It takes time for manufacturing to have the local market. As Martin said, we are talking about projects of 3 or 4 years. So from hybrid, go to the electric one. Okay, time has run out, but everything that you have mentioned was very interesting. So it is a very promising challenge. There are good perspectives. We are on a transition, a renovation that creates new expectations, and gives us hope. So thank you so much to the three of you. And thank you for being here. I would like to thank the panelists and Florencia Ripoll for this first debate on the second day of Circular Experiences.
We're going to be sharing the presentation of projects and studies in the public and private sector on sustainable mobility. The next panel is called Public-Private Management, Experiences in Studies and Projects.
At this panel, we will have as a moderator a journalist who is also analyst in political and economic issues. He works at La Voz del Interior with economic analysis and in Los Turelo. We're talking about Juan Turelo. There is no interpreting now because there is no microphone on the speaker.
Available since there's no microphone. Okay, I'll start again. Basically, this is not... thank you for the invitation of Martin Jarjora. Yesterday we saw everything that was recycled from the cloth, and this suit or this outfit has been rented in a shop that from Barrio Joffre that rents suits. So this is part of the 7 Rs: redesign, reduce, recycle, repair, recover, and renew. So this thing that we can do, this is a thing that we can do in our daily life. This is something that we can provide to the 7 Rs. And today in this World Circular Economy Summit. Okay, now I'm going to give way to the panelists. One of them is delayed, but he's going to be here in a minute. The project of the metropolitan transportation of the city of Córdoba is going to be done by Marcelo Mancilla, who is coming on stage right now. Thank you very much. Marcelo, whenever you are comfortable. Here we're going to have also the manager of strategic planning and management control of EPEC. We're talking about Lucas Guimeraro. He's going to talk to us about the network and charging smart charging systems for electrical vehicles. Thank you, Lucas. And afterwards, we're going to have a presentation of the migration of the public fleet to biofuels, which is one of the undersecretaries that works in the area of the public services of the province of Córdoba, who is arriving here in minutes, Sergio Mansur. Let's start with the panel. Thank you, Juan. Good morning, everyone. It's really something, a bit of a challenge to be for us here in this summit and to talk about something that is talked about a lot, which is sustainable mobility. The first observation that we can do from our Secretariat of Metropolitan Development of the City of Córdoba is about the mobility that we have in the city. Thinking about the values that we have from 2010 and the values that we've had from 2022, we've had people move towards the metropolitan area. When I was taking a look at the numbers, the final numbers of the census, I was impressed by the growth of the Santa Maria department with a 47%, and the province of Córdoba in 16% in overall. Here we can see the urban sprawl based on the number of people that have moved. That brought forth the following, that considering the values that we had in 2009 of 161 vehicles per 1,000 inhabitants, that led to a 64% increase of the number of vehicles. That goes in a direct line with this other example that we can see here in this chart, the movement of the movement of people from public transportation towards particular vehicles. So this is the first point of information. We need to consider that the post-pandemic effect brought actions such as the work, the home office, e-learning, etc., that allows for a smaller use of public transportation, and the people themselves use individual mobility or use the carpooling agreements to go from the metropolitan areas to Córdoba in a particular car. And that leads to an increase in the number of vehicles that we have present in the city of Córdoba. This is why we have the traffic problems that we have in the city. Here we have the Undersecretary of Transit, and I'm sure that he suffers that every day. This is our synthesis. The greater is the population with the movement towards the cities and towns in the metropolitan area. We have a larger amount of vehicles per inhabitant, so the cause and the effect, we have a smaller number of passengers in urban and interurban services. And that's a world phenomenon, right? All cities have become collapsed with vehicles, and that's the large challenge to order in the to create order in the circulation. And this movement towards the metropolitan area has created issues, classical issues that we've had in Córdoba with the transportation. Yes, that's what my presentation is. I think that you have been listening. In the current system, we did a picture, and halfway in the year, and after the first semester, we had the monthly kilometers, the number of passengers, and an indicator which is widely used in transportation, which is the IPK, the passenger kilometer index. We can see that it is 3.08. To have an idea, a line can be considered profitable or economically viable when it is above 3.7 or 3.8. The optimal would be closer to 4.9 or number like that. That would be optimal. And now we have a regularity of the main lines of 10 minutes, the frequency, and then we have for the other ones it's longer. So what's the challenge? The challenge is to seduce these passengers who have moved to individual transportation to mass transportation. And our proposal, which is a short-term vision, is a proposal of increasing the 18% in the kilometers that the transportation goes to, and with an increase in the fleet to 130 units. Because we're working on the new bid for the urban transportation, and that's going to happen with a completely metropolitan view. So we're going to go from a regularity of with a frequency of 7 minutes for main lines and 12 for complementary lines. We don't have a multimode transportation method in Cordoba, but the way that we can seduce our passengers to join the system is to be able to have this larger offer of services. New proposal is to optimize the resources that we have. Right now, the interurban transport service cannot pick up passengers in the city of Cordoba. And the idea is to have an interaction with the urban transportation system and the interurban. With this old Venn diagram, you can see the metropolitan transportation system. Then, with the growth of the city, the expansion from inside to outside, we think that it is viable and necessary to create more ring lines, even though they were foreseen a long time ago, but we think that now is the time to implement them, which is 500, 501, and 700 and 701, which are the ring lines. We currently have 600 and 601. And when we're talking about the extension of the metropolitan lines, these are the main lines for these cities, these towns, where we are going to impose the common sense to what we have today. For example, there's a service for Coniferal, which reaches La Floresta, which would be the last neighborhood which limits with Malvinas Argentinas, and the end of the line, the location, the site of Coniferal is in Malvinas Argentinas. So why couldn't they extend a little bit? So we also to extend the linking with Villa Allende and Guiñazú. We have in Villa Allende we have the Coniferal end of the line that is also feasible. So. And also in La Calera with the Punta Colorada neighborhood, which basically touches the Los Alamos Avenue of the city of Cordoba. Another important access at the midterm is the incorporation of clean energy, both for transportation, individual transportation services and mass transportation services, which gives a relation with the matrix of agricultural production, with biodiesel and bioethanol, which probably we will hear a little bit more about that later. This will be in the medium term to take ideas to improve the ratio, the blend ratio of fuels, to start with 30%, 50%, and from E70, B100. Then we have the hybrids. That's entirely feasible to combine the electrical energy with clean energy from a fuel that is cleaner. And finally, we always ask ourselves why in the future there are cities that can have multimode transportation and we cannot. And I think that the greatest challenge here in the midterm and in the long term, we have the great challenge of having multimode transportation, and we had the possibility of doing it. We really think that this is an available possibility. The urban train, which is shaped like a horseshoe, which combines with services that go to other provinces, is entirely feasible, and the investment is not as expensive. And the raised monorail, which we have a project that we are working with the feasibility study, where we would have 3 lines that would go from to the city government offices, another one from the Catholic University to Vélez Sarsfield, and another one that reaches Rio Ceballos. And the great challenge is the vision of metropolitan transportation, both in the short term and with the idea of having a metropolitan vision for the transportation system, and in the midterm for the use of renewable energies and clean energies, and in the long term to be able to create multimode transportation for our dear city. Engineer, it has been a really interesting chat. There was not even 1 second but time is tyrant, so but it's very important for citizens. Now I want to stay with this concept. There's going to be a solution for the metropolitan transportation. So Córdoba and neighboring cities, we're going to have we're going to move towards clean energies, and we have a multimode transportation in the long term. So today this is a responsibility. We think that this is the basis that we are going to see in the future administration of Mayor Pacerini. I have some questions for if we have some time. And now let's introduce the engineer Sergio Mansur. I want to ask you for a round of applause. The official projects, and then we are moving on to Magister Lucas Gumierato, and he's going to discuss the experience of a PEG to develop electrical vehicles. So, Magister, thank you for your presentation. Thank you for being present. And thank you for, most of you know us. We're from the company, the energy company of Córdoba. We are the last company in the country that is integrated to the electrical system. So we have generation, transportation, distribution in the entire, we're the only integrated company. Some people only work with transportation or generation, and we're entirely aligned with the SDGs at an international level. And we're guided by the Ministry of Public Services. We are part of the directive board of the Global Compact in Argentina, and we have a very strong focus on, and as far as generation, we have over 1,600 for generation, for hydroelectric generation and all that. I have one. And ISO 9001, and we have extended over 26 miles of electrical lines on an area of 165 square kilometers. And as for distribution, we're giving electricity directly to over 1,147,000 users, and 1/3 is received from 204 co-ops, which we deliver energy to. Then we have the report of sustainability and many other policies that we have renewed over the years. And this is available online, and we have QR, and we're going to be able to find the balances. And about sustainable mobility, we consider ourselves a very relevant actor. So we need to be able to ensure that we have the infrastructure and the policies for mobility to be sustainable. And as for electrical mobility, you know that it existed since in the early 1900s. We had already electrical cabs and charging points, but for different reasons, the same way that we had biofuels back then. And for different reasons, we completely migrated to the use of fossil fuels. And when it was time to change that and to reassess the transition towards sustainable means like electromobility, that was great. That's when what we have to go to now. Why do I mention this in the sustainable matrix? As our president said before, the electrical mobility is almost as sustainable as the energy matrix that we have for the fleet. I have two numbers here to show that we are not as well as we could be, but we're better than we were before. So we can see the composition of the matrix. This is the inner circle is the participation of the fossil fuels in a year, which is from November 2020 to October 2021, where we have the participation of the fossil fuels was 64% in the entire country, while from November 22 to October 23, 1 month back, the same 12 months, the generation of fossil fuels is 54%. So we reduced it in 10 percentage points, the fossil fuel electric generation. And we see the point below that 140,000 megawatts hour is important, is the same, so we have the same participation, but we had an increase in electrical generation and renewable generation, which is increasing, frankly. Now, having discussed this a little bit before about the need that we have as a company to work in the diversification of the energy generation to have a greater increase in the matrix, we need to talk about the different alternatives of electric vehicles. As we have seen, we can have 100% battery operated, extended range, hybrid, plugged-in hybrid, or hybrids without possibility of increasing, plugging in. And we need to improve our electric infrastructure as well as for the design of the loading network. And this will create different solutions. To have a little bit of reference, a vehicle consumes 16 kilowatt hour per 100 kilometers. That's a typical battery of 40 kilowatt hours gives you 250 kilometers. So, but depending on the decision of the loading, the charging style that we have, it could last between 6 hours and we were able to reduce it to 45 minutes. So the charging time is increasingly relevant to have the option of electrical mobility as a possibility. In that sense, we identified three alternatives, three options of charging, which are very similar to the cell phone. We charge on the go to continue using it while you are on the go to replenish 40 kilowatt hours. It could be replenished in 1 hour. So in 1 hour, you can use the high-power chargers. You can do opportunity charges connected not just to the network, but taking advantage of longer stops by the users that need to replenish what they used during the day. So you need to not run out of, so as not to run out of battery. You can do that on shopping malls, on large purchasing surfaces, and we're talking about a 27 kilowatt hour power. And then the home load charging, we need to make it efficient for people to use, but less efficient because you have longer time. We have these charging points in the province, Córdoba, in Rio Ceballos. We have close to the San Roque Dam, and they are completely free to access. And the intention is to foster the adoption of this sustainable mobility, so they are free. What we're looking towards the future, we're going to adopt this strategy of charging to ensure the connection with the Route 9 corridor, both on the south with high power chargers, and to ensure connectivity and the possibility of charging in Route 19, and ensure in the Route 36 the connection between Rio Cuarto and Córdoba. So all the traffic that goes into the province of Córdoba can ensure that they can reach the city of Córdoba, where they will have different charging points. Other than the main roads, we want to provide power to the main cities in the province, and also in tourist sites and industrial sites, to ensure the charging capacity for either buses or electrical trucks. In that sense, the alternatives that we have adopted, you can see that you can see them here in the expo. We appreciate the massive participation that we've had today Many of the car factories and the brands, they consider us the most important electrical mobility meeting in the country. There's no other experiences like this elsewhere in the country. There are automotive fairs, but nothing that it focuses on sustainable mobility like this. These chargers allow you to replenish a load in 50 minutes, more or less. They are available for direct and alternate currents. They are going to be available in the roads mainly. And then we have the 25 kilowatt chargers. That's DC, high powered, thinking about the shopping malls, movie theaters, and then we have the public spaces, charging points, where we can have maybe in squares, public squares, in some toll stations and other places where people can go and park their car and use the charging points. Here's an example, so as not to extend myself. This is a case with working together with the city of Cordoba and the transportation team, and we analyze the different alternatives and looking at a requirement matrix, looking at visibility, vehicular flow, access, communication, routes, the taking care of the equipment. We need to think about vandalism, unfortunately, and the development. So, finally, to close, I want to mention the special rate that we have for electrical mobility, which is mainly to provide clear signals of how can the electrical network be used so as to avoid saturation. We modified the charging of vehicles in the time that starts at 23 at 11 at night to 5 in the morning. So we remove a large percentage of the part that is that corresponds to the company, leading to a saving of 30%. We have run out of time, and anyway, this is a part of the circular economy that you have mentioned very well. We need to leave the dependency with fossil fuels, but the energy that we use to charge the cars is mostly generated by means of thermal electrical generation, right? For example, in Usina Basan today, sorry, Basan, not Basan, the one that is being used by EPEC in the area of Pilar and Rio Segundo. I don't know if you have considered within your area. If you can tell us a little bit about what other alternatives is EPEC analyzing, either solar, wind power, etc., that are going to replace this dependency that we have today to fossil fuels, to gas that is extracted with great potential from Vaca Muerta that feeds the generators, so that we have sustainable energy development in the long term.
Well, we are focused on the construction of 11 projects of renewable energy in the province. The company has sent the projects, and we were awarded the projects, and we signed the contracts, and we are moving forward now in the construction of those projects. Those 11 projects are for the creation of solar energy in multiple spots of the province, hydroelectric energy, leveraging some existing hydraulic structures and water bodies that can be leveraged. And we also have two flagship projects on wind energy, no, biogas energy. Yesterday, the mayor and governor-elected mentioned that is the management of solid urban waste in Piedras Blancas, where we capture methane that is produced there, and it is used for the creation of energy. And the second project has to do with the creation of energy from biogas and the treatment of sewer liquids in Bajo Grande. And TAMSE will leverage that green energy to feed the buses, and the charging stations will use this to provide green energy. I'm so glad, because electric mobility is what we need in public transport, in vehicles, by means of green energy. Thank you so much. Now we'll go to engineer Masur, who will tell us a little bit about this project on the transformation of the public fleet to biofuel. Maybe we can link this circular economy to this other initiative. And we can say that it is related to the electric mobility of buses. We will talk about this in detail. First of all, we want to talk about the impact of the fossil fuels. There are some data there, but imagining that 1 liter of fuel that is burned in internal combustion is the equivalent to 26 tons of biological material whose carbon is released in 10 kilometers, makes us rethink about why we need to talk about sustainable mobility and how we have to link these ecosystems and diversity into that sustainable mobility concept. We are guided by the Ministry of Fabian Lopez, saying that our goals are aimed at sustainable development and the Paris Agreement. Within this framework, from the Ministry of Public Services, together with EPEC, we have 4 main pillars. The pillar on energy efficiency, there is the cheapest energy is the one that is not consumed. Then we are having renewable energy, talking about circular economy as well. We will talk about a new economic model, a new manufacturing model, and a new consumers model. The 2 advising committees that we have within the ministry have developed a document that is the energy transition towards 2050, and they have outlined 3 ways that are strongly connected to the effort that will be made by the province of Córdoba to go towards that transition. And the third part is related to bioenergy. Talking about sustainable mobility is talking about a lot of things, but we will focus right now on the fuel that is used for mobility. Talking about sustainable mobility is very wide, and within motorization and the use of different type of fuels or types of mobility, we will also be talking about the carbon footprint that is associated with this. In this chart, you can see that a vehicle that runs 100 kilometers with gas oil from the pumping station emits approximately 20 kilograms of carbon dioxide equivalent into the atmosphere. But if I have a hybrid engine, that the one that recovers the energy from the deceleration and the brakes, coupled with biofuels with flex engines, we are talking about emitting only 2.5 kilograms of CO2. So we are promoting the infrastructure also to charge that vehicle. This is a simple example of a comparison between the investment to migrate 30% of electric vehicles in the country against having an approximate equivalent of a similar environmental impact migrating everything to biofuels. One of them is of $300,000 million, and the other one is of $2,000 million to go to biofuels. Without even mentioning what this new economic means on the impact on the ground. And we have 2 circular chains that are very important in the province. In their matrix or manufacturing chain, those are producers of biofuels, not only liquid fuels such as diesel, but also, biodiesel and bioethanol, and also the thing that in the chain we can also create this other energy. We must start with tests with Oreste Berta on different vehicles on 2000. Out of those different tests with different blends ratios, we saw that there were some limitations, but not a lot of them. So within a great debate, we created the law 10.7.21 that promotes biofuels and mainly circular economy. We started developing experiences. There are two sprinters that work with this technology with pure fuels that we tested. These vehicles also have satellite transmission for monitoring. This goes to the laboratories of Oreste Berta, and we also had to create the Secretary of Renewable Energies and Biofuel and the self-consumption program to start producing biodiesel in Córdoba at a small scale. That so far, although we are the first producers of bioethanol, we weren't producers of biodiesel under safety certifications. So that program allowed us to have biodiesel plants that are supplying this blend ratio and now goes to the provincial plan of migration of the fleet. And to talk a little bit about the fleet in Córdoba, it also contemplates the incorporation of electric vehicles, provided that mobility of those electric vehicles is guaranteed with a clean matrix and preferably related to biomass. In this case, the Bajo Grande plant, with an initiative from EPEC, from the municipality of Córdoba, and Cormecor, have developed electric generation, and that generation will go to the supply of all of the electric pumps of Córdoba. There is an example, a typical example of how circular economy has an impact on sustainable economy. The pumping stations were promoted by EPEC. They have been monitored by Oreste Berta with different models, makes. So the fear has vanished over this type of blend ratio. We started creating pumping stations where public fleet vehicles can be charged. We had a public auction to supply all the vehicles. These are all charged. We also had the experience of 70% of ethanol. We have a pumping station or a charging station with a high percentage of that fuel, with different vehicles as well. Yesterday, we showed the converter. These vehicles are working with a Finnish and a Brazilian converter. Oreste Berta yesterday introduced the local production for flex engines. So to increase the blend ratio at a national level, we have to wait until we can trade these flex engines that we manufacture in Córdoba, but we cannot sell them here. So we also have an observatory of public access. You can see that at this point, they are charging almost 400 vehicles of the public fleet of an area that could charge up to 800 approximately. We are trying to achieve the goals of 2024, and we have also created the first laboratory, provincial one, that depends on the state, that is under the state for the to be able to trace the vehicles, what we consume, what we use, the element, such as oil, for example, in the operation of an engine, and also the emissions by the vehicles, and that is part of CEPROCOR today. There are a lot of cooperation agreements. We need some more here in this list, but I will tell you a little bit about the one that was signed yesterday with a rally in Córdoba. In Córdoba, you will have the first level of rally that will start from next year onwards to have the L17, that means 17% of blend ratio of ethanol. So it's a qualitative leap because it is not the state the one that is fostering the widening of the market, and we understood about the situation later because Oreste Berta said, do you know something about the situation? And we understood that the rally here in Córdoba was trying to incorporate this type of fuel. So I think that was it. So thank you very much. You left us 25 seconds to spare. to make a comment. I think that in this summit on circular economy, there are three examples very important. The development of a metropolitan transportation with the idea of getting in the midterm some other vehicles that solve the mobility in Cordoba, because public transport is related to mobility in Cordoba, whether with the buses, the monorails, the new business units trying to have charging stations and transportation with biofuels. I would like to ask you a question that many might be having. If those projects can those projects change, since in December we will have the energy from Vaca Muerta rather than renewable energies, and taking into account the administration, a new administration that denies the Global Pact or does not join the Global Pact, what happens with these projects on circular economy, of taking care of the environment, taking care of the planet? How can they change with that administration? Well, to your question, Juan, when I belonged to the Secretary of Transportation of Cordoba, we started with the first meetings with Sergio, and we saw back then the possibility of using biodiesel in public transportation. So we visited biofuels plants where we saw the need to have a high-quality lab to be able to verify the quality of biofuel. Sergio also mentioned that we already have this, and it's from Cordoba. So what's important is that to construct a house, you need the foundations. And I think that some years ago we started with the foundation. Then we go with the regulations framework. And within the province of Cordoba, the concept of self-consumption provides a potential for the SMEs, we could say, of generation of that healthy fuel. What is the limitation? And Sergio, maybe you can make more contributions on this. The limitations on the energy law, where we have a limitation of the blend ratio on the use of clean energy, and also based on the concept of self-consumption. There are some businesses in Cordoba of transportation that create biofuel for self-consumption. If that could be expanded, that could create green employment. As our minister and governor has mentioned, it would create green jobs, more employment, more production areas, and having a clear energy matrix in our province. And that should have an impact in public transport. Well, the engineer took a little bit more of the time. I'm sorry for that. It's okay. Well, I think that we must address the fact that this decision or the energy transition, both from the generation of the energy matrix or the use of the energy, for example, have a more efficient use of energy, is not a decision that comes only from Argentina. It is a global issue that goes beyond what we want or don't want to do. So I think that this summit makes it clear that there are a lot of consumers who see how this was sourced, how they can use it efficiently, the final disposal of the product. So we understand that we have to provide an answer, because that's what the society is demanding, and we must provide the infrastructure that is enough to meet those needs. So we cannot use the excuse of a new administration. Perfect. You have 1 minute. I would cross two concepts. First of all, the world needs to guarantee the energy safety on food and on electricity. Those spaces are related to bioeconomy, the strategic use of resources. And then today, maybe we're not talking about national agendas. There are sub-national agendas, regional agendas, national agendas, and then they scale up to other regions and at the end, world agenda. All of them have the same concerns. Cordoba already has its model, its direction towards the energy transition in 2050. There is a territorial agenda that won't change, and as we mentioned before, is based on bioeconomy and bioenergy, because this means developing the territories, creating employment, decentralizing the pressure that cities have on downtown, and that is key. We hope this can be achieved. Thank you so much for this amazing panel and your participation. Thank you so much to the guest and Juan Turelo for this dialogue. You are so kind. In minutes, we'll call him again. Now we'll review, for those of you who are joining in streaming, that there are some contact points by means of social media. You can tag us and use different hashtags such as Voces que Circulan, Córdoba Capital, Circulando Experiencias, and you can also enter on the website www.cumbremundialdeeconomiacircular.com.ar.
It's time to continue. This continues. This has just started. The second day of this World Summit. And what we have next?
First, we'll tell you that we will continue with the debates. Now's the time to go towards one of the 13 panels, in this case called Public and Private Management. This is the second part.
Now we have the public-private management. We're going to talk about the pilot e-bondi project and the challenge of working in alliances. We invite all of our speakers to come to the stage.
Yes, and Juan Turelo again, who can join us on the stage for the second moderation. Thank you, Juan.
Once again, how are you, everyone? Okay? I don't know if you want to stand up and do a round of applause to feel like this is also a live economy summit. So let's give it up an applause to what we have with the future, what's related to the future of our children. As our speakers said, we're going to have energy, we're going to have more work, and we're going to have better development. We sit down because our panelists are going to come in here. They have been given an extended topic line. We're going to start with the President of the Metropolitan Entity of Córdoba and elected Vice Governor, Miriam Prunotto. Thank you, Miriam, for being with us. Great to meet you. And we are also going to have Gustavo Elwin, the General Manager of Graffiti Technologies. Graphite Technologies, sorry. And we're going to have the President of TAMSE, Eduardo Ramirez. And we're going to have now the former Dean of the Agricultural Sciences School of the university. Now he is part of the sub-presidency of the North Campus of the National University of Córdoba, Marcelo Conrero. And finally, a company that is going to develop and is already developing lithium batteries, and who is part of Secretary of the Chamber of Electrical Energies, Raúl Cometo. Thank you, Raúl. Welcome. Okay, we have 5 people here, and the organization tells us that we have very little time, so we need to take advantage. It's more or less 5 minutes for each of you. The producers of this space has created a line of topics which is really, really long, so we're going to try to achieve it somehow. Among the many papers that I have here, sorry. Remember that we have a very short time. We have 5 minutes. If it was less, that would give us some time for questions. So let's move on to Gustavo Elwin, who has joined this team. He's going to tell us a little bit about the experience that they are developing with the use of these proposals, alternative proposals, in the intermunicipal metropolitan entity that has led this e-bondi project. Yeah, sorry, if you don't mind, I'm going to do a little bit of an introduction to tell you a little bit about the project, how the project has started. First of all, welcome. Good morning, everyone. Thank you to the mayor who joins us with the entity, and this project is born looking at the need that we had from Estación Juárez Selman when I was the mayor of my city to reach the North Campus. The North Campus is another need that was born from our town. The strategic planning with citizen participation, and that from that came different needs. One of them is related to the communication, and another one of the access was to have a greener city. With the arrival of Campus Norte to Estación Juárez Selman, we had a collaborative space where we have the National University of Córdoba, but also the National Technological University, and other technological partners that want to be a part of all of this. We were able to see that we could not take our children from Juárez Selman. We did not have direct transportation to Campus Norte, the North Campus. So we started inviting different actors, different stakeholders who are working in the Northern Campus, starting this pilot test of e-bus that is also related to circular economy, because we are leading from the conversion of buses that are out of use. That's where TAMSE comes in, from the city of Córdoba. The disused buses that are conventional, that use conventional energy, we converted them into electrical transportation, and we started having the different stakeholders and actors like Gustavo for the quick charge of these buses. We have Mr. Piumeto, Raúl Piumeto, for the lithium batteries, the academics, of course, the National University of Córdoba, INTI, ADEC, who all helped to develop this project, which, as we see, is experimental. It's a pilot test, and we want to convert all of the disused buses from the city of Córdoba, take them, not to renew entirely, but to try to, by means of a training with our youths and our adults, to convert them. And that's where the different stakeholders come in. So we're working on something that is not only sustainable and related with circular economy, it is also related with this the triangle of academics, with the university and the public-private sector and the state, both the city of administration of Juárez Selman, the municipal metropolitan entity, and the city of Córdoba. You are one of the main drivers of the project, so later we're going to ask you just a summary after the expositions, the talks of every one of you, to tell us a little bit more about how they all collaborate. Good morning. Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me. The project that we are presenting is a system of smart chargers to be able to charge very quickly the electrical buses. And the first project would be, well, I have a small presentation here with a video. This is the render of what we intend to do here in Córdoba with the charger, the battery charger. And let's roll the video. No, okay. If I can get the video to roll, thank you. About being able to recharge a bus in less than 15 minutes with a quick charge system. This is a video from the city of Zaragoza in Aragon, so we hope that the next video is in Juarez-Selman. The project is to reuse the buses, to have new buses. So we call it the e-bondi. Has two nodes, one of them in the city of Juarez-Selman and another one in the northern campus. And that's why we are thinking about manufacturing here in Cordoba, in Juarez-Selman. So I'm going to have to learn to drink Fernet because it's in Cordoba. So, but why were we interested to come to Cordoba? It was to basically because there was a very important commitment from the province on sustainable development. There's a strategy from the city. There's also a vision from the authorities talking about industrial development in the long term. They have invited us to participate in projects. This is a technological-based project where there's an interaction with different actors. We were also interested in the North Campus project, the ethos and the philosophy of the North Campus to develop the human capital, and that has been one of the factors that are driving us to come here. We are proposing a plant that also contemplates these aspects of rentability, of profitability, of energy efficiency, of PV power with world-class production, the best practices in the world, and 4.0 manufacturing with digitalization, and that's it basically. We are thinking that the future of the transportation goes through electricity. Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope that you can take this project forward. That would be a great change in relation to the charging and the development of transportation. Then we have Eduardo Ramirez, the president of TAMSE. He also saw the process of transformation of the units, and we saw the recovery of obsolete social capital. So yeah, good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor for me to be here, participating in this summit, and I wanted to tell you that when we were invited to be part of this project, TAMSE had the will, starting from a clear policy of sustainable energy, of participating. I want to tell you all that TAMSE, from the year 1989, we have been working with trolley buses that are charged with electrical energy. So we have a system and experience that allows us to participate fluidly in this project. When we sat on the table with Gaston Bazin, who's the manager of operations of the company, we caught up very quickly, and we have trolley buses and buses that are disused because of their age, and we started working together, and that's what was important for me, which was the public-private partnership, which was something that was a great human experience for us to have relationships with the private sector, and I think that they felt the same way. So with all of the entities and the companies that participate, we provided a 34-year experience, and for TAMSE, we took all of the information, all of the technological advancements, all of the processes, the procedures from the private companies that make the daily work easier for a company like ours. So we need to be very clear here that our mayor, our deputy mayor, and medium, we have a clear desire that the public transportation becomes the tip of the spear of this transformation. So we have a road that is long. We are immersed in sustainable energy, and we will continue to support everything that is needed. And of course, we have a bus and a trolley bus ready, almost ready to be able to conclude and perform the tests that may be necessary to complete this wonderful project that we are doing together. And finally, I wanted to say that for our government, transportation, public transportation is a state policy. Public transportation also considered as sustainable transportation. We are not staying with just going around the streets of Cordoba, but we need them to be sustainable. They need to breathe, the neighbors need to breathe a purer air, and that needs to come from a public company like TAMSE. Eduardo, how many obsolete units do you have that will be added to this project? And if they are among what Engineer Mansilla described, this matter of giving a service to the metropolitan area. Of course, we have many obsolete units. We started working with two, an electrical trolley bus and a diesel bus. That's the main pilot test. And we are going to be adding, together with the metropolitan entity, and we're going to do this little by little and responsibly. We're not going to say that tomorrow we're going to have 100 electrical vehicles in the street, because that would be disrespecting the people. We need to keep working with other companies to achieve this. Thank you very much. And now I was going to ask Mr. Conrero, who is in charge of the North Campus, how did you participate in this development to take the university there? And what is your intervention in the development of this project, which could be the integration of an important area in the city that deserves the attention of the city and the authorities? Thank you, Juan. Good morning. We are the cause for all of this. Thank you to the management performed and to the help by Miriam. We create an experimental educational space analyzed by the two paradigms with a shared governance that articulates, and it's managed by means of the productive sector, the government, and the university. Miriam is right now Miriam knows that we not only have the National University of Cordoba, but also the National Technological University. We are now including the other universities present in Cordoba, and we understand that we need to work together in this unique university system. So when we created this piece of land, which is close but kind of far from the center of the city, we started creating activities, generating activities, and from day one, Miriam, thinking about this need from Juarez Selman, started thinking about how to connect them. The Northern Campus works with Sustainable Development Goals, with a new training system different from the traditional programs. I also do an ad here, but we're thinking about the new generations, about the new gaps that have been appearing in the technology area, and also create social, cultural, and environmental matters. So we need to adapt to the velocity, to the speed in which the world is evolving, and we need to see how can we answer the requirements of the citizens, because 96% of citizens do not receive a professional degree, a graduate degree, but we need to train them. They need to have training. So Juarez Selman needed to have a connection. That connection, we thought about it, and with Miriam, by starting and driving this from Northern Campus, we started thinking about who could be the people who could work with us to create sustainable development actions, thinking about climate change and how can we mitigate all that. And we started working with BRF, which in the first place, they are in Juarez Selman. They repair train cars, and we had the support of TAMSE. They immediately provided us with a unit, and we not only have to think about climate change, but also circular economy. What do we do with our fleets with our transport fleets, with our bus fleets, and because they are moved to another situation, and how can we generate labor, the need for labor, the need for jobs. So the urban transportation emits 40 tons of CO2 a year, so we need to move forward in that way. So in electrical transportation, we need to think about batteries. We have a Cordobese company which is called Iturbide, which joined us as well. Then we started working with INTI, with other organizations, researchers, because it needed to be developed on the one hand. On the other hand, we had to get the grants, then the vehicles, the units, and they worked also with electrical vehicles for many years in the city of Cordoba. And we wanted to see what would be the autonomy, which could be 1 kilometer, 10 kilometers, to connect the Route 9, where Estación Juárez Selman is located, where most transports go through, and the Córdoba Jesús María Highway. Then we have the second ring, city ring, that is 3 kilometers away. Then we have the metropolitan entity. They started working with this connection between cities and started thinking about an integral, comprehensive translation system. I have been trying to connect the National University of Cordoba with the northern campus with an electric train. And starting to think about a more sustainable transportation method motivated the use of the creation of northern campus for the training of people to join companies that come here because of this decision. So I think that it's very important, and I'm very happy that all of this is going on, and thank you to Miriam who started working with us. Yes, of course, Miriam and the university who has been an engine for the change in the area. Let's move now to the last speaker, Raúl Cometo from Iturbide Batteries. He's also a member of CADIEC, member of ADEC, an agency from the government that is supporting the development of Cordoba, and tell you what have been your challenges, your opportunities. Well, good morning. In our case, with this synergy of the industries and the companies and the different actors, we started talking and working and trying to collect all of the possible members that made this project a reality. Here you have the people from BRF, from Victor Rogio, Iturbide Batteries, with their 65 years of experience creating all of this integrated industry cycle where we start with our own raw materials, and with the collaboration of the different chambers, different entrepreneurial chambers like CADIEC, they are in the energetic industry chamber, which had the goals that were suggested in the previous panels, the energy transition, to implement these sustainable energy and mobility programs. With the capabilities of INTI, who have a long professional experience, that started working to help with the situations of this project. That is where ADEC came in, the Economic Development Agency of Cordoba, where we would have over 60 chambers and technological association. It's a great articulator between the public and private sector. Started with this collaboration among themselves and internationally. This was worked, each of us on their own side, and we started looking for the way to implement it. We have been working, each of us, in our jobs from our sides, and I'm going to talk about Iturbide batteries. We have the plum acid. We started working with lithium in 2010, where lithium was not such a big thing. We did international agreements in Taiwan. We did some batteries for netbooks for the Conectar plan, for some of the plants in Catamarca. There's a new plant in Córdoba. We do the prismatic batteries, which was an agreement with the European Union back in 2014, 2015. And we should be swimming in batteries, but the thing is that we cannot get the basic raw material to manufacture the lithium batteries. What do we need? The lithium carbonate, which Argentina is the third largest exporter in the world. Right, but I think that we should be the first, but not a single kilo remains in Argentina. And if there is no lithium carbonate, there's no raw material and there are no batteries. So as a consequence, we have been working, and I want to insist on the lithium batteries because that's one of the most important things. But through the city of Córdoba, thanks to that program of Take Off Your Batteries that we mentioned yesterday, there are 135 centers of gathering centers, collecting centers, which are of these batteries. Some of them are alkaline, some of them are lithium. There are also some nickel and some plum batteries. This was because we had the problem that the Argentine market and the Cordobese market is very small. So with the alkaline batteries, we are creating together with the universities, we are recovering the raw materials that make them. For example, the zinc and aluminum and the rest. And part of that is a fertilizer for the corn substitution. And the lithium goes straight to new batteries. For now, in very small quantities, but the technology is available. We're getting the road ready for what's next. But as you see, Córdoba has a capability density, skills density. We want to be the trigger, the driver for those capabilities. Because when we have this density, when we have the entire market, we need to be there first. And none of that is based in this first encounter with national technology with the Córdoba seal. So I'm happy that Guillermo is going to be based here in Córdoba, and that would be really interesting for us. Thank you very much, Raúl, for your exposition, for your talk, and I hope that we can continue with that challenge of exporting and developing the internal lithium market. The Vice Governor-elect has been some sort of moderator. I need you to tell us your final pointers. Thank you. I wanted to tell you that this was not improvised. From Estación Juárez-Selman, we created a plan of action against climate change. These were the actions that we took. The public has PV energy. That the program has this project of including women, because we aim to have a public. We aim to have women driving the buses. With the trolley buses are used because they don't have to use the links. And we want to get the entire metropolitan area. And then we have to go forward with the legislation to approve all of these units that are going to be retrofitted for the market. So these are very interesting projects. I hope that it's going to be for a healthier environment, for a circular economy, because all of us will be able to take advantage of this green energy, and we will have better work for everyone. Thank you, everyone, for your patience, your attention, and we're going to continue with the next panels in this circular experiences area. First, we're going to have a picture with the panelists today.
Perfect, the protocol photograph. Thank you, Juan.
Thank
I would
you.
like to thank the panelists and the guests.
Yes, and this continues. We have still a long day to go. After the picture, we're going to invite you to enjoy the panel called Entrepreneurial and Business Experiences of Sustainable Mobility, New Technologies, and the Road to Carbon Neutrality.
It will be held in this scenario. You can see this via streaming to talk about business experiences. We invite the next moderator, Santiago Gomez, with a degree in social communication, journalist, and radio host. He works as a host and producer of radio, apart from being a host of corporate events and academic events. He is also project manager and coordinator of projects of digital communication. Welcome, Santi. Good morning, everyone. We continue with this program where we will introduce business mobility, sustainable mobility, a new way to carbon neutrality. We'll invite Veronica Verkovec, who is the Chief of Government Affairs of Toyota Argentina. A round of applause for you, Veronica. She's coming with Valentina as well. Hi, Santi, how are you? Welcome, all of you. We are so happy to be here on this summit and to be able to share with you a little bit about the vision on sustainable mobility from Toyota and this path that we say goes towards carbon neutrality, a great challenge towards 2050, right? Of the company of reaching this carbon neutrality, and a great challenge as well because this is something that is related to everyone, right? We have come here in vehicles, so it is a very tangible affair. Yes, Toyota has been working for a lot of years. 10 years from now, this was gaining even more significance, but we started seeing the different commitments, and the company wanted to be carbon neutral and to be able to contribute with society, with the entire society where we operate. But allow me to show you a little bit about this. Well, of course, I brought that. I know that you know Toyota, but for those of you, I wanted to share what Toyota was in Argentina. We have been having presence of 26 years in Argentina. We produced Hilux pickup, I hope you all know, and SW4. We are almost 9,000 collaborators from the 2017. We have been producing almost 2 million units, and we have a lineup of hybrid vehicles as well. We have 5 hybrid models that are currently on sale, and we also added Lexus brand with some other 7 models. So sustainable mobility is key for us as well. So we said at the beginning, in ADEFA, AFAC, and ACARA, the car industry is changing a lot. Today, we are thinking not only about the vehicle itself, but we are also thinking about the service of mobility, of more intelligent vehicles, more connected vehicles. we say that automotive companies are not only thinking about manufacturing vehicles, but also in being providers of services for mobility, of thinking of implementing new technologies, and of course, within these changes that the industry is facing, we have electrification. For Toyota, electrification is based on the multiplicity of energies, but allow me to go back to what we mentioned at the beginning about carbon neutrality, because it's not only about producing electric vehicles, hybrid vehicles, or plug-in vehicles. It is about having a global and comprehensive vision, right? So we say that when we talk about carbon neutrality, we think about all of the areas of the company, we think of the value chain, and we think of our providers, our dealers, in logistics. We think about production as well. 100% of energy that moves all of the production of our plant of Sarata comes from renewable resources. We also think, of course, in the final disposal that will have to do with the recycling of materials and, of course, in the use, and we come back to electrification again and the different technologies developed by Toyota. In this sense, we think that there is no a single answer for sustainable mobility, right? It will depend on the situation of the company, of the energy matrix, of infrastructure, of what the client wants, what is the technology that will best adapt to the moment. So that's why Toyota has developed the 4 technologies. On vehicles on hydrogen, hybrid that can be plugged, then 100% electric vehicles. And for this opportunity, as we know the importance it has, we're starting to talk about carbon neutrality in vehicles. We are starting to talk about ethanol. We think that here in Argentina, at least, we need to keep on working. All of the stakeholders must work on this, and the factories as well. The vision of Toyota is that it's not the combustion engine our enemy, but carbon. So everything that we can do to mitigate it is welcome in this strategy to carbon neutrality. So I was saying that the type of technology depends on a lot of factors, but we identify them in this chart that has to do with a vector of energy matrix, and the other one is infrastructure. The more energy matrix and infrastructure we have, we can think of better technologies such as hydrogen or 100% electric cars. And if the energy matrix is not clean, or we have a smaller structure, maybe we can talk about plug-in vehicles or hybrid vehicles. That is the strategy that we see here in Argentina. We need to develop a lot of energy matrix that is cleaner and more infrastructure. So it's not only the development of the vehicle, but everything that surrounds it to make that vehicle move, right? Yes, exactly. You are defining perfectly the vision of Toyota, not only the final solution or the end result that is the vehicle, but also what comes behind that and before that. So we talk about the technologies, but allow me to tell you a little bit, for those of you who are following us, what are the technologies that we have. Hybrid vehicles use technologies that we can use right now. In fact, I told you about our lineup, 12 vehicles, hybrid vehicles. It is a vehicle that is accessible, that is practical, that we can have it now, and allows us to reduce the emissions very rapidly. And it does not require the infrastructure or the user to adapt to a new way of driving or loading or supplying. So Toyota has been a pioneer, right? Yes, correct. We brought the first Prius, the hybrid one, in 2009 here in Argentina. And from that moment on, it was being sold in the country, the different versions and generations. Yes, we're so proud to say that we were pioneers in that, and we're also pioneers in the region, because Brazil Toyota do Brazil is the first automotive company in Latin America and South America to produce a hybrid vehicle. Then we talked about plug-in. what's different about plug-in is that to be able to supply that energy, you need an external source, that is this plug, but the way is a little bit more complex, and one of the exceptions it has is that it can work with electricity up to 75 kilometers, and that's great for cities. Then we go to 100% electric cars. You will see a great shift and change on the vehicle because the combustion engine disappears, and we have new elements that are simpler, and of course we'll have some differences on the costs as compared to the conventional vehicles. And I wanted to reach to this one because it's the newest, the one that we have. It has to do with those vehicles powered by hydrogen. This is an electric vehicle. I will show you how it works, but it's really zero emissions. It only emits water. And I say that it's an electric car because it works on a battery. It has an electric vehicle, an electric engine, of course, but what's new or amazing is how that energy is produced. It is through a chemical reaction of the air, the oxygen that is taken from the outside, and from there we create the energy that is stored in the battery and drives the vehicle in only 3 minutes. The truth is that there are no charging stations for hydrogen-led car. We could not bring it to this summit, but I think that last year we were participating with Mirai, and we had to create, together with another company, a station, a hydrogen station that was very rusty because there wasn't a lot of technology here. I know that here in Argentina, now we're trying to promote this energy based on hydrogen. Yes, that is not the final product, but also the infrastructure, and hence the importance on the investment and some other stakeholders involved in these industries. Allow me to show you this. It is not only about the industry or the manufacturing company bringing the products. We need the support of the government with the incentives, because this is what happens, right? We can have the best vehicles, but if those vehicles cannot be paid by our clients or consumers, we won't create the necessary demand to actually create a sustainable mobility program. So that is the vision and the conclusion that we always mention from Toyota. We must work together, the client, the industry, and the government, to create this carbon neutral society, because the end game that we have is taking care of the environment. And you mentioned that part of consumers. We as consumers, what can we do, or how can we help for this sustainable development and carbon neutrality? I think that the client is like the last chain. It is necessary for industries to raise awareness in our clients and consumers, for them to know these technologies and to be able to decide whether they want to buy a vehicle of these characteristics. But this won't be possible if we don't have the other part, right? Incentives, promoting these technologies, and also I would like to highlight some of the examples that allow our clients to use this type of technology that has to do, for example, and as I mentioned before in the other panels, we have some exemptions on licenses of this type of vehicles in some provinces. So when they choose a vehicle, they may choose for a hybrid vehicle, contribute to the environment, and also get a monetary benefit. Or you can also have non-monetary benefits, but to provide more comfort for our customers, for example, not paying for parking spots, and that would be great. And we have to work on those incentives if we want to have sustainable mobility. Thank you so much for participating, for being here, and for telling us about the development of this brand. And we all know that it is a brand with a great value and fosters sustainable development and carbon neutrality, which is great. So thank you so much. Oh, thank you. It is an honor for us having shared this vision, and we can continue here. Thank you so much for everything. Veronica Vercopet, Chair of Government Affairs of Toyota Argentina. Thank you so much.
Good morning. We're going to just shift with the panels and the circular experiences. And it's time to present a new panel with sustainable development and circular economy. I'm Soledad Huespe. We have great pleasure to present the entrepreneurial and business experiences, what is the vision and their challenges that they must face. And I have a luxury panel. I'm going to introduce them. I have Ignacio Almendaris, the CEO of Agralia Argentina. Then we have engineer Mariano Sacco, the manager of La Emilia Motomel Technal Group. You probably heard a lot about those brands. We also invite Joaquin Di Marco. He's the CEO and founder of Wallaby. We have heard a lot about them. They're turning the wheel, like swerving and shifting their strategies. How are you? Great, thank you for joining us. An incredible experience with a lot of trajectory. We're going to have another guest who is going to be here with us today, and we're going to welcome Mauricio Badaloni. He's the CEO of Andesmar. Thank you very much for joining us. We invite you here to stage to share your experience as well in this third edition of the World Circular Economy Summit. We're going to start first with the Agralia Argentina, a 60-year-old company. That's that right? That's right. Agralia is a 60-year-old company with 3 industrial plants in the south of Brazil, in Caxias do Sul, and another industrial plant here in Argentina in the city of Mercedes. I want you to tell me a little bit about the map of the company. You have a presentation, I know. Yes, Agrale is the idea of Agrale is the production, the design, and the use of creation of chassis for the urban transportation. The last 2 decades we have devoted to experiment and to develop products with technologies that are eco-friendly. We have developed chassis for hybrids, for biodiesel, and we have moved forward to electrical mobility. We have started a project that consists of manufacturing in Argentina to be able to build the rest of the vehicle to create an electrical unit. So an electric chassis that can be exported, so that they can mount the buses on the chassis also in Europe. Then we have presence in the entire Latin American region, and also in Europe. As you can see in the slide, then we see that the chassis is designed here in Argentina. You have there in the audience the chief engineer, who is one of the new people, and the main people who was in charge of this project. And below, you can see the bus that we have developed, which you can see in the expo park. And on top, you see on the same chassis a double-decker bus that has been mounted with a Spanish body factory. So that gives us a business range which is quite wide, starting from this product. Here we have a little video. Let me show you. This is the bus working in the city of Buenos Aires. We're waiting for the approval. The chassis is approved. Then we need to approve the body to start using it in a public transportation line with passengers. I'm going to tell you, for those who didn't have the possibility, you can get to know, you can see the bus firsthand. You can even go on it. Yes, definitely you can go on it, you can see it. You can see it. We cannot see it going around, but it has an autonomy of 250 to 280 kilometers, which is what you normally do in a city of Cordoba, like Cordoba, Buenos Aires, is what a bus does per day. And you can charge it with an appropriate charger in around 4 hours, give or take, which is and something that we have presented this bus to the public with the aid of the Secretary of Transportation of Cordoba, who came to Buenos Aires for the presentation of the bus. We presented it in October last year, and from that moment on, we have been working it without passengers until we get the final approval in Buenos Aires. And one of the things that we wanted to highlight was that how can you tell me that you have clean technology, a comfortable bus, because you can see that the only thing that you hear is the noise of the air conditioning. And that is economical because the cost of maintenance is low. And the energy, the cost of fuel is much cheaper than the traditional diesel engine. So that's 10% of what diesel costs. How can we not have a mass adoption here? We have set 3 steps, 3 barriers for the adoption of this technology. One of them is lack of knowledge from the public and the business people in transportation, because they don't incorporate what they don't know about. Yes, the 5 minutes run out, but we can discuss it at the end because it's a very interesting topic, and we can do it with the rest of the panelists. Let's talk with engineer Mariano Sacco. He's the project manager of La Emilia. Mariano, then you can tell me a little bit about where's the company standing today.
Well, thank you so much for the invitation. Nowadays, the company Grupo La Emilia has 30 years of experience, and we are devoted to mobility. That is the core of the business. This is what we look for the future. You can see here the mobility. We sell the brand Motomel, the second most sold brand of motorcycles in Argentina. And in this panel of sustainable mobility, well, we can say that we started after the pandemic to use the Stratos Euro scooter to change it from internal combustion to an electric scooter, a sustainable scooter. You can see the mobility fair that we have outside. And as a second line within La Emilia Group, we have Technial brand. It is a regional brand that is operating in South America, in Colombia, in Uruguay. We started with circular bicycles, and we opened a second factory in Ruta 6. The first one is in La Emilia, near San Nicolás de los Arroyos in Buenos Aires, and we started developing, and we will be launching next month, 2 electric scooters that I will show you, and they were born as electric vehicles from their inception. And this is a reality that we have in Argentina, and we will be starting to sell this from next month onwards. And we found some issues regarding legislation, for example, that we will see at the end. So why did we start with a scooter? The advantage is that it is 100% automatic. It doesn't have any gears on the hands, on the feet. There are some people who are starting to use vehicles, and it is easier for them to use. It is less expensive as regards of the mileage. It has everything that we need right now. For example, a USB charger. It saves time. You can have one companion, and the maintenance costs are less because you don't use oil, you don't use change of filters, and there is no waste. The brakes are on the handles, and it has lesser costs depending on the province. Although there is a certification, insurance, you don't pay for the entire amount of the license plate as compared to the gas oil ones. Yes, because the license plates are different, right? Yes, you pay for the registration. With that, you go ask for insurance. You must have license, driver's license, and but you won't pay monthly for that. And the advantages don't end there. Moving with scooters and electricity, we have 60% of reduction of greenhouse gases. The electric engine of the energy coming from the network of the grid, 60% is converted into movement, and this is very different from the internal combustion engine. These engines are more reliable, and as regards how to charge that, there is a household device that you can take under the seat, for example, and you can plug it in your office, in your house, and you can extract the battery. So I wanted to show you, this is the model Revolt. Is thought for early adopters of this technology, for the first user. It is highly equipped with technology. It has LED lighting, disc brakes, TFT panels. We had a co-branding with Bosch, who provide the engines, and these engines are being manufactured in La Emilia. And then we'll have this product with the integration, and then we'll go to this other product that is the re-race. And we can go see it, right? Yes, to the mobility tent. Thank you so much. Now we'll give the floor to Joaquín de Marco. He is CEO and founder of Wallaby. Wallaby, that is also a renowned brand that we have in our memory, but has had some changes, right? Yes, thank you, Sole. I will tell you a little bit about the change. First of all, I'm introducing myself. I think that I am the newest as regards the years of the company. Walla is 4 years old. I have been working in mobility for the past years, and I've been listening to the other panels. So as a comment, I would like to share this image that represents a paradigm shift on mobility. I think that when the car was manufactured in the 90s, in the 1900s, it changed the infrastructure of the city, the traditional businesses. There are now new operators of transportation. For example, you use a scooter or a taxi, cab, or Uber, and consumers are also changing in their behaviors. You will see that maybe they don't have the goal of having their own vehicle. They just want to be able to transport. But this system has to work, because if it doesn't work properly, this is what happens. Latin America leads the ranking with the worst traffic in the world. All of the worst of the cities with worst traffic, Argentina occupies the fourth position out of 10. What we want to do is to reduce congestion. We can reduce the impact of congestion on the environment, on economy, to solve the situation. Each of us will lose 3 years of life on a vehicle to transport to do some other activities. This is on average, to go to study, to go to work, whatever we do. And that's why we have Wallaby. Wallaby envisions connecting people with places, and we are the greatest integrator of people and public transportation and private transportation. We include information of vehicle operators such as Cabify, buses, trains, and we provided solutions for companies, for people, and for cities. Which type of solutions? We divided two areas of work. First of all, we have the tools for the trip. There is a user app that can be found as Wallaby, or can also be found with the brand of a company or a government, or there are some companies that use our technology, and what our app does is to help you move throughout the city, to reduce the times of travel, to combine the different means of transportation, to reduce risks. And as it integrates different services and we understand the patterns of mobility, the destination, and also the origin of the users, the type of transportation that they use, we collect all of those types of data in real time, and that information is offered to our clients to foster the mobility industry and to improve transportation. We are the main providers for data for Google Maps. And as a platform, you can find it with our brand or with a third-party brand. You will see ways of sustainable mobility. There will be a lot of collaborative reports. Users can mention whether there was an accident on the road, for example, or they can make some comments, and we can truly understand consumers. We are mainly going to the GoTech industry, but of course we have car industry companies, governments, because this is what we will need in the future. Before, we wanted to do everything in one moment, but we understood the evolution of the industry, and I think that there is something that we must understand for public transportation. We need to improve this market and this process, and we include data there. We also include sustainability, but at a second stage within the city, and we also integrate markets such as VTC, vehicles to driver. We don't have alliances with Cabify, for example. And then we had the part of electrification. Before we entered this panel, we talked about how we can help for this electrification culture to move forward. Well, part of that cultural struggle that we have, we as Wallaby suppliers also have that, to provide that clear infrastructure. And, well, we operate in 6 countries, 35 cities, 600 integrated operators, and we have reduced 2 kilograms of CO2 emissions. Thank you, Joaquin. Now let's go to Mauricio Badaloni. He's CEO of Andesmar. The floor is yours. Well, thank you so much for inviting me to be here. The truth is that when you start innovating with this, you find yourself alone, and in spaces such as this one, you can see all of those projects. And in a family company such as Andesmar, we are the 3rd generation. We want to see the future of that innovation, what we can do to contribute and change or not change maybe the purpose of our companies. This is a known group. We are in charge of transportation of people and of packaging, and we also work for the Division of Tourism and Transportation of Industrial Staff. And this company was born as part of the 4th generation. While we were working with my 12-year-old daughter, we bought an electric car, and from that moment on, we started understanding other stuff, and I think that that's the best contribution we can have. We work on a sustainable mobility area, one that is related to natural compressed gas, and the other one that has to do with electric cars, for clients to choose us and for our internal users as well. And that's where we reinforce this concept. As you can see, we are devoted to have internal linkage within our organization, and we also share this with some of the states where we operate, such as in Mendoza. You will see that the buses that are on the top, on your right, on your left, I'm sorry, are for medium distances to go from 500 and 600 or 700 kilometers. The red buses that are below of natural compressed gas 2 are for urban vehicles. The first fleet of 20 urban buses of Argentina is in Mendoza with a fast charging station or supply or gas station. And then we have the other line of cars with electromobility for the transportation of packages. And we are about to launch electric vehicles, Nissan branded, that from the airport and downtown, together with 4- and 5-star hotels, can be charged there. From the start, and the agreement that we did with the government of our province were related to electric buses with BYD company, and we incorporated our units together with charge stations. And then, well, with the current governor and following the trend and the company, we included 20 buses on natural compressed gas, and we also have rapid charging stations for them. The eco-transfer product was born because you see the different impacts of sustainability. You start learning. All of the marketing area had to create these adaptations, and we also started working with our societies that were near us, and we could invite them to participate. And this was born with the 4th generation. Think that we can grow, not only having more employees, but this is a company that was born with the idea of inviting our local women to start their businesses with us, and we started having or seeing a social and economic impact, an environmental impact, and we started discovering some other issues, for example, infrastructure. And about tourism, well, tourism is very significant in Mendoza, so, well, it had a lot of, this is very significant for us as well. The news has, the different newspapers have supported us so they could know our vehicles. And there are some other companies that support us, for example, insurance companies, the airport. We started seeing some other strategic partners because when we were in isolation, we understood that we needed the company of other companies. We have to go with future partnerships. We are truly proud that you have invited us here, and we want to work together with our societies. This is the urgent agenda of work. Well, we have a lot of them. We have a lot of issues, and these are the 4 milestones that have to do with legal administration. You have to go to Uruguay, you have to go to Chile to see the different regulations on financial matters for banking institutions. It was very difficult to show them about how to reimburse that money. In infrastructures, we found that they don't have installed capacities in our factories. So what's interesting about all of this is also education, our children. So I think that if we don't, if we're not aware that we have to do a lot of work, it will be very difficult once we want to implement this. And I think that it's also key to have events such as this one, and the SMART is contributing to. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your talk, and also I think that this is not just about this transfer company Do you find it to find that it is sustainable not just from the clean energy standpoint, but also it helps us reduce the gap by adding women drivers. So about this last topic that you were suggesting at the end and what Mr. Armendari said at the beginning. So what are the barriers for that you identify to adopt these technologies? Well, in first place, we identify technological barriers. One of them is a technology that people don't know about, and what you don't know is difficult to incorporate, to add. Another technological barrier is the shift in working structures. A transportation company cannot operate the same way with electrical and with diesel buses. So we need to incorporate that, and we need to assimilate and understand how an electrical bus company should work. So you mean logistics, right? Yes, exactly. The operational area. A diesel bus reaches the terminal, you get the gas oil, and then you have it ready for the morning. But in electrical, you need to have a place to charge for 3-4 hours. 3 to 4 hours, that's the time. Yes, with the proper chargers. The second group are financial barriers. This, as Mauricio mentioned, this it's a technology that requires funding, which is not always enough for the possibilities of the technology. And in the third place, the regulatory part. And we agree with what the people from Andesmar say. The regulatory area from the governments need to help us to incorporate these technologies. Mariano, do you identify which are the main fears or let's just say, uncomfortabilities for people to adopt this kind of technology? Yes, we have users who are a bit of testers of our product. The main issue we have is lack of knowledge. They either love it and adopt it and use it on a day-to-day basis, and it's palpable the advantage that we have of not making noise. We were in gated communities, and the motorbikes were doing their rounds, and people were resting, and they were annoyed if there was noise. But when we had electrical vehicles, one of the neighbors started complaining that they were not doing the rounds, but they were doing them, but they were completely silent. So once you have it, the people love it, they incorporated it, they don't want to go back. So we are very happy with this experience. And last three questions, because we don't have that much time. There was a number that we talked about in the beginning. We have 100,000 traditional buses with traditional fuels going around the cities. And how many electrical or clean energy buses we have in Latin America? Well, standard buses like in the city, you have 100,000 traditional, and we have 2,000 electrical, all of them manufactured in China. So that's why we are sure that we have our own chassis manufactured in Argentina and that we can expand to Latin America. How many more years until the entire Latin American fleet moves towards clean technologies? Well, in the first place, we need to think about what is the energy that we have. The final energy could be hydrogen, could be electric, and we need to study where the energy comes from. It's more complex than you think engineers have to learn these things too, because Argentina is standing on the third largest gas reserve of the world. So after the governments started investing on the gas pipeline, we understand that CNG is going to be a part of the solution of the problem. Then that's going to allow us to reduce the cost of sustainable mobility. So going on that path Sometimes it's good to have something electrical, but if you're burning fuel oil to create the electricity, then when you trace it, it's not renewable. So I like it. I see a close future with CNG in buses, in trucks, in heavy vehicles. Argentina can reduce its deficit with liquid fuels, and I can see everything with smaller vehicles for transportation like taxis or remis and the close range transportation. I can see it with CNG in the following years and electrical. And from 2019 to today, you have saved like over 1 million trees, right? With this projection, how do you think that the road is going to continue? How much can you save if we go deeper with this technology? Well, I'm going to continue with what Mariano said. You copy sometimes what you see in other places in the world, and we don't see what we have here and what is the best way to accelerate the transition with what is available. I don't know if I have numbers. I can tell you about what I like, what I would like. If we have four people talking about very different things, but very related, means that individually we cannot achieve everything. So beyond the number, the challenge is to have the people who are working in the private sector, in the public sector regarding mobility, with the framework that is missing for the legislation. I think that if we work together, we're going to be able to go past this road, and 10 years from now, you can say that we could advance towards sustainable mobility and that we were able to achieve a little bit of the SDGs. Thank you very much to all four. I would stay here talking with you for over an hour. I thank you for having brought this panorama and make us understand that we have a lot to do yet, and we need to do a lot to improve our quality of life. Thank you. Okay, thank you. We want to thank Sole Huespe, the head of the redaction of Infonegocios and the rest.
And the entire panel, thank you so much. Now we'll have a short break. For those of you who are on streaming, can continue with your activities. Just barely a few minutes.
This will be after the break, so we will come with a new panel.
In a minute, we'll come back. Thank you. We welcome all of the guests now. We can start with this space that is the signature of incentives agreements for sustainable development. For this space, we will have the moderator that is also journalist of Infonegocios, Irigo Iain. He is welcome to come to the stage. Inigo, welcome. Thank you so much. Good afternoon on this second part of this second edition of the third World Summit on Circular Economy. Now we'll start with the tax benefits in the metropolitan area of Córdoba for sustainable development. We'll invite different authorities that will sign the agreement. I will tell you in a minute what it means. Miriam Pronotto, the president of the Metropolitan Authority, Hugo Suárez, president of the community of La Calera, María Teresa Riocasot of Vélez, mayor of Villa Allende, Fabián Resquia, president of the Juárez Selman committee, Oscar Laurel from Colonia Tirolesa, Cayetano Campo, the mayor of Saldan. As you see it, well, this agreement is as follows. The Metropolitan Agency has as an objective to foster solutions on sustainable mobility, and within that framework, they propose the representatives of the different cities and communities the standardization of regulations to mitigate climate risks and to adapt to climate change. So what they will be doing is they are going to be signing an agreement to send to their deliberating committees and their commissions the standards for the exemption of the payment of 50% of the contribution to those hybrid and electric vehicles. This is an exemption that is available in the city of Córdoba for hybrid and electric cars, the exemption of the 50% of the contribution, and now the authorities are committed to promote this in their different cities within the framework of the independence of the municipal autonomy, and thus facilitating the purchase of these vehicles that, as you know, are more environmentally friendly, but they also have the peculiarity that they are a little bit more expensive than the conventional ones. So it is an exemption of 50% of this tax for 2 years. That is great to promote this type of sale of vehicles. So they have signed it very rapidly, I see. The authorities then are committed to take to their cities this exemption. It is available for the city of Córdoba. If you want to renew your vehicle, take into account that you may take this benefit, and this will be valid soon for this intermunicipal agency. As scripta mane, said the Latins, what is written stays. So this is the signature of the agreement that is also available in Córdoba and now promoted in the cities of the municipal agency within Córdoba. Miriam, I will invite you to speak and tell us a little bit more about the importance of this agreement. Hello, everyone, particularly mayors and community presidents of the metropolitan area that are here with us, mayors of other cities and towns. Marcelo Conrelo, thank you so much for being here with us. And particularly, right, because Campus Norte, where you're working with, I'm sorry, I'm stuck with the words. With a lot of dynamism, we are working, and this has to do with sustainable mobility, as we were seeing in the previous project. The e-Bondi bus that we are carrying out, a prototype that will be submitted shortly to be able to join the citizens of Favorezcan to go to Campus Norte, working on this strategic planning to mitigate the emission of the CO2. And together with the Metropolitan Agency, we want to incentivize this action, and I want to tell you a little bit of news, because we have agreed that it won't be a 50% the tax exemption, but it will be of 100% for 2 years for electric and hybrid cars. So I would like to thank my colleagues for making that decision. This agreement is coupled with an ordinance that is in the municipality of Cordoba, and soon we will be submitting this in the municipality, and it is about that, of being able to mitigate the effect of the greenhouse gases with these types of vehicles. But we will also like to tell you that with the program of territorial development, we are planning together with the mayors and in the entire metropolitan area, not only everything that has to do with transportation and have access to it, but also to work against climate change. So we are a long way to go, but we will do that with the participation from the community, with engagement, because we think that transformations go from the bottom to the top, and our neighbors and communities are the ones that can bring the solutions to the problems that we have. So I would like to thank you so much for being here with us. Probably this is one of the last actions that this metropolitan body or agency will carry out, but the commitment of each of them, my commitment as well, will continue to be here, present in this metropolitan area, to keep on working for each of the neighbors of our great Cordoba. Thank you so much, and have a great day. Perfect. Thank you so much, Miriam Bronato, President of the Metropolitan Agency of Cordoba. Those of you who want to communicate, you can take the message right. 100% of exemption of the tax on hybrid and electric cars that are processed after the signing of this agreement. And this is also for the city of Cordoba. So this is a great economic incentive for decision making. Thank you so much for being here. And Miriam, if you could please stay here, because you will continue to be with us. We have a new agreement now. This is public management, talking, communicating, signing agreements. We'll have the photo session in a second. And now we'll continue with a new agreement. Mayors, community offices of the Metropolitan Agency of Cordoba, they have just signed the agreement to foster in their corresponding cities and communities the exemption for 2 years of 100% of the municipal fee to be able to fight against climate change for those vehicles that are processed in the city of Cordoba. That will also amend the ordinance, and also the cities that have signed this agreement: Malagueño, La Calera, the community of Los Cedros, Villarrende community, Favorezcan, of course, Colonia Tirolesa, Mi Granja, Malvinas Argentinas, and Saldan. Please don't go, Miriam. Protocol says that you have to stay here. Now, what are we doing now? We continue with sustainable mobility in San Francisco. There is in San Francisco a sustainability roundtable, and we'll continue with the city, so we'll ask the signatories of this agreement to come. The mayor, Damian Bernarte, also from the Industrial, Technological, and Logistic Park of San Francisco, in this case represented by Leonardo Beccaria, as the acting manager. Please come to the stage. In representation of local business people and private sector, we have Dr. Nicolas Capello, and in representation of the Sustainable Mobility Roundtable that is already working in Córdoba and that now extends to the city of San Francisco, well, we have Sebastián Parra, a great articulator from the private sector of these stages. This agreement Perfect, thank you. This agreement wants to establish the basis and conditions for the creation of a work task to promote joint actions for sustainable development and promoting sustainable mobility, as well as the greatest communication of the benefits and advantages of using sustainable vehicles. This is a roundtable where different actors work towards that. In this roundtable, this is added to the provincial one in order to articulate a common agenda to foster projects, initiatives, to try and implement a comprehensive and strategic plan for sustainable mobility. If you would like to start signing the agreement, we have the authorities here, the municipal mayor of San Francisco, Damián Bernarte, Leonardo Beccaria in representation of the Industrial Logistic Park of that city of the east of the province, Nicolas Capello, and Sebastián Parra. There, with their signature, we promote or we create the Sustainable Roundtable in the city of San Francisco as well, to try and articulate spaces to improve infrastructures, standards, and incentives, as we mentioned before in the previous agreement, for the market, for people, for consumers to migrate to more sustainable and less contaminant means of transportation. And now to conclude, we'll ask the mayor of San Francisco, Damián Javier Bernarte, for a few words. Well, hello everyone. The truth is that it is an honor for me being here in this World Summit on Circular Economy on the third edition of the summit. The truth is that in the last days I was able to visit some other places throughout the world, and the management, Martin's management regarding protection and taking care of the environment, circular economy, has went beyond the borders of the country, and it will tell us where to go, where we all want to go. So I would like to highlight the importance of the signing of this agreement that we did with different actors of the city of San Francisco and with the Roundtable on Sustainable Mobility. This may seem like an abstract thing, but we must provide it with a framework and saying that the Sustainable Roundtable in the city of Córdoba is the first mobility roundtable where there is intervention of the different stakeholders creating the promotion of sustainable development, in this case in Córdoba. And the one that we are signing right now is the second mobility roundtable in the country. So we are in a way the crib Martin's grip as a political manager or leader, we are always focused on our strategic vision. And he, as a political leader, has taught us that we must pay attention to the developments which are good for our city of San Francisco. And then, how was this roundtable constructed? This has to do with our management vision, a management vision that involves the, a lot of stakeholders, and the state works as an articulator, trying to join the different perspectives, trying to create better life conditions for our neighbors. And the truth is that this is one more example, because it is not only the Sustainable Mobility Roundtable that has created a lot of incentives, but in this agreement, municipal agencies participate, our industrial park also participates. We are so proud of having it in our province. It's the biggest SME park with a surface of 250 hectares. We had to extend it with 60 more hectares because we didn't have more space to include new companies. And we are in the process of having international companies who have decided to invest in our city. So Leonardo Beccarin, the representation of the industrial park, is joining us, an industrial park that constantly works on measures to preserve the environment and to reduce the carbon footprint. And from the headquarters, they are installing solar panels to feed the building where a lot of the companies work with clean energies. And Nicolas Capello, participant of the Buletic firm, that is also part of our industrial park, and in representation of business people of San Francisco, we have him here. And the Park of San Francisco is the first one to have a pumping station for electric cars that was developed by our companies. We are so proud that Buleti is representing the business people of San Francisco. And we also have Sebastian that, as the host mentioned, he has been the greatest articulator and medium in representation not only of the Metropolitan Agency, but also as the authority elected of the government of the province of Córdoba that will start their management from December the 10th onwards. We wish you the best of luck, and we will always invite you to our city. We are so happy about this, and we are convinced that we are creating the conditions that take into account not only the 2030 agenda, that take into account not only the SDGs, but also they represent, in a way, an improvement in the quality of life of our people. And I would also like to say that in this precise moment, in the Council of San Francisco, they are completing some formalities on the ordinance for the budget, and the agreements on budgets and tariffs and taxes. And they are about to reduce for the fiscal year a 50% of reduction on the taxes of what the automotive company contributes in San Francisco. And based on what Miriam mentioned, on the legislature, based on the legislature, provincial legislature, we will continue to see whether we have to improve that tax benefit for more hybrid and electric cars to go in our cities. We will be joining them in that decision. But we are so proud of being able to say that in our city, in this precise moment, we are about to approve an exemption that fosters, promotes the purchase of electric and hybrid cars. We would like to thank you for your attention, for your respect. And the truth is that, Sebastián, this is another great step towards developing sustainable development. Parra Company contributes in that way. I have the experience of having one of those bikes and a motorcycle, and we will continue to create sustainable mobility in San Francisco. Thank you so much. Have a great day. Perfect. Thank you so much, Damián Bernarte, Mayor of the City of San Francisco, where we have also constituted the roundtable on sustainable mobility in that city. We'll invite the peers for the photo. And this roundtable is about that, about articulating the public and private sector, how to work on infrastructure, the horizontal and vertical layout of streets will be key. We will see some changes in the spaces for bicycles, for motorcycles, unicycles, and this is why we want roundtables such as this one in San Francisco, for example, and a lot of incentives. So we have the good news that Córdoba and Great Córdoba, the cities that are part of this group, will have these exemptions of 100% of the tax, municipal tax for 2 years. So thank you for being here with us. You have the program to continue within this third edition on the World Summit. We will have Mili and Juani in a couple of minutes to continue with this event. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Inigo, because we were witnesses of this signature.
We're going to go to a brief break and we will come back with more talks to share with you more panels in the second day of the World Summit of Circular Economy.
If you are on streaming, this is only a short couple of minutes pause. Thank you. website and those of you who are on streaming on the third edition of the World Summit on Circular Economy. The rector of the University of Córdoba, Hugo Schuris, says he's an honor of being in the global map of circular economy for the 2030 agenda with the SDGs of the UN.
We continue with this second day, and right now we're going to invite you to the following panel, which is called Sustainability Policies at Bancor.
In 2019, Bancor signed the Protocol of Sustainable Finances. This panel will be moderated by Juan Pablo Carranza, journalist, specialist in public policies, and he works on environmental issues, entrepreneurship, circular economy. He works in La Voz del Interior and now as communication manager at Blas Pascal University. Welcome, Juan.
Well, thank you. Hello, how are you? Good morning, good afternoon already. We have had 2 intense days. As we said before, my colleague said, we're going to talk about the sustainability policies at Bancor, and we're going to receive Ramiro Sosa Navarro, the director of the Bank of the Province of Córdoba, Bancor, and Ana Inés Sosa, who is the head of social responsibility, corporate social responsibility of Bancor. Thank you very much for being here with us. We have been talking a little bit before coming on here, but the important thing is that after 2 days closing, is to review the concepts and starting with the beginning, because Bancor has a sustainable policy. Bancor says that they are a sustainable bank. And Ramiro, I wanted to ask you, what do you mean by a sustainable bank? We have, as Bancor says, as we have here the green Bancor, it's the simplest way of explaining a concept that is simpler. It's wider than that. Bancor, we want to say that we are a sustainable bank. And what does this mean? That all of the decisions and the operations that are performed, all the management, all the procedures are led considering the threefold impact. All of the actions that we do need to involve our commitment to society, commitment to social welfare of people. It needs to be sustainable in environmental terms and prosperous as for economy. All decisions need to be around that look, not just the traditional look as a bank that it sounds a bit macabre. If you think about a bank, it's always just financial, and that's their responsibility. But this is the outlook that we think that is key, and we have a work methodology that is related to sustainability. To have this comprehensive look, to be able to measure all of these results, to be able to somehow mitigate or offset or reduce the emissions that we do, the damage. So as a sustainable bank, we want to reach the carbon neutrality. And to go deeper, what is the indicator that you take to measure these goals that you have proposed? That is a great question. The latest indicator that we have added is the carbon footprint, which is an important topic that Anna has been working on. She's going to talk about this later. But what's important is that the bank already has a culture from its collaborators, from its authorities, and this culture is related to this commitment, these 3 goals that I mentioned. So, and what the bank has been doing is to be able to professionalize their people, to incorporate new methodologies, new indicators, to tackle these goals with a more efficient way in a more measured and a more professionalized way. This work, I assume, to reach these definitions. You may have been working for a long time, for several years, to reach a sustainability report containing all of these indicators, these clear goals, and that it can permeate on organizational culture. And you need to have work that lasts for years. Yes, here's where I'm giving the floor to Anna, because she is in charge of working with the sustainability report since 2014 and several other programs from the bank that she will be more qualified to discuss, to share. Yes, Juan, we have been working for 10 years, over 10, almost 10 years, in corporate social responsibility. We started working in 2014, as Ramiro said, and last year, within our strategic umbrella, that we have 10 strategic objectives. The main objectives, there we have the commitment to the environment that joins this umbrella, and from then on, we started working on practices, more robust and deeper practices, and the main indicator of this goal is the environmental impact. From that appears the impact of the carbon footprint. And what's the experience on your side to measure carbon footprint? What did you apply? What concepts did you use? Because we want to understand the experience so that you can share it with us. Well, the bank had a measurement of its environmental impact, a little bit to, in a way, answer to the reporting standards from the GRI methodology, which is the one that we have implemented for our sustainability reports. But starting from this definition that I told you, it started being the main indicator, and we started acting on the 3 scopes that are there for every carbon measurement. First, we have the direct measurement, and then we moved on to everything related to the fuel consumption, that in our case considers the entire fleet of corporate vehicles and the ATMs, and the fuel used for the air conditioning of the workspaces. And using this definition of a strategic objective, we decided to go deeper with the measurement, and we added variables that we had not incorporated before, like the use of refrigerant gases, which has great impact. And we have started working with maintenance actions with the HVAC systems of the bank, with these refrigerant compounds, which are very harmful. The maintenance plan has become more and more solid. And then, as for scope 2, this is related to electrical consumption. Indirect footprint due to the use of electrical energy. And the bank projects a little bit through an agreement that we signed yesterday between the bank, EPEC, the ERCEP, and the Ministry of Public Services to establish a PV farm, a PV park. So, yeah, something that I find that very important to highlight. The scope 2 gases are involved with energy consumption, related to energy consumption, and this is the scope that has a greater impact in the carbon footprint. That's why it's so important to have signed an agreement with the PEC in which the bank is going to emit a green bond for $6 million to finance the building of a PV park in Arroyo Cabral, a solar farm with in an EPEC facility, and with the energy generated in that PV farm, we're going to have over 80% of the energy that the bank consumes every year. That's 5 megawatts of installed power, and with the savings from that, because that would be self-generation, that would be an opportunity to tackle the cash flow of this bond that is issued for this case. And this is important because it's part of the coordination that we have at the government level, the Ministry of Public Services, and ERCEP, and the bank, of course, and the PIC. And the bank we are probably the first bank in the country who has an initiative like this. And this PV farm is intended to for other companies to extend this PV farm and to work the way that we did. You mentioned something fundamental, which are the alliances and the ministry. You work with the ministry, with other entities. And I think that it's important to think what other interesting experiences, alliances were you able to define in this road towards sustainability and for the carbon footprint. Well, of course, this whole thing needs to have a relationship and linking with other organizations. And part of this is related with the experiences in offset, where we have collaborated with other organizations, we have leveraged them, and we are working on a couple of things that we have received. And this has led to the carbon footprint offset, where we have worked with the Ministry of Public Services, with the certificates of carbon. We have also entered the voluntary carbon market to compensate the footprint, not just for 2022, but also 2021. And we have a pretty important institutional event, and those events are carbon neutral. We have entered a relationship with a consulting company called Carbon Neutral. They have helped us reduce our footprint, and they have helped us with this offset. This is something that I want to highlight from what Anna said, was about collaboration. Everything that when you collaborate, that's the only way that you solve things. When the bank got those certificates for emissions in this market that the Ministry of Public Developments and Public Works, it's not only compensating and offsetting its own emissions, but also it helps develop a new market locally, because the bank is somehow supplying a demand. So we want to bring more companies in Córdoba to do some carbon offsetting, because somebody's creating a demand somewhere else. So, and reducing their own footprints as well. And we did this twice, in 2022 and 2021. In each case, to compensate part of our carbon footprint. 2021 was scope 1, direct emission, and in year 2, it was for scope 2 emissions. The scopes, right? And let's go back to the scope 3 slide. I wanted to ask you something. I found very interesting the experience on the inside of Angkor. Can you tell us a little bit about that? Well, scope 3 is the indirect footprint based on the activity that the bank performs. We worked internally to mitigate part of the generation in our own activity. For example, recycling some elements, like the plastics for the credit cards and debit cards. They are then turned into materials for the manufacturing of the railway We also had the possibility of recycling and reusing components in our disused ATMs. And we're also creating sustainable cultures. We are creating a sustainable culture beyond the bank, but rather we are promoting our collaborator equipment team, to adopt practices to be able to develop them from the personal point of view. In some way, we incentivize ideas related to the collection of plastic caps, the eco bricks that we are working on this with the Club Los Andes. They are using those bricks for fixing their facilities and another activities that are related with recycling. We also have an agreement with the COIS. We started working on the waste management, and we have 6 buildings where we have been working non-stop, and we had a training with the employees and also the cleaning team of the bank. We have over 700 kilos of recycled waste, and that helps people to go back home and is also able to replicate this action. We are interested in knowing about the organizational culture. The last link, maybe you may have several numbers that you look at, and you need to have collaborators buying in, and that's central for that, right? Yes, our human capital is part of the bank activity and part of our environmental impact and part of our actions and everything we do with this team. Beyond that, the bank has a greater challenge, which is to integrate its value chain by adding this this reduction of the environmental impact. We are working currently with the development of a system to analyze the environmental and social risk, known as SARAS, with the acronym SARAS, which is focused on our business customers, business clients. I have a video to show you so that we can tell you a little bit about that. Yes, I was going to put a stop there, but please, let's see if we can see the video. Bancor towards sustainable development. More companies have their business models with threefold impact models, not only wanting to be profitable, but also creating social and environmental impact. The bank is not exempted from this organizational and cultural change. Through sustainable actions, Bancor creates value from the sector while providing products and services that mitigate climate change, take care of the environment, and accompany vulnerable sectors based on 2 main pillars: the diagnosis and the creation of goals. In 2019, we created in Argentina the Sustainable Finance Protocol. We implemented several initiatives that were implemented in Latin America and the Caribbean. Now, Bancor is one of 30 institutions that have adhered to this protocol. Being part of this protocol invites us to work on several lines of work, encouraging the best practices while integrating economic, social, and environmental factors by introducing a SARAS in our processes. SARAS is a set of processes and tools to identify and manage the environmental and social risks of the projects that we finance. What does a SARAS do? To minimize, prevent, or reduce the impacts, the negative impacts, and empower the positive impacts. SARAS helps us assume the risks that we are assuming and the social and economic impacts that they might have as well as creating tools to help our clients develop their situations and decarbonizing economy. How do we do it? By adapting our policies and our work to manage risk better. We use the SARA's guide created from the protocol. And what is the benefit? The benefit is to bring advantages and opportunities to the organization by helping it reinforce a culture of responsibility in the financial system. Many of our SARA's actions are in progress with a technical team working on that. Be a part of this. I hadn't seen the video, but we have several questions here. How do you implement with these examples? And about the circular economy, if somebody wants to work or generate something with the with the bank. This is a permanent message, and this is something that we have been working on that allows you to generate something based on the economic situation of each of the clients. Maybe for a construction company, for a service company. You need to know how much each activity can be mitigated, each impact can be mitigated, and we start thinking of financing policies in order to foster development and for it to go in the same path of analyzing the threefold impact of these actions. So this is some work that we are doing, which will allow us to have differential financing lines, funding lines, sorry. And the idea is to foster development and not setting obstacles. So that will help with the development of our institution. Is there any project that is in store that we can know about that? Yes, we are working on the SARAs. We are in the final stages of the diagnosis phase, which implied the classification of our client portfolio. We're talking 7,000 to 8,000 business clients, and that will allow us to identify the risk class for each and every one of them. Based on that, to advise them to create practices to have a better sustainable performance and to be able to direct some of the most specific lines towards those sectors. Yes, and as I told you, that's a learning process, not just from the bank, but also other companies. So in the same way that we got this, we started developing this bond market, then we started with other pilot tests, and we're going to start building the capacities for this new challenge that we are taking on. And the SARA, since we are so committed with the project, because we think that this is the first stage on our wish to decarbonize our client portfolio. So we have a strong motivation here to start working with this project. And yes, definitely this is a high point to close a panel on decarbonization and maybe with the differential credit lines. That's great, and we have run out of time, but we want to know more, so we'll surely have more news. Thank you both. If you want to say something something else in the final minutes, yes, of course. Since you're talking about decarbonization with the reach of the bank, the number one example is related to us, to the Green Bancor initiative, and the fact that this is a bank that is always looking at the financial margins, but no, we're also trying to achieve a threefold impact. So we have a work methodology which is to measure, better and better to reduce the actions, the negative impact, and the ones that we cannot reduce it, or we try to be able to offset it in the market. So that allows us to be carbon neutral and the same thing for our client portfolio. So part of the experience, other than starting the ball rolling in a local market, there has also been a 48-hour business meeting, business congress, and we have compensated it, we have offset it by buying carbon bonds with an international certification. We're participating in starting a local market, but we're also compensating, offsetting other activities in the international field with stricter standards. And finally, I want just to say that we reforested 2,500 trees with 70 employees and their families, because this sustainable culture, it goes beyond the activity of the bank. Thank you, thanks a lot. We invite you to continue with everything that we have left today in the second day of this World Circular Economy Summit. Thank you to our guests and Juan Pablo.
Thank you for your time. Now we've reached half of today's session. We are on circular experiences, and we remind you that you can share photographs and content through social media using hashtags Circulando Experiencias.
We would like to introduce the following panel called Urban Recycling. It's moderated by Majo Quinteros, who is a host at Más Radio. She's the female voice of the city of Córdoba and other brands and institutions.
Welcome. Thank you so much, Mili and Juani. Thank you so much for being here and following this third edition of the World Summit on Circular Economy. We have more participants than ever, so stay tuned for this panel. I'm so lucky of being able to moderate this panel with some protagonists that are key for the city of Córdoba and who have transformed it into an example on circular economy, an example as a new paradigm, on an example as a change of habits of their citizens. Now we'll talk about urban recycling, and for that we'll invite Cristian Roldán with a big round of applause. He is currently working as industrial safety engineer of the National Technological University. We also have Julio Bañuelos, president of the Intercommunity Corporation for Sustainable Management of the Waste of the Metropolitan Area of Córdoba, Cormecor. Next, we'll have Gabriel Alejandro Giovannini, Manager of Quality, Safety, Environment and Communication of LAM, Logística Ambiental Mediterránea. We will also invite Federico Cabrera, Director of the Area of Communication and Press of the company Logística Urbana Sociedad Anónima LUSA. Welcome. And now the last panelist on urban recycling. Let's give a round of applause for Mario Daniel Gijena, Chief of Quality, Prevention and Environment of Urba Córdoba, Sociedad Anónima, Urbacor. Sit now to be able to enjoy the words of those of you who have created such a paradigm shift. Christian, we'll start with your testimony. How has the management of waste been during the last 4 years and the performance in the city of Córdoba regarding urban recycling? Thank you so much, Majo. Thank you for being here with us. It is an honor being here and tell you how we manage waste in the city of Córdoba and how we take them and insert them into circular economy. We are so proud of the performance that we have had throughout this time. What I'm going to tell you is that basically we have a focus on the management of waste, a system in which we try to sort waste, to locate them properly depending on their components. There is an ordinance where the municipality of Cordoba has signed, and we have 5 fractions of waste, and we take care of managing them. Our main objective is to reduce and to insert them as products of circular economy. Of collection are derived from the different attributes of waste. We start from management at an early stage. Before, all of the waste went to Piedras Blancas, to a sanitary landfill, and our goal was to deviate them and provide them with a better disposal. All of the wet waste is received in Piedras Blancas. A portion of the dry ones that is contaminated from the central area go there. I will tell you a little bit about the different changes thanks to the intervention of Cormecor, and these types of waste are inserted as fuels coming from waste and that have a different application. Then from construction and sites, they are taken to special sites and they are ground in Piedras Blancas and reinserted as 020. Then dry waste. We had 2 centers operating of 16 or 20 trucks daily that went to the green points, and 30% were the ones who managed it properly. The rest refused them because they got a lot of contamination, so it got a lot of planning for those trucks in the north, in the south, to be incorporated to the green spots without being rejected. And also, there are new green spots. We have 5 operating. Green waste. At the beginning, they were buried, and now we are so proud to say that, well, we have this on a stand. We have a shipping center at the east of the city and processing of green waste in Piedras Blancas with another grinding machine. Then there are some other areas that dispose of waste, of green waste too. So all of the fractions of waste that we create are properly managed and disposed of. This transformation was possible thanks to the management regarding the of establishing the removal of containers of the streets, decreasing contamination. Maybe they were not properly used before, and they were taken. A contaminated container went to a truck that contaminated the entire rest of its contents. So we identified those problems. We identified the specific trucks that we needed to do this collection of waste. Then the waste from demolitions and construction sites are those that come from roadblocks where they take out the pavement. For example, they are ground and turned into 020. It has applications, great applications with great potential in the consolidation of streets, because we have a lot of streets that are used in rural areas. In the same field, there are some streets that need for this material, and you cannot purchase it from a quarry, for example. We have also innovated with entrepreneurs with bricks for decoration. We have performed some tests, and we have given this 020 material and built these bricks that are so beautiful and have this type of material to create them. With green waste, what I can tell you is that we had, well, these grinding machines. We get the trucks with the branches from the trees and plants from the city. They are ground and turned into wood chips that then they are turned into compost, having a lot of applications, producing fertilizers that can be applied in the squares, parks, and gardens of the city of Córdoba. So we have the samples there in our stand, in our booth. You can see circularity that with waste, first of all, we wanted to treat it properly, to sort it out, and we could produce a product for circular economy. Another byproduct is the social woods that come from chipping that is not ground and is used to create fire. Then the management of open landfills. We tried to eradicate them. We had a lot of spots throughout the city where waste constantly goes there, and we are trying to control them, and we have turned into transfer points some of them, and we have also created some collection points. So converting a landfill where people constantly deposits waste there, we can turn it into an organized space for management to dispose of them in a proper way, and also including cooperatives with a threefold impact in social matters, because those workers that use this waste to create a resource, well, they need it to have a proper space to manage that, to incorporate those elements, for example, cardboard, plastic, into circular economy, and the rest of the waste is disposed of in a container that then goes to a burial or a specific place. For example, construction waste goes to the construction sites, and the rest goes to Piedras Blancas. And finally, as regards our results, we had to sort out, and then we wanted to decrease the amount of waste. That was the main goal. In the last 20 months, if you see the arrows at the right, you can see how we decreased the amount of waste that entered the burial site. This shows that all of the actions that we have been taking have been performed properly, and in order to achieve that goal, to reduce, the peaks go and decrease in the main part was the time of the pandemic in yellow, where we didn't have consumption because we were locked in our houses. And this management waste of the city of Córdoba is a proof of how society is involved with this goal. We'll have a Q&A section after listening to each of the panelists. Thank you so much, Cristian Roldán. We won't be closing here, of course. What you have said was of great importance for us, those statistics and numbers. I think that what we are going to deal with in this urban recycling panel is the articulation, right? Now we'll give the floor to Julio Bañuelos, and this is the support of key stakeholders for management. These are the actors that are in charge of the change in habits, in behavior, and also to understand that we are in a process. Julio Bañuelos, it is an honor to have you here in this panel and to listen to you. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, Jarjora in his management set the path and faced us with the challenge of having circular economy on site. That was the main goal. And that for us was a great challenge. I'm sorry, we in Cormecor manage Piedras Blancas site. It is a controlled landfill. I mean, it will be the waste side of the city. So to be there in the maximum expression of what we have to change, we are the final link of a consumption society that has to change as regards their habits. We have 2,500 tons of waste received every day at this site. So there's a massive amount of waste. So to be able to achieve this goal, we established two objectives. First of all, to sort out the process, to control the input, the weight, to certify ISO standards in our procedures, to provide quality to that process, to guarantee that in the final disposal we could meet with all of the required standards. And parallel to that, and following what Christian mentioned, trying to reduce in that place the amount of buried material. The mayor gave us an example yesterday in his presentation of the Kempes Park. Approximately what enters monthly to the site is as the size of the Kempes Park, right? So that you can have a clear image on that. Well, in that process, the first experience that we decided to go with was to see how we could get closer to the main stakeholders to create a reduction of this volume, right? So we had a surface that was very near the Rio Cuarto highway, and we started thinking of an opportunity area for circular economy. Then it was called the Park of Circular Economy. We are trying to be certified as an industrial park, and Holcim with GeoCycle was the first company that went and talked to us, and today, after certain times and after having installed 2 classification lines for waste that have a processing capacity of 100,000 tons a year of management. Then some other companies came, Family Contrini, who installed recently a processing plant with a capacity of at around 30,000 tons a year. They use different machines from those of GeoCycle, but they focused, first of all, on grinding the tires that were not being used anymore. And today we are experiencing, I say we because we do this in conjunction, we're trying to use the chips from the branches of trees to sell it to a biomass industry. This is an experiment that we are doing. And I would like to say that with a multinational company such as Holcim and with a Cordoba companies such as them, that we could create a link of a lot of trust, a lot of professionalism, and that was the way in which we could continue with all of this. Then we had a provider or a supplier that sold 020, that is the ground material that is set into the streets for us to use. And we saw a machine, and I was asking, what is this? What does this machine do? A great stone grinder. It was bought for a project that could not be done, so I asked them if they could be within the site. The city was replacing a lot of concrete, and the concrete may break membranes, it occupies space, and it was installed there. We bought 020, but 020 was being recycled there at our site. And we have also been working hand in hand thanks to the connection of we got together with Iturbide, a renowned battery brand, and they wanted to install a machine to do urban mining. And I think 1 month ago we signed some agreements. They are going to build their classification plant, and we think that in 1 year this plant will be working. So this is what we have achieved so far. I have 5 seconds to spare, but I wanted to tell you this. Coupled with provincial energy company, EPEC, we went for an international bidding that was called by Camesa of the electrical market of Argentina, and we won that project, and we will create 3.2 megas. In fact, yesterday we installed the first column to capture gas out of the 23 that will be installed, and that gas will be injected into the engines that will create these 3.2 megas, and we will sell energy, leveraging that methane that is contaminating our air. So this has been the effort that we have done in these 4 years, and I would like to close by thanking Geocycle, the Contrini family, Del Alto Quarries, Iturbide, El Solar, my Cormecor team, and the municipal team that, as you said at the beginning, what we could create was an interaction that allowed us to be here in the future that Martin Jadroda said. Congratulations. Thank you, Julio Bañuelos, President of Cormecor. It was an honor to have you here. It is great, right, how waste management is and separation is joining us, right? And now we'll have the honor of listening to Gabriel Alejandro Giovannini, Manager of Quality, Safety, Environment and Communication of LAM. Thank you, Majo. Well, first of all, I would like to thank Christian and the municipal authorities that allow us to participate in this summit and to show you what we do from this company. Our company is focused on urban solid waste in the center of the city of Córdoba. We have a lot of blocks where we collect waste, what Christian mentioned, the dried, wet waste, building waste, and waste of great volume. That is a service we provide to the city. 1,200 squares, and those squares have containers. We have 1,800 containers of 1.1 cubic meters, and they are loaded at the back. We have 345 containers of 3.8 cubic meters, and we also have 4 containers below the land on avenues and squares of downtown of 3.8 cubic meters. This service is provided with 23 units or trucks and 200 operators in the area of maintenance, drivers, and collectors. How do we include ourselves in circular economy. In our city, in our area of influence, we established 16 eco points where the community can sort the waste at home, and in these strategic points of the city, once a day we can collect waste and take it to the circular economy school or one of the eco points that the municipality has. From the company, what do we do in circular economy? Well, we belong to the Solvi group. This group has a program, Sol Circular, that is in charge of sustainable consumption of water, energy, and treatment, efficient treatment of the effluents, and solid waste. Now I will show you a video for you to see what we do. This is the image that can explain better what I say. Within this program, Sol Circular, we have focused on reducing the consumption of energy. So you could see that we have solar panels and solar heaters and two units, light units, to supervise the roads that are 100% electric. We also have the incorporation of these solar panels, and that provides the energy, 100% of the energy that we use for our operations during the day. At night, we take energy from EPEC. And the solar panels have a reminder of a 7% that is injected to the grid of EPEC. On the other hand, the solar heaters, what they do is provide us with hot water without electricity for showers and baths that are used, and also the Kangoo vehicles that are 100% electric and are used to supervise the collection system. These panels were installed in September on 2021, and they have created an energy saving that allowed us to significantly reduce our carbon footprint in 40 tons per year of CO2. This is what I wanted to show you about LAMP. I really thank you for this. Thank you so much for this. In a couple of minutes, we will take advantage of the Q&A section, the debate section, a space that also invites us to make a lot of comments. There's something great about what we are listening in each of our panelists, and that is the level of familiarity with which you speak to start making this natural, right? And this is so enriching to be able to pay attention to this and be part of this, not just listen or be a bystander, but also feel part of this. We'll listen now to the words of Federico Cabrera, Director of the Communication and Press area of LUSA, the Urban Logistics Company. Federico, it is an honor to have you here in a position that we haven't heard before in this panel, right? You are in charge of communication and press of LUSA. It is an honor to have you here. Well, thank you so much. It is an honor being part of this panel of circular experiences. And I will tell you how we have been working towards circular economy from LUSA. To give you a context, LUSA company provides the service of collecting waste in the south area of the city of Córdoba. Our area of influence borders the north with the margins of Suquía River, and in the south with the end of the city. And as my partners shared in this panel, we provide a service under different fractions: wet waste, dry waste that are so important for circular economy, for the population, both for the company and for the consumers, and also three other services that are special because all of them have a destination and a final disposal. The green remainders, the waste from buildings, for example, too. So internally and externally, we have to move from this linear economy that is a completely obsolete economy where consumption, waste is no longer that, but a raw material. So what we want is to shift to circular economy where we can create value for our waste. Well, we wouldn't call them waste anymore because waste will be turned into different resources by means of, for example, let me go back. Here we can see everything that we consume. Instead of throwing it away, we can give it a second chance through recycling, for example. And in this way, we will start to value our resources. And by means of recycling, we will turn those products, that type of waste, into new things. And that's why LUSA has three pillars, main pillars, where they have been working on. One of them is education, or the educational unit. Apart from that, we have been doing some investments in the fleet, in the equipment, and we have improved some of the processes of the collection site for citizens. About education, that I think that it's key for all of the companies. That is the initial step, I think, because everything starts at home, in households, in communities. So we started with training programs to different groups of society. We are under a program together with the city of Córdoba, with Bio Córdoba, in green schools. And in this project, we have a specific message. We go to the communities, we go to community engagement events for children and adults to be aware of the services of LUSA, to try and reduce their waste, to have a responsible consumption, to start recycling, reusing, to be able to turn their waste into resources, and in that way going from linear economy to circular economy. Another pillar of the company is represented by investments made by the company, trying to constantly develop projects. We have included 12 Scania trucks with bigger capacity. We have implemented technology and ecology in the truck fleet so we could increase the loading capacity. We have created greater storage. We included robotic technology and automation, and we can reinforce the dry waste collection system. Some weeks ago, we included 2 Scania trucks that can be loaded from the 2 sides. It has a robot with an arm that can be used for different containers that have been placed in avenues that are critical and main streets. That is specifically for wet waste, but we are also assigning significance to the other types of waste. And what we want to do with our investments is to try and create a culture of more separation or sorting of waste to turn them into resources, and also to make them do the separation at home. The purposes of these containers is to adjust hygiene in 7 main streets, to decrease vandalism, to increase the storage capacity, to improve the visual aspect, and to avoid foul smells. And by means of a campaign, a communication campaign that we carried out, is that we shouldn't forget about dry waste, because a truck will be able to collect that, to take that to the green points. So that's why I want to focus on the fact that the company has improved on different frequencies, and we have implemented new services for circular economy. Lusa company has added 1 more day of frequency to collect dry waste. Before, it was once a week, and now we do it 2 times a week. Each neighborhood has 1 day and 1 time schedule for that collection in those days. The truck goes, it collects the dry waste, they take it to the green points, and in that way we do the entire separation of the different products, for example, glass, plastics, and in that way we can turn our waste into resources on a new product, such as glasses, for example, or metals that are products of circular economy. And we have also included a new service that is the collection of tires. The company 6 days a week goes to different tire shops and stores dealing with this type of material, and they treat them in a specific way to obtain that resource and that product. For example, everything that has to do with the floors of the parks for children, or some pieces of decoration. So Lusa company has been working with these 3 pillars on the educational unit, with the investment unit, and with the improvement of frequencies, and also implementing new services to be able to have as a society the motive of circular economy. Thank you so much, Federico, Director of the Communication and Press Area of Lusa. Now the paradigm is so near, or joining us and inviting us to change our habits. So we'll have to think of changing the name, not to trash bin, but maybe recycled bin or recycling bin. We will talk about this in the Q&A section with all of our panelists. We were listening to Federico, and now to the last panelist, Mario Daniel Gijena, currently the Chief of Quality Prevention Environment of Urbacorp. Welcome, Mario.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation. This is the 3rd year in a row. That we've been here in this World Summit. We want to tell you a little bit about our company. We want to tell you some things. And when I wanted to describe a little bit the Urbacor, that's the brand for us. And for 5 years, we have been providing services to the north side of the city, north of the Suquía River. We have 3 years of contract left, so 5 out of 8. Our contract would finish in 2026. We are part of a group, the Urbacer group, which in Argentina is Urbacer Argentina. It has 12 contracts in different cities throughout the country. The city of Buenos Aires, Zone 7, Santa Fe, Morón, Tigre, Vicente López, San Fernando, etc. The group comes from Spain. The Urbacer group is in more than 20 countries. The business lines are different. We are called urban services, but there's also waste treatment, waste management, and final disposal. And we are right now collecting and transporting 207,000 tons a year, which is a specific side of our role because the waste is from the city. We collect, we transport, and we take them at the DH1, which is the area where we leave the waste. We have 600 employees serving an approximate population of 600,000 people. That's an approximate number because we don't have the final information for the latest census. 190,000 families approximately. We have a recently extended fleet, which is above the contract levels, which allows us to increase the availability of the service. Since this focuses of circular economy, I'm going to talk to you about where do we focus this from. We're going to use a timeline here with some milestones at a corporate level. First of all, for us, circular economy is a commandment in our policies. The first side of the slide, you can see that Urbacer bases its activity on sustainable development and with solutions directed to cover the needs of the society. So circular economy is non-negotiable for us. It's an internal need. You also need to know that we have been working with environment management, and we have certified 3 standards since 2019. We have also received guidelines from our stockholders, about the area of quality and environment, and we have included the word prevention, quality, assurance, and environment. And this is something that we want to do in our administration. We want to anticipate what's going to happen, not work after the waste is generated. We are working in a sustainability report. We are performing actions. And we manage carbon by working with a carbon footprint report since 2019. Today in 2023, everybody's talking about carbon. We have been talking about this since 2019 and measuring it. We have a certification for ISO 14064, which means that our carbon reports are internationally certified. We have also been designated in our contract at a world level as one of the contracts to be used for the decarbonization strategy for 2023. The contract in Barcelona in the east, one in India, and one in Bahrain, and us in Cordoba. We are the 4 contracts that are going to start with this. What is this decarbonization? This is a baseline about where are we, the business as is, then determining a baseline. From that point on, the group will set different actions to reach and to set a goal to achieve a reduction of the tons of CO2. We're going to describe a few actions, and I hope that I can provide you with all of the information. The time is a tyrant; it's very short. First of all, we have solar section. We have the production of 9,000 kilowatts hour, which equates to the energy consumption of 36 houses. That solar farm is going to be built at our base, at our headquarters, and that's used for our consumption. More or less 40% of our consumption is going to come from solar energy. This work is currently in execution, and if you come to our site, you will see it. The second one is the water. I want you to know that Urbacor washes their vehicles, treats the effluents, and recovers it in 100%. There is no spillage of any kind, and we use a grease agent, degreasing agent, which is biodegradable, entirely eco-friendly. And we have also registered in the pilot plan of voluntary use of biofuels from the province of Córdoba. We're expecting our results because on the 30th of November, we are going to learn if we have been selected or not. The normal biodiesel has a 7.5% blend rate, and this one, the one that we're going to use, is going to be 20%. I want to reinforce the 5 fractions, because this is our contribution as a state company for the state collection of waste, and our work is the segregation of these 5 types of waste. We do a promotion to we create awareness for them to be separated and not to go to the same site. And 2 actions that we have performed was that even though we do waste separation in our plant, we have added another one with to work with organic waste. Basically, the waste that comes from the dining room in our base, and also some fruit rinds that goes into a separate waste area. We have signed an agreement with Terra, which is another company, and they give us the waste, and per month they give us 15 bags of compost and a tree. And that tree is going to be added to the forest area of our base, which will continue to increase. And finally, I will leave you with a 2-minute video to tell you a little bit about an experience about the uniforms. We had an excess of uniforms, and what we wanted to do is to give it a circular destination. We'll see it, and we'll make it part of the debate. Starting on this circular economy project from Urbacor, we decided to convert materials that were in disuse to turn them into new products. We decided to change these jackets, these pants, and give them a new opportunity. A part of the projects that we're doing with the circular economy, one of the challenges was to give a second opportunity to a resource that was not in use, which were the uniforms. We decided to work in an alliance with a civil association and give another opportunity to these resources. By means of eco-design, we adapted the different clothing to different products with an aesthetic and efficient criterion. Partnering with the Brisas de Esperanza Civil Association, we partnered with a group of women. We were interested in doing an alliance with Urbacor for circular economy projects. We adapted disused uniforms to create new products. First of all, what we do is we measure the clothing, we adapt the measurements, we cut the clothing, and then we sew. And finally, we enter the zippers and the tags and the labels. We gave life to materials that were not in use, and we turned them in products that were useful for our collaborators and our environment. We make circular happen. Excellent. Thank you, Mario, for sharing this. A question. So just one thing, you can approach our stand and you can play a game, and then you participate in sweepstakes for one of these products that we have shown you. Okay, we have 30 seconds for each of you. Tell us a bit about the administration. Let's talk about projection. 30 seconds. We'll hear each and every one of our speakers. Okay, from our side, we started with the carbon footprint, started managing it actively. We have a project of decarbonization. We started working on our solar park, our solar farm, and in 2024 is going to find us in the carbon or emission auction program. We want to move forward with the biofuels aspect. In our matrix, the fuel is a significant environmental aspect, so we want to tackle it with all of the tools that we have, and of course we want to continue segregating, separating, and sending the waste. We have started with organic, but now we're going to go further. We have this project with the uniforms, and we are starting with a bumper project from bumpers for trucks and disused tires. So yeah, that's a lot. We need to be very tight with time. Federico Cabrera, tell us a little bit from LUSA in a couple seconds. Summing up, what's next? Well, especially from LUSA, what we want to do is to have more people, more of the citizens to join, to separate the waste, to start having two bins, one of them for moist waste, for humid waste, and another one for dry waste. And because the amount of humid waste is going to be less and less, and this goes hand in hand with the training, with the campaigns, and of course with the contributions from the company. Thank you. And now we hear LAM, Gabriel Giovannini, just a couple of words. The projections briefly. We're going to focus in 2024 on the separation, the awareness from the citizens through universities, schools, and we're going to go focus on buildings to start thinking about the product, about how do they separate their waste to improve the aspect of the city and the collection of waste. Julio Bañuelos, just in a few seconds. Well, my projections are actually that our goal is to try to reach to complete the installed capacity from the companies that are right now working in that process. And we want to tempt a few companies to install themselves there to give a greater volume to this, let's call it 130,000 annual tons that we have reduced. And the idea is to reinforce the schemes that we already have, to reach them, to take them to their maximum capacity. And Christian? Well, from our side, finally, out of the entire management work that we have done with the separation, we want to deepen all of these actions to have the products that we have been able to achieve, to establish more alliances with entities, with organizations, with private companies, to be able to apply more and more products from circular economy, and why not to be able to talk not of waste but of resources. And we want to invite society to join us because this is our environment. The environment belongs to us all, and we need to take care of it. And the tools that the city has are available. We need to use them appropriately. Let's give a round of applause for all of them, to the speakers in this panel. Thank you very much to this panel and the incredible concepts that you have given us. Thank you, Majo Quinteros. The world is changing, and there are people who start having sustainable perspectives. This is why next we're going to invite you to a panel with directors and managers of large companies, and they're going to tell us a little bit about the ideas and processes and sustainable management of their companies. The following panel is sustainable management in large companies. It's going to be moderated by Mariano Cardarelli, who is a journalist in Artear in El Doce, professor of the National University of Córdoba, creator of content, and influencer. Welcome, Mariano. Good afternoon. How are you? Welcome, all of you. This is. I'm happy to be here. I was in the first one, which was virtual. I was on a trip on the second, but I followed it virtually. And when they asked me to be in a panel where large companies, which are here in Cordoba, are acting with a strong activity, with a strong focus, and they start working on the environment, I said, I'm not coming. I'm already there. So I want to say hello to Enrique Pérez Esteves, which is the manager of marketing services of Coca-Cola Andina, Diego Paulini, who is the director of the Santa Isabel plant of Renault Argentina, and Francisco Achával, who is the manager of operations of Grido. Please come in. And Diego Sabat, who is the director of corporate affairs and sustainability from Grupo Libertad. Go ahead. Well, welcome. Do you all have your microphones? Please start. We're going to have a couple of questions there, so we're going to listen to you very attentively. Thank you, Mariano. Thank you to everyone here that wants to listen to us a little bit, and to the panel that we have here. I'm Enrique Esteves. I'm the head of sustainability in Coca-Cola Andina, and I want to talk to you a little bit about sustainability and the things that we are doing in this matter. As you can see here at the back, we have the new bottle, which is 100% made of other bottles, and that is real. That's the truth. This bottle, the 500 cc bottle for Sprite, is made 100% from other bottles. So what you leave in a trash bin or in a clean point, we recover them, we send them to Buenos Aires, to the Ecopec company, where they produce recycled resin. Let me tell you a little bit about the history of this. 2 years ago, the Sprite bottle, the icon was the green bottle, right? And it was the representation of Sprite. And one day, what happened? We said, what happened? They got rid of the marketing because the bottle is no longer green. And the explanation was something that we started giving in the future. We were thinking about this bottle to reach this bottle-to-bottle process, and the clear bottle is the one that allows us to recycle more easily. So we created a very strong marketing change in order to create this bottle that is 100% recycled resin with a new packaging, with a new transparent packaging. Today we have a program in Coca-Cola and in Andina. I didn't tell you, Andina is a bottling company for Coca-Cola, the main bottler as for turnover among the 4 in Argentina. In our project today with PET recovery, we used to recover 1% of the PET that we took out to the streets with our sales. Now we are working at 29%. This is our growth, and it's a constant every year. Every year we recover 1 more bottle. We are being helped by the change in thought to focus on sustainability, but also the change in the mindsets of people. Because plastic is not good or bad. If we put plastic where it has to be, it can come back. If we toss it in the sea, in the rivers, or elsewhere, the plastic does not come back. So we need to raise awareness on people, and that's really, really important. So we work with cities. We have more than 45 alliances with different cities: Córdoba, Rosario, Santa Fe, Mendoza, Trelew, Bahía Blanca. All of those places, we have 45 cities that are working with us. We place our echo points, we help them with communication, and they pick up that pet. They put it together in packages, and then they sell it to us. And then we send that to Buenos Aires, and we get the bottles to be recycled. We also make agreements with large storage companies. We have a colleague from Grupo Libertad, and precisely in Libertad we have an eco point that we go and we take it out from with a co-op of cart people from Cordoba, cart operators, and they package those bottles and they sell it back to us. The same way we have in many of the large stores, department stores, we have points for to deposit the bottles. And if we're talking about Cordoba now, but this extends to the entire territory of Coca-Cola Andina, which is the center, Litoral, Cuyo, and Patagonia. We have a vast territory. Of course, we've seen the people with from Upcycle. We have done an agreement with them, with Geocycle, that they're going to separate the bottles from the garbage, and they're going to package them and to send them to us. And finally, putting marketing aside, when we have the events, the marathons, the Rio Pinto Challenge, then we have also when we have Cosquín Rock, for example. What you do, we do some awareness work. We used to put up a tent with advertising. Okay, that's good. We did advertising. But now we set up a tent and we start talking about sustainability. And I think that that's the important part, to start creating awareness in people, start creating responsibility in people. And that is what we need. In Rio Pinto, we recovered 90% of the PET that we gave out to the people to be able to hydrate. In Cosquín Rock, similar numbers. That would not happen in the past, and now the city, the organizer, recovers the plastic, we put it together, and then we take it to Buenos Aires, as I told you before. The main change that we did in design was the change from green to clear with the bottle, but now we have our returnable bottles. We are the only company that uses returnable packaging. 42% of our packaging is sold like that. The returnability is very strong. And there is a price convenience for the consumer and also for the environment. Because one bottle that we sell are 14 less bottles of PET that we're putting out to the market. So a single bottle equates 14 bottles less, because this returnable bottles comes and goes 14 times until we separate it, we ground it, we convert it into pellets, and then we recreate bottles of recyclable resin. So with non-returnable, they're here when you have you can see the agreements in the slide, and you're going to see a video. We talk about marketing, but also sustainability. New bottle, 100% made of other bottles. Let's be clear, let's be greener. Sprite, don't worry, be chill. We are talking about a little bit about marketing and sustainability, and we teach and we create awareness. Let's give a round of applause for Mr. Esteves, Enrique Esteves, for Coca-Cola Andina. We tell you now that they have here a TV screen where they have the time, the minutes that they have left. So we are very aware of that in the debate mode to see, and we're good. We're doing great. Yes, it's quite a challenge. The 7 minutes, and for Renault Argentina, Diego Paulini. Go ahead. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy to be here with you to tell you what we do with Renault and with our strategic allies. Here is our strategy for sustainability, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about a case of success about in other initiatives. In Renault, we created our strategy and we called it Renaulution. That strategy had the pillar to have a more modern, more technological company with strong leverage on sustainability. We were talking about we talked about the slogan of being car makers and care makers, right? So we take care of cars and care. That strategy was very close to sustainability in three pillars, as you see: environment, security, and inclusion. If we focus on car makers and care makers, we have three main aspects to take care of. The first one is to care for the people, which are the ones who consume our products that we need to take care to have a safe car. Sorry, and the second one is to take care of our resources. And the third aspect is to take care of the environment. And in that line, we have been working with our strategy. Following this, what we can see is one of the stronger pillars is going to carbon neutrality. We aim to reach there in 2040 for Europe and 2050 for Argentina. And we have periodical controls to see if we're working our way in the way that we need to, and if we are going to fulfill our objectives. Basically, we aim to achieve carbon neutrality, supporting the reduction of energy use, the reduction of water use, but also the reduction and reuse of our waste. All industries have waste that we generate, and we need to find a way to reduce them and to reuse them. And linked to this final aspect of how we look to reuse our waste, I wanted to share with you an initiative that we have worked with our supplier Autoneum, who I thank for coming here, and we call it "Your uniform goes back to the car." So what do we mean by this? Let me tell you a little bit about. Here's the uniform that we wear in the factory. All of our collaborators need to wear these clothes that they use for the everyday work. And these are the uniforms that we have here. We give them two sets of clothing to each person. Those two sets. Thank you, partner. This is a business cooperation, right? Yeah, this clothing that we use with our collaborators, every year we give them two sets of uniforms. So what did we do with the uniforms after we gave them the new ones? We sent them to processing. And that ended up being incinerated without creating added value and creating a cost because we had to pay a vendor to incinerate it. Together with the Autoneum team, we worked synergically with innovation, and we started transforming the shirts into this. This is the raw material that is used to create the soundproofing material. This part that we have here is a soundproof material, a sound isolation and thermal isolation component that we use. In our cars, maybe we cannot see it because that goes between the metal and the carpet, but that's used to protect you from the sound in the engine. And this is what we use. What the raw material is cotton here, and what we did was some work with the people from Autoneum to use our shirts as the raw material for a part that ends up in the car. So we have a product that's like a raw material, that a product byproduct from our work that turns into raw material for our cars. We do not throw anything away. I'm going to show you a video to see what our project is about. Use different fibers. Different. Some of them are natural. Some of them are chemical. And then we use this with our uniforms. We produce the thermal isolation. And today we are at the implementation phase of the circular economy of recovery of natural fibers from our uniforms. Great, great. I wanted to thank mainly the team from Autoneum. Here we have Fabian, the president of Autoneum. It's great that we can work together in this way. Also the team from Renault, who are looking to innovate in solutions, in threefold impact solutions. And here we have something that we need to talk about that I want to show you, that you don't need to go so big, but you gotta start with small initiatives. And one of the initiatives that we have is composting. We compost all of the waste from the dining room, and we gather the waste and we give it to a company, and they give us back part of the compost for the plants here in our company, in our factory, to improve our environment. And the other thing that we have on screen is another design that we did where these little rocks come with the parts that we bring from abroad. So these sorts of rocks are used to absorb humidity and moisture, and they used to be discarded, and we discussed with another supplier from Cordoba. We give it to them, and they use them to create sanitary sand for the cats, right? So it ends up being a new product, and it's used now for the litter, right? So I hope that this example was good for you, and all of the ideas that you have is welcome to continue and creating awareness and improving and creating awareness for our employees and the rest of the community. We believe that this is the road to follow. With little examples, we're going to go far. Thank you very much, and have a great day. Have a great round of applause for Diego, and great with timing, so excellent. Now it's time to listen to the Grido experience. We're going to listen to Francisco Achaval, who is the director of operations of Grido. You didn't bring any ice cream? No.
Well, thank you, Mariano, for the invitation. I would like to thank all of you and our peers for sharing their experiences. The truth is that for us as a company, it is so great to be able to tell you how we operate and how we have those ice cream makers that are for the community. We are so proud of our company, and we think that the good examples, we think that this is a good example, are the triggers for other companies to try to do this too. So if technology allows me, we'll start with a video. I'm Sandra Vera, she's Maria Florencia. We are participating on the program of social ice cream makers via Habana, and we are developing this in a neighborhood of Resistencia, South area. The program for social ice cream makers is that for me, people who access this program have the possibility of entering employment, quality employment. This means to be in charge of the ice cream maker, to be in charge of the quality of the products, and the business is so inclusive that this is what I like the most. This program came to fulfill a dream that I had since Maria Florencia was born. When thinking about the future, I was saying, okay, which type of work will she do? How will her life be? How would she make progress? And we also talked about this, about having a job, her first employment, and it was difficult for us. So one day, this program appeared, and the proposal was so beautiful. It meant a future path for Maria Florencia because she is the owner of this shop, and day by day she's learning how to manage this place. The story of Sandra and Maria Florencia was so inspiring. This is an example of how a family such as this one and 1,000 more, because we have 1,000 social ice cream shops, they have created a livelihood from an activity and learning the activity of selling ice cream. And the truth is that I want to tell you about the trigger of this project. We are from Cordoba. This started in Cordoba. And we wanted to reach with our product and with our business model. Our business model consists in creating jobs. We do that by means of different affiliations, but we weren't reaching the most vulnerable neighborhoods, not with the product nor with employment. Even though we have a presence in the entire country, in a great number of cities, we thought that we couldn't sell our business model or take our products to the most vulnerable places. So following that idea, we had the intention of doing something simple, taking the model of our city of Cordoba, going out and talk to the neighbors of those neighborhoods. And we realized that families from neighborhoods wanted to taste this ice cream, and they had two difficulties. They didn't have an offer of the product in the neighborhoods, and they couldn't pay for the price of those products that were in the other neighborhoods. So that's why we decided to offer them the possibility of assembling the ice cream shop at their place, their home, so that they didn't have to rent a place for that, and for them to work on their own. And we not only gave them the possibility of providing with the capital, we offer them to teach them how to work, and they were so interested in working, in learning. And the truth is that the results appeared so fast, not only because ice cream shops met the expectations regarding the sales, but also the credit that we had given to create that shop was reimbursed in 12 months, and they do that without a problem. So we saw that we had created an inclusive business that was a similar development, but with a social view targeting equity and inclusion. But that was beautiful, but it was only possible in Cordoba because we only provided ice cream for those shops from the factory. But we took this idea then to our network of shops, and the truth is that it was an explosion of goodwill. People of the different branches were willing to join this project, and they were sort of tutors of the social ice cream shops. So those tutors store the ice cream, they send it to the entrepreneurs, and they collect that. And everything on the account of Guido. So without this network, we wouldn't be able to have this development. We have 1,000 social ice cream shops, and we have created a new value for people. 80% of those social ice cream shops are owned by women. Women value being able to work from their homes without leaving their homes and being able to take care of their families. It is the first time that they have a formal employment, because from the first day they are inscribed in the taxpayer system, and entrepreneurs have medical insurance, and they contribute to their retirement. And nowadays we're developing inclusive suppliers, social suppliers, mention specific workshops, for example, they have in any communities, and part of the uniform of social ice cream shops are made by an inclusive supplier. So the truth is that I could tell you a lot more, I'm sorry, but I'm running out of time, and we are so proud of showing you this. We have a lot of plans of creating more and more inclusive ice cream shops, because we think that the impact we create in this society is so great. So we are very proud. Thank you. A great round of applause. That was very interesting. Thank you so much, Rita's experience. And now in this panel on sustainable management on big companies, there is a turn of Diego Sabat, Director of Corporate Affairs and Sustainability of Grupo Libertad. Go ahead. Thank you, Mariano. Good afternoon, everyone. The truth is that for Grupo Libertad, it is an honor being able to participate for the third time in this World Summit. I'm so proud of being in this panel to tell you a little bit more about our experiences in our companies, and I would like to change the order. I would like to show you a little video that reflects the 10 years where we have been reporting our sustainability projects. We started in 2012, and in 2023 we submitted our 9th edition on all of the actions related to sustainability. This is a short video. Let's watch it together, and then we'll go with the presentation. Everything started 10 years ago when we launched our sustainability program. We started managing, thinking about what we generate in the planet, in people, in you. We are together in action because you are interested in the future, just as we are. That's why we dedicate this 9th report on social, environmental, and corporate governance impact. Yes, to you. And you also believe in the power of circular economy, revaluing what was before waste, and now, apart from taking care of the planet, you are helping create new job opportunities. Yes, to you. Just like us, you want to take care of the natural resources and fight against climate change, reducing the carbon footprint. To you, who value teamwork and you train every day to be your best. Yes, to you, who believe in an ethic work and you care about the institutional quality of our society. To you, you look for the well-being of the community and you think of a world of proposals that are more equitable and fair. That's the world that we want. You see, this is not just a report. It's the one celebrating a decade of corporate government and environmental projects for a better future. We continue fostering sustainable development as a way of being and transforming. We continue thinking about you. In this video, what we showed are some of the initiatives of these last 10 years. And Mariano, the truth is that the milestones that we have are so great. I want to show you an initiative of our environmental policy that is sustainable development, a commitment in favor of climate change. What is this initiative? It's our environmental policy. This is based on three main pillars. And I will tell you, as one of my peers told that in a curve of time. In 2018, we were the first retail company in supplying with renewable energies when the law demanded for 2025 20% of the big consumers of energy. They demanded 20% of the matrix coming from renewable resources. Grupo Libertad in 2018 had approximately 37% of renewable resources. So we were above the legal standard. In that same year, we also started to think about the impacts of the energy efficiency, and that is how in 2022 we certified under ISO 5000, 50001, and we love the experience of certifying this, as you saw that in the video. And it is nice for you to have a dimension that if we didn't do anything from that point to 2022, we would have consumed 33 more percent of energy. That was translated in an economic impact, but also it was sort of the consumption of 20,000 households during the year, the energy that we saved. And I can even tell you about the energy and costs, energy efficiency, and we also worked on the comprehensive waste management with our program, on circular economy, a comprehensive management with a focus on circular economy. Why did we do this? Because we know that we are an important generator of urban solid waste, and we are committed in this group to mitigate all of the impacts that we create. So that's how we started with a recovery program, as you saw in the video. And we started managing everything that has to do with dry waste. Think about all of the packaging of the products that we have in each of our shops in 10 provinces of the Argentina, cardboard, nylon, stretch. And we started to introduce it into circular products. Which products? We treated our waste and in our offices too. But the real challenge, you as my colleagues know that very well, dry waste is easy to recover. The challenge was related to organic waste. Organic waste, as you know, goes to a burial site that is called Piedras Blancas. And we didn't know how to minimize the impact of disposing food, disposing production where it's not sold. So I'm glad to tell you that we found a partner where, just as another company just did, we are composting, and in only 1 month, this is very recent, we are in the third week, but approximately we have 30 tons of waste. So we are very excited to be able to extend this process of the management of wet waste throughout the country to create compost that can be used as a fertilizer for greater planting purposes, but also for you to be able to purchase those types of soil and fertilizers and recycle our waste. The truth is that we could tell a lot about our experience, but it is an honor for us to share what we do with you in this great panel from Grupo Libertad. So thank you for your attention, and I'm here for you to make any questions. A round of applause. The dynamic follows with a question, one each. Please answer, provide a very short answer because of the time constraint. Talking about Coca, I was in the challenges of Pinto River, recovering plastics, and my question is, do you have a measurement of the positive impact beyond plastic of people taking action? Because I could see how people were committed to this project of trying to be aware of the fact that they had to take the plastic to certain places. Yes, that's why I said, Mariano, that reaching out to people, telling people teaching people is so important because if people leave the plastic where they have to, everything gets easier. Today we are recovering almost 30% of the plastic that we create. If 5 years ago we had implemented everything that we are implementing right now, we wouldn't have this percentage, but because the truth is that people are worried about that now. And if you go in your car and you see throughout the window and you throw something throughout the window, your son will hate that because children are so aware of that. And that is so significant to be able to move forward in the collection. And we want to reach 2030 with 100% of the plastic that we take to the streets. We want to recover that. So we are 7 years ahead. Yes, that is a very ambitious goal, right? To reach 100%, taking into account the entire process that you have made from, even from the bottles. Yes, that's a target that seems unlikely, but it won't be if we continue to do so in a constant way, in an ongoing way. We have to continue to raise awareness and to work on having more recycled resin. Well, as regards the Renault experience, and you also mentioned this when you're talking about the Libertad Group, what is the role of these partnerships with other institutions, with this collective part of seeing how we can group together with different institutions and communities to drive these ideas? What is the role of the articulation with other institutions? Well, I think that it makes us see the value chain, and you don't have to stick to just doing things at home. So if we could provide a second use to the clothes that you do without thinking about the other uses, that wouldn't be effective. So we need to see the entire value chain throughout car manufacturing, for example, and that opens a wide range of possibilities than if you limit it to doing recycling at home, right? So I think that we are evolving in that sense to try and reuse each of the different types of waste that we create. For example, we are trying to reuse the wood pallets, and in the past, they would be thrown away and would be processed with a third party. This would be sort of the beginning of reusing material, but apart from throwing that, instead of throwing that away, you can take it to a wood shop, for example, for them to work. So instead of considering this as waste, we can consider it as raw material and to be able to use that product for another industry. So the conclusion is that you don't have to limit yourself within the limits of a factory, and you have to think about the community and to share your ideas with them and to listen to their ideas as well. And if we have over 2,000 employees, the probability of having good ideas is higher than if we say, okay, we only, the management, will take the ideas forward. And if we add Autoneum, that is our strategic partner, I think that we could do so much better as regards creative ideas to reuse the waste that we create. Perfect. For Francisco from Greedo, you mentioned the social function of social ice cream shops. What are the other projects that Greedo has as regards sustainability? We, as a great industry, have to treat the urban solid waste. Last season, for the production level that we had, we could reach to 1 million kilograms of solid urban waste, and we could recycle 70%. This year, we are in the middle of the season. We are targeting 80% of the recovery of that urban solid waste. And not only at an industrial level, but also talking about our trading or sales chain. We have 2,000 branches in Argentina already, and we are working in trying to reduce the plastics, the single-use plastics. We have made a lot of progress to change our injected plastic containers, the one of the 3-liter ice cream container. For example, we are trying to change it into a thermal thermal created container. So uh, apart from the containers that are used in branches, we have tested to replace we want to replace the materials of the containers. In, for example, the spoons were plastic made. We want to use biodegradable material. We want to change the T-shirt bags of plastic. We have another bag that is made of corn flour, and we have a new launch, but this will be a secret, but because it will be so disruptive for the ice cream shops. You created a lot of expectations. Yes, I can tell you about that in the following year, probably. And I was asking you about the experience of some strategic alliances with some other organizations for you to think of the community regarding social responsibility. Yes, we mentioned the value chain, and this change is not possible if we don't include the entire value chain. We have consolidated alliances and partnerships. Our partners who are bottlers, with them we try to create a group where we have the shops, the bottlers, the different stakeholders. There's some different NGOs that also contribute to this project. There are some pillars on environmental impact, and we also take into account the social impact, the governance impact too. So all of that represents a change in the culture for the entire value chain. These changes not only have to permeate the entire society with the commitment from the C-level, but also for the rest of the collaborators. And we have to go beyond and involve each of the contractors, each of the suppliers in the commercial relationships or in the partnerships that we have with each of them. All of those policies, all the sustainability program has to be cross-sectional internally within the company and towards the community. Yes or no? I'm Masa, right? No, I was kidding. Uh, are there new jobs, and what are the profiles that companies are looking for to be able to integrate in those areas? Maybe we can start with you. Yes, the answer is yes. We are very near in Mendoza. There is an investment coming for 2 lines of bottles that will be returned. And we are making a great investment that will create over 80 jobs for the Godoy Cruz city. Yes, the answer is yes. And one of the things that maybe we should mention is that sometimes to be able to reuse clothes is very difficult. For example, we are trying to work with an NGO together with Autoneum to try and leave the clothes ready to be used. That means taking out the zippers, for example, or the buttons, because otherwise they cannot be used just as soon as they are stopped being used. So the idea is to work with NGOs and try to look for people who can do these jobs so that we can prepare the raw material for it to be used in a different industry. The answer is yes too.
We have a strategic plan for 2030 where we want to grow 50% in production. We are the third chain of sales at a world level, the, the, the third biggest. With that increase, we won't be the second most important one, but we will grow a lot. That is for 2030, and subsequently we will create more job opportunities in our industrial park in Ferreira and a big distribution center that we have in Mercedes, province of Buenos Aires. The answer is a definite yes, and given the restrictions of time, I can tell you a little bit about one part. When we talk about energy efficiency, that is a project of data analysis, because we analyze the consumption data with an extreme precision level. We know the time, the moment of the day, the level of operations, we have greater consumption. And that is done with dashboards, with analysis, by data analysis. So we had to look for data analysts in this topic of circular economies, environmental impact, and data analytics. And we have the commitment of going to carbon neutrality to 2050. So we went to look for more specific professionals, and I think that these forums show us the way forward for all the companies. A great round of applause. The management, sustainable management of big companies concludes here. We know the experience of Coca-Cola, Libertad, Grido, and Renault. Thank you for sharing your ideas.
Okay, we want to thank our guests here, Mariano Cardarelli, also for moderating.
We continue knowing circular experiences within the paradigm of circular economy that tries to redefine the ideas of growth, development, and transformation of the production model to go to a circular economy that is efficient and responsible with the use of resources.
We want to invite you to enjoy the next panel called Versatility of Plastic in the Circular Economy.
It will be moderated by Martín San Pedro, communicator and political analyst. He is the host of Bien Directo Noticias of Radio Pulso. Welcome.
Thank you, welcome all of you. Now we're going to talk a little bit about some of the most important parts of this circuit, which is the circular economy. We're going to talk a little bit about innovation. We're going to talk a lot about what happens in the Circular Economy School. The Circular Economy School, which has several participations from the popular economy. And now we're going to introduce Romina Tartara, who is the director of the Municipal School of Circular Economy. Let's give a huge round of applause for Romina Tartara. We're going to be introducing in this circular economy panel named Plastic Versatility in Circular Economy. We're going to receive Franco Esteban Frola. Let's give a big round of applause. And finally, the third member of this panel, she works with housing. We have the Dr. Maria Paez Sanchez Amono. She's an architect. Let's give it up for her too. And we have three important actors. Okay, we're going to have for the presentations. So we have three main very important actors in this chain that we call circular economy, and we share what we have seen with housing and also with the School of Circular Economy, and it shares. We have all of this vinculation between this linking between the public-private sector, which definitely helps this turn into a circular economy issue so that it becomes sustainable through time. First of all, we're going to start with Romina, with what you do at the Circular Economy School. We have an industrial school because this is one of the beginnings of the production chain. Go ahead. Thank you, Martin, for your presentation, your introduction. Well, I'm actually really happy and really proud to share the experience of the School of Circular Economy, EMEC as we know it. And I'm going to talk about one of the several materials that we receive and process, which is plastic. First of all, I want to tell you that the Municipal School of Circular Economy is the area where education and innovation get together. That's what defines our presence. Our core is the interest on exploration, and why not on the risk? Because if we don't allow ourselves in this school environment to experiment, to test, to try, and to risk something and fail even, where are we going to do it? So logically, this leads us to explore spaces that are unknown for the production circuit, because our materials, our inputs are not raw materials that have never been processed, but we are actually working with dry waste and industrial scrap close to the area where we have the school. So from that point on, we are processing them to reduce that volume of waste, reuse it, increase its value, and extend the lifetime of products. The strategy that defines us as a school is to innovate, and we take advantage of the technical and expressive characteristics of each material. So if we're talking about plastic, it has very interesting properties about versatility. So that's why they are a protagonist of our projects that are implemented in the biodiversity park and in the environmental corridor. I invite you to get to know it. And right now, if you want to get to know a little bit about what we do with plastic for the public environment, the exterior environment, you can go through our booth number 131. And specifically, when we're talking about the panel, about the plastics, our experience in the school allows us to point out four aspects, four ways in which plastics are used. The first and are useful. The first one is the versatility of design, because the plastics have design parameters that are related with the possibility and with the simplicity to be dismounted, repaired, and recycled. And that extends the life cycle of products. So as for urban equipment, we don't need to remove the entire piece of equipment, but we actually remove the part that can be removed, replaced, so that the product continues with its life cycle, and only that component is removed. This creates the need to use new resources and the generation of other resources. The second point is the versatility of innovation, because other than the properties that we already know about the plastics, mechanic properties and the characteristics, the aesthetic characteristics, this allows us to work with different mixtures. When I talk about risk and about experimentation, it's good to think about this, because we work with different mixes, different formulations from the area of plastics. We usually work with that. We do samples, we test them, and we use them sometimes in the school and sometimes with certain agreements that we have with the university or INTI. And that helps us understand deeply and comprehensively what are the physical characteristics and use them correctly. The second part is the versatility in manufacture. This possibility of renewing and exchanging components allows us to be viable, to turn the recovered materials to be viable and profitable, other than mitigating the environmental impacts. Another aspect is the versatility in circularity, because it's part of a closed circuit. So the material, the plastic, that is part of the circuit, even internally when we have a defective part because production wasn't okay, it is crushed, it is ground, and it goes back into the productive circuit. So we have zero waste. And all of this is done with our own methodology, which is part of this pride that I told you that allows us to continue working the way we do it in the school, because we have developed a comprehensive and concurrent process from an investigation action standpoint, and there's a collective construction. And in relation to that, the next challenge and the next goal that we have is to transfer all of this knowledge that we have from exploration and experimentation to be able to transfer to the medium. So to conclude, we want to invite companies, entrepreneurs, and the entire community to join this transition to a circular model. And that's why I give you the official network, the official social networks of Bio Córdoba. And you have a QR code so that the companies that are interested in contacting us can do so. Ignacio and Matias are going to be available and glad to answer you. Thank you. For Romina and for the work that is done in the School of Circular Economy in Parque Industrial Ferreira, where every day we work looking for a way to provide greater use for something that is waste or that was waste, and it's part of the first expo on the School of Circular Economy. It's very interesting. We are going to listen to Franco Esteban Frola, who is the general manager of Mundo Circulares, which is part of the first factory of train tracks, actually of the part that used to be wooden of the train tracks. So this is going to allow us to move into a transition between what we consider this production process to a circular economy. Well, thank you. Thank you very much for your invitation in this panel. Thank you for inviting me. I'm Franco Frola. We are a family company. We work on providing added value to materials that many people still see as waste, and that's why we have these very important events like the summit to the way that we see this is the way that we can inspire other companies, and we can provide also for them some raw material. If this raw material that we enter in the cycle goes and becomes transformed and becomes the raw material for another company. And we work many products, but what we are doing with plastics right now is that our company creates comprehensive plans for circular economy, and one of the main ones that I wanted to tell you related to plastics and what we were discussing about versatility and different ways of looking at materials. There's the nice side, but there's also a complex side, because plastics are different plastics. There are 7 different types, and those combinations are difficult to process, difficult to work with. And in order to achieve quality products with the mechanical properties that we need to have an interdisciplinary team with that provides us with advice, and we need to work more holistically. So this is what we spoke about, that we are not looking for raw materials to a vendor. We have several vendors, lots of vendors, and we depend on that segregation in origin that we need to foster and we need to promote. We call this cross-sectional work, multidisciplinary work, because we have engineers, licensed in environment, in administration, in finance, There are many things to understand the development of a product through plastics that needs many looks that need to provide different explanations. So, as we were mentioning in the presentation, our company started working in 2018. The first manufacturer of railway ties made of plastic, made of recycled plastic. And when we developed plans for industries, the main thing was that the factory said, we have this material well segregated, I'm doing my part, but there was no way out for these materials. We had no economic circuit because that's also a part of being sustainable. To have, other than environmental, social, you have to look for the alternatives. As Martin said in the beginning, we need to look for the economic development from a sustainable point of view. This is where we found the problem in many companies, that they generated materials that had no way out, had no release, had no way of selling them. So we started working with my dad, Raul, who has been in this area for a long time, and he started looking for alternatives for single-use materials. Remember the bottles of love, bottles of amor, or the eco bricks, or other materials like bilaminates, multi-layer materials that are manufactured for the industry, but they haven't been designed for recycling. So we started working there with technology that exists around the world since the 80s, more or less. And many countries have been using them since then, which are the synthetic railway ties, which meant replacing woods from different parts of the country or ties made with recycled material. The road was long, was difficult. We had technical challenges, development challenges, from technology to the chemical development, and to how to make the product meet the mechanical characteristics. How did we make the product support the characteristics that we needed? I'm going to show you a little video, but one of the main points that we discussed in the presentation was the synergy, the public-private synergy that we created. And in the city, with this management, we started creating the circulation among privates and the public sector to create alternatives and development that can be transferred to the private sector, and for that to provide a solution for the market. If the public sector, the private sector, and the academia, we work a lot with the School of Exact Sciences, with different educational organisms, into how to make this plastic package to turn into something that can hold a train. So let's see a little video of the project. round of applause for this presentation and for this achievement that you can see very clearly. Do you want to continue your presentation to explain us a little bit? But I think that that video summarizes clearly part of what you were telling me. Yes, I wanted to point out a few items that we consider very important in this circular economy summit. Was that we need to connect, we need to create synergies, and we need to work together because we are many organizations, many people who have the same goal. We have a common goal, and we need to start getting together. Part of the summary of the threefold impact here that we have here is that we prevent trees from being cut down, and for them to be interred and buried, and to be used later for the plastic not to be put in landfills from the railway. We have a strong impact on the social end, not just from the job positions. We're about 40 to 50 people, and what it generates from people, the traction that comes from these policies from different sectors that look to find raw material, and that was collected by co-ops and other sectors. So when we started professionalizing this, we saw an improvement there. So to see this impact that we had in development, in economic growth, I think it's really important, and this sector really improves society and leverages it. So we had a year and a half to prove that this technology, that the ties made of plastic could withhold the load. We worked with INTI and Senadif with the approval of the prototypes, and then with the approval on the track in Rosario and in different places around the country. And we achieved 3 different certifications, which are IRMA, ISO, and IRAM. And that allowed us not just to provide ties for Argentina, but we're also developing them as a commercial and business endeavor towards the world. These are partnerships with many people, and we want to thank all of them and you and the organizations that supported us. Okay, thank you. Let's give a big round of applause for Franco Esteban Frola and Circularis. We could see the amount of alliances, of partnerships. And the important thing is that this third summit, which is the most important of its of Argentina and one of the most important of the world, where we have plenty of countries, different sectors. When we start seeing that in the third World Circular Economy Summit, and what you said, Franco, the idea is to find somebody who's looking for something, and to have this circularity idea. And if we think about what we see outside, we can see that those alliances are a fact already. The articulation of the public sector and the private sector is very important. And it's really important for the public sector to provide the tools for the private sector to find what they are looking for, the demand and the supply. So like we've seen with Franco, with like Romina said, and like they do with the university institutes and the CONICET. We're going to talk about an important element that is related to housing. Franco, you were talking about the social side, right? Because these two first actors that we had been discussing with, I had been the possibility of talking about innovation in the company that I work in. We did this with the School of Circular Economy, and we met the social factor, the popular economies. And probably for the person who does not come from an environment culture, that is from probably a somebody who is a humanist or something similar, to see that the circular economy includes those actors. That's really, really important. Now we're moving on to housing. We're going to talk about that, which is not unimportant because this could be a change in paradigms about building housing. So we have Dr. Maria Paz Sanchez Amono, an architect, and we're going to introduce you to tell us a little bit about what you are doing. Thank you very much to everyone. I'm an architect. I am a doctor in materials engineering, and I work with CONICET. We're going to show you a little bit about SEBE, which is a experimental center of economic housing, and also the Association of the Economic Living. And, here we're going to talk about the social side. SEBE has been working for 6 years. It was created in 60 years. It's been created in 1967, and it is a center for transferring constructive and management technologies. We have big areas in these two topics, and our goal is to transfer these technologies. We discussed a lot in the morning about transference. We talked about the scientific organisms on the public and private side. I think that that's a feedback loop. So SEBE, over the years, has done consulting, advisory, developed technology, build housing developments in Argentina and in Latin America. As I told you, we are organized in 6 areas. 3 of them are part of the social technologies, like the comprehensive habitat management, socio-territorial studies, and territorial justice. On the other hand, we have the constructive technologies, which are divided into systems, building systems and components, new materials, and bioclimate design. Now I'm going to talk about the new materials area. We start from the premise of a phrase that comes from the founder of the institute that from architect Beretta, when we said that trash is a problem and housing is a need. So how can we transform this waste into a resource? New material is a concept that we are discussing more and more currently. We know that the traditional construction, the sustainable construction is from design to construction to demolition. We know that if it's not sustainable, there is an impact. So we use raw materials that are, most of them, non-renewable resources. So one of the goals that we are looking for are new procedures to solve this final destination of the waste, and also to stay within the sustainable construction framework. We were talking about new materials, which are a combination of materials that have better mechanical properties when they work together. So from one of the goals of the area was to look at the waste that we had found, or that companies were asking us, what can I do with this? And this is how our investigations came up, and they go through a very similar stage from what my companions talked about, my co-panelists talk about, which goes through an ecological development, a characterization, come and go, different interactions until we get the final product. I'm going to introduce the PET bricks, the polyterephthalate. This is the #1 plastic used, has a great environmental impact because it's going to reduce the amount of plastic waste that's going to a landfill. The cities, one of their biggest expenses are waste management. There is an economical impact because it's going to create cost reduction, social impact because it's going to go towards this habitational deficit and housing deficit. And also it creates a technology, a very simple technology, but it can be transferred, and you don't need to have previous knowledge to start creating them. It has a certification of technical aptitude, which is granted by the Housing Secretariat of the nation, which means that studies have been performed. And as for thermal conduction, we have bricks for walls and roofs, and isolation is superior to other traditional components. So it's used to close around the housing. 20 bottles are one brick, and to create a 50 square meter house with a 15 centimeter wall, you need 5,000 bricks. So if we see the numbers, sometimes we say, okay, I'm tossing away the bottle, and look what you can do with those bottles. These are some of the experience. Let's look at the application. There are houses built in Junín, in Crespo, Entre Ríos, and in Santiago del Estero. They have received training on PET bricks. We do this through technological transference. We give the city, the co-op, or an NGO the know-how so that they can apply it. Another project that we have are the rubber and plastic tiles. We know that over 150,000 tons a year are discarded every year. It's very important. The rep law, it's going to be treated in the Senate, that the producer and the generator is going to charge a canon, so that cost is used to treat the waste. And the 30% of the urban solid waste is tire or plastic. So we found out that there were excellent technical characteristics that allowed us to manufacture the tiles. This is a prototype that we have at the SEBE facilities, that an office that used to have French ceramic tiles, and now we used recycled material tiles that we used for and shingles, because of the to see that the prototype allowed us to get the technical aptitude certificate. These are patented ideas that by the INTI. They won awards for the best tire-derived product, and it's an initiative that is marked around circular economy, because the remaining waste from that is reground, and you can create a new shingle, a new tile, so we don't generate more waste. It goes back into the production cycle. The electrical and electronic waste is also a very important development that we got the patent in 2023. We recycle the plastic fraction, which is 30% of that kind of waste. And we are usually, right now, we are recovering 5 to 7% of that. And given the program of obsolescence, this type of waste is growing and growing all around the world. So we developed recycled plastic aggregate with a shell that prevents contaminants to leave. And we currently have a prototype of 30 meters squared in our facilities. Wood and plastic profiles. When you see us on booth 105, you're going to see the bench of recycled plastic wood. According to the UN, you have over 400 million tons of plastic, and in Argentina you have 14 million tons of waste, from which 14% is plastic. And we have used them for windows and other materials, and they're very resistant to compression and flexion. And finally, we have these plates, which are closing plates made of Tetra Pak. They are manufactured over the year, and this is a little bit unknown. There is 10 to 15% is recycled. You have cardboard, aluminum, polyethylene, and that's this component that we got from these plates that we made it with thermal compaction. They are resistant to water, and they have low thermal conductivity. And finally, I want to mention what we do in relation to contacting companies, cities, the NGOs, and that's the advice on the purchase of machinery and creating productive company startups to create pet components. And after it is working, we take samples from the blogs to see if they are being manufactured properly. We do physical, chemical, and mechanical characterization services for this waste. We do the characterization and we do the feasibility analysis for circular economy projects. Sometimes city saying that asking what kind of waste do they generate in order to implement a type of project with recycled materials. We advise them on the training of waste management, and we manage the technical aptitude certificates from the Secretary of Housing. Those are all of our services, and thank you very much. We invite you to follow us.
A big round of applause for all of you. Some of the important elements of this panel is versatility of plastic in circular economy. And we had three main elements. First of all, what the School of Circular Economy is doing in the city of Cordoba, part of what you can create in housing as well, and also the experience from Circularis. Now we'll talk a little bit about the different experiences and the difficulties. It is also important to talk about the challenges and the difficulties and what are the advantages of different alliances and partnerships in this new paradigm shift with circular economy. Would you like to start, Romina? How did the circular economy school start? How can you work from the social perspective? That's what Franco mentioned. And what are some of the achievements, some of the challenges that you have which made the application of circular economy easier maybe? Well, regarding the first part of the question about the social aspect, as Franco mentioned, the social element, at EMEC we have 100 collaborators that work in the plant, but also we have a cooperative called La Esperanza. Be mindful of this. I'm sorry, I will spoil something. You work with a very interesting cooperative and with popular economies. Please pay attention to this, and you can also visit them in one of the booths. Yes, exactly, Martin. Well, Cooperative La Esperanza works with the school collaborators of EMEC together with the cooperative, and we have sort of a common goal, which is that of working on waste. The cooperative is focused on urban solid waste from the trucks that come to the school, and we, EMEC collaborators, focus on industrial scrap. However, the purpose is the same. We want to share some ideas. We share the workspace, and as an experience of, this is what I mentioned before, how we were preparing for the summit. The truth is that we have been working a lot, not only regarding the products, but also the two booths that we have, one inside and the other one outside, and also to train ourselves to be able to come here and to share our experience. And there we had the participation of the women from the cooperative. The training was a two-way street, right? A lot of female presence, right? Yes, mostly women. We have mostly women. I have visited your places, so congratulations on that. They have a lot of women in popular economy. Yes, and they were part of this preparation period of this two-way training. We share the workspace, but maybe we can tell you what we both do. And now we are sharing the booth, trying to represent the entire areas of what I mentioned that we work on constantly, the different areas. There is an area of wood, plastic, paper, iron, And there is a new area of phase zero that is sort of an internal logistics or internal management of materials that has to do with the characteristics of this input that is very diverse, that changes a lot. So having this phase zero of preparation of the material, of selecting the material, of making it have the condition we need for their process, well, that allows us to streamline the entire steps following the specific production, right? That was one of the main challenges that we faced. And creating this new area, we could solve this, and we had another advantage that was providing this with traceability. We could have a better control on the material that enters, the material that is processed, what we use for our products that you can see in the booths, or the material that is taken to the cooperative, and being able to trace the entire project. That's what we achieved. Where can we visit you? Where are the booths? One of them here is in 131, that is the main one of the light blue one. And in the food park area, we have a circular experience, fun experience. If you want to answer some trivia questions, you will get a gift that was made by us. Yes, the gamification that is so important for education, right? To get that information across of that new paradigm of being circular, right? Franco, I'm so interested in the experience of a family company, an SME that starts seeing this and being a pioneer in the development of this new circular economy paradigm. Could you tell us a little bit about your experience focused on the same elements that we mentioned before? Yes. If we talk about difficulties, I think that you should give me more time, right? The truth is that circular economy projects are not so far away from the rest of the SMEs in the same industry, and we are having a very complex situation. But what it's interesting to say about the projects that we use to transform these materials that have added value and that help us create new products is that we have a new responsibility, or that's how we see this, because sometimes we say that what is recycled or what comes from recycling is of poor quality. We think that, and that's where we have the main challenge of the SMEs and organizations such as the ones we're here, private and public and academic sector. We need to break that concept, because we're not only competing nowadays with a standard project, but we are competing against the entire market. When we develop a product, we compete with their equivalent of the linear economy, and there are some values and elements that in economy are so strong, for example, cost. And nowadays, circular economy, as it is in its developing stage, there are some costs that are higher to a different type of economy. So the main challenge that we have today, and when we understand this as a turning point for the industry, is that we have to make it more professional. We have to develop products that compete in the technical aspects too. How do you do to be able to offset those costs in the final product? Well, there are different areas in that. One of the main aspects we have to work on is the articulation between academia, public and private sector to be able to foster or develop new initiatives. And what's happening is that circular economy is not new, but it is slower as compared to linear economy. So there is a lot of information and investments in technology and linear economy, and we have to do the same for circular economy. And there are some other aspects that we as organizations have to start talking about. The environmental value, it has to have a value. The social value also has to have a value in the product. And what's happening is that the market is starting to take that and starting to value that.
the private market is starting to have more awareness, you think? Yes, there is a sort of a feedback. The private sector needs a profit, and that has to be translated into economic means. But when the private sector, their consumers, start saying and demanding, I want for my consumption to create a positive impact, or to create a better social impact, or to go with the values that I have as a consumer, well, there's a market opportunity. And when there's a market opportunity, you can also develop this sustainable part. And do you think, Franco, that today is a responsibility of the state to raise awareness and to guide the private sector on these products? I think that the state has a key role, and in Cordoba we saw this in this last management, how participation from control and promotion made the market we already had. Well, we were not so visible before, but now it is being developed and seen. It happens with our case. We had a factory where we invest a lot of time, effort, and money that also has a goal, that is the demand for products where the state is buying that and developing those policies. Yes, I wanted to add that this was very interesting, and we also need incentives to promote recycling, using recycled materials in public offices. And well, this is being implemented, right? So I really value the work that this administration is doing, because it has created a lot of impact, and having this third edition of the World Summit says a lot of our projects and management. Yes, and what we mentioned before, right? The state goes and buys this product. So what do we do as a state? We develop policies, but we go and have a consumption of those articles. So they create more demands, and they can uphold more investments, and there is a new international possibility, and maybe Argentina is not so developed in that area, but there are some financial funds of zero interest or negative interest for specific projects. So there is a process to develop projects on sustainability, and we have to take advantage of them, because the world is going there. And Cordoba has a great potential, from the companies, from the environment that we have here, the connections. Cordoba has everything needed to sell products here, not only here in Argentina, but also in the rest of the world. Marina, would you like to say something? Yes, regarding what you asked before, first of all, from the social perspective, and also from the women's perspective, we work a lot with social organizations, and there was a project that was very known that was called They Women Do. Those were women who were trained in construction capacities. When we had the flood in La Plata, we also have a construction training for technical assistance to build houses, and also from the economic perspective and environmental perspective. What you also mentioned before is that these materials are just starting to be known, and in the academia they are starting to be implemented in architecture programs. In the curricula, you are starting to include these new materials, because maybe a professional will tell you to use a conventional material because they don't know the new materials, and specifically of the technical qualities and the advantages that they have over the traditional elements. And as we mentioned before, that part of the cost, you have to make a comparison of the costs, but you also have to add value, because you are contributing to the reduction of waste. So we need for that analysis. We're also working with Siglo XXI University. Marketing students are analyzing that, the acceptance of the new materials, who are using them, whether it is the younger generations who are using them, what is the impact in life, what are the good practices that each of them start implementing, referring everything that has to do with sustainability and circular economy. So I think that there is a paradigm shift, and people are incorporating this on the daily basis. Romina, what is your perspective, as you belong to the public sector, to the circular economy school, on what is being said here, and what about the articulation between the state and
the private sector, not only in raising awareness, but also promoting initiatives and being a bridge to those gaps that we have. For example, in companies that want to include a circular experience. I want to take what Maria mentioned before, and it's that at school we are receiving a lot of questions. There is a lot of interest from design of industrial design or architecture to work on their thesis or professional practicums in everything that is related to what we are working on at the school. Not only what we produce, but also on the work that we do with the cooperative, for example. That is so interesting, right? And I forgot to mention that in SEBE we also have interns and students. Well, we can conclude with now and we drink a coffee. This is what happens in the World Summit on Circular Economy. We have these bridges. It happens in every corner, in every space, and here on stage we can see how we can close those gaps. Yes, and regarding what you asked before, we at school are asked whether we sell the products that we manufacture. This is a very common question. And the answer is no, because that is not the end of the school and at a public level either. So we want to make innovations, we want to make experiments, and that is transferred and then can be worked in the public sector. For example, what can we find that is produced in the circular economy school? For example, all of this equipment, furniture, everything that we have here on public parks, for example, the games. Yes, you're right, equipment, urban equipment. Municipal gardens were equipped with tables and chairs that we did at the School of Circular Economy. What about glasses? No, we don't make glasses. Well, related to plastics, the boards and everything that I showed you before. And I think that that is the end. Not to manufacture for selling, but to create the innovation, and that can be transferred to the companies, for example, and be able to sell them. Okay, we continue in this panel that is versatility of plastics in circular economy. We would like to thank all of the participants, those who are following us on the via streaming, over 20 countries. This is one of the most attractive offers that has to do with circular experiences, that has to do with the economic theory of circular economy and circular experiences, where you make this come true. You tell us a little bit about your experiences of what you did. There are people following us on the US, on Europe, also Asia and the rest of the world, and there are stakeholders of different continents following this third edition of the World Summit on Circular Economy. Now we're going to continue with what has to do with the new horizons. What are the new perspectives? What is the future? And where is this future going? We say that we are in a transition. We are trying to move away from traditional construction. So how do you see this new paradigm or shift that is getting stronger? Would you like to start, Franco? Sure. We see this as an opportunity, and when there is a lot to do, there are a lot of alternatives to be taken into account. And we understand that we have to work not only from the technical perspective, but also from the raising awareness perspective. If we don't have the raw material, we cannot produce. And to produce that raw materials, we have to start working from different elements that we mentioned, incorporating that into the programs, into different educational levels, working that with society as a whole, so the impact it has for this sector, for example, for a bench on a kindergarten to be there, and not only in terms of the cost, but when those children go from the first steps in education and they can really see that the table can be of recycled material, I understand that we need to continue to develop as a society, because 5 or 10 years from now, we want to recover more material, we want to bury less material, and the perspective of how this is visualized is on a feedback loop, because we will take into account the comments. If we want to develop a specific business, they will take this into account as well. So I think that that is the way forward, to lay the foundations, and those foundations that are needed for the future. Yes, Maria, I completely agree. I think that the horizon is getting greener, because everything that is being produced takes circular experiences into account. Do you see in the new generations a new perspective? Yes. My child says, okay, mom, you can separate this for recycling material, and the plastic bottles on top of they, a friend, for example, tells me, no, 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 that plastic bottle goes into the other section where plastics go. So you see that in the other generations, the newer generations, right? Yes, they are the future, and they are learning about sorting waste at home. Then they learn, first maybe they learn it at school, then they take that home. And we see a lot of interest from the cities, and I share the question of Romina. They are asking us whether we sell these products or not. And SEBE provides technological transfers. We transfer the know-how to a foundation, an NGO, an association who wants to acquire this know-how. So we support them, we teach them throughout the production process, we assess them on the machinery they have to purchase. We take samples of the components that they do. During the pandemic, we worked with municipalities and cities that have prototypes of recycled materials, for example. Most of the demand comes from the cities. All of the administrations are having a differentiated collection and some exchange programs. We have worked with a number of cities, and as I mentioned before, in Junín of Mendoza, they are developing housing with plastic bricks. Yes. Perfect, Romina. What do you see in these new generations at school of circular economy? I agree with my fellow panelists, and we have a new opportunity, and we have to focus on education, and we receive tours from different schools and universities that have been working on this topic. It's not that they come here knowing nothing about it. They have been working with a certain project at school, and maybe the visit to the school is to sort of to complete everything that we have been working on. And after these visits, a lot of teachers, for example, and some directors of the school contact us because they want to continue to be in contact with us and to continue to promote what they internally work on the schools. Are there questions from other municipalities or towns? We're talking about the only one school of circular economy that we have in the country. Are there interest from other cities? Yes, a lot of interest. We work with Ambientales under Daniel Cardoso, and they promote visiting the school among other places to mayors, lawmakers, authorities from different provinces or towns who want to know the model and to replicate this. We are here and you can copy us. Perfect. Open doors for those of you who are watching this event. You can ask questions. You will be well received. Right, Romina? Yes, exactly. So we have some very few minutes on the use of plastic. Could you please conclude with an idea and use these last minutes to say what are your last concerns and at the same time to share about the importance of plastic in this circular economy system? Franco? Well, to conclude, from Circularis, we would like to say that we have a reality, and it's that society creates a lot of plastic per day. We have to rethink about our consumption. We have a recycling program, but that is not enough. We have to take into account our own consumption, and once we understand that there are some materials that have specific quality and have an impact on our lives, we have to have a more responsible consumption and to see the final destination of that material. So for me, these summits, these meetings are so important because being informed of these situations is the first part to be able to make commitments. And in that information that we acquire and for which we start to be accountable, we need to take into account the negative impact of waste when they are not properly managed, but it is also positive when that waste is transformed into feedstock or raw material or the start of a value chain that is so intensive in development, in workforce, and that can create a lot of jobs. So responsibility does not come from the state alone, from the companies alone, but from each of us individually. And this poses the challenge for the fourth edition on circular economy. We hope that we make a lot of progress and have a more circular system. What about you, Maria? Yes. There is a phrase that says that the best waste is that one that is not produced, and if you produce waste, well, from SEBE we will supply our knowledge, know-how to be able to create these construction systems and construction components. As Franco mentioned, we don't work in isolation for a better future. Perfect. Those are the last ideas on this panel that have to do with the versatility of plastic in circular economy. We'd like to thank the World Summit on Circular Economy for allowing us to have this panel, for allowing us to have this conversation. For those of you who are on the internet, on the website of the World Summit on Circular Economy, and we are also being translated into English simultaneously for other countries to follow us in the rest of the world in this third edition of the World Summit on Circular Economy. I will ask one of the panelists if you have your booths here, if we can visit you. Maria? Yes, the light green, the light blue one. We have a prototype with a lot of components. We brought a lot of components from the new materials area, tiles from rubber and plastic that was recycled, also materials made from pallets. We also have plates with packs from milk, for example, and if someone from the audit wants to get the know-how to produce that, can they ask for that? Yes, they can do that. They can visit our social media. You can find us in Instagram, on Facebook. We are AVACEVE, and you can also write to us through our communication channels, and you will be getting all the information. Franco, what can we find in Circularis here in the summit, or where can we visit you and see everything that you have created so far? Where the number of the booth is not known, but as soon as you enter, you will see the tiles of the train. So yes, you can go to the information desk of the World Summit, or you look for the train. If you see the train, you know it belongs to Franco, to Circularis. Yes, we are showing the work. On the last edition, we showed the prototype, and now we have the railway
tile. Circular is world is the capacity that we have, the ability that we have to see things as products and not as waste, because that is what we provide to different industries. We take the different materials or scraps from different industries, and that is taken to our plant, and that is being processed. And we have the different ties of the railroads made out of plastic, and we also have the clothing area where we recover specific fabrics and we create bags, for example, and backpacks for companies. And there you will see a lot of products developed with cardboard, wood, and some other materials. And you can also see this on our website and on our social media, where we upload more information. Could you please tell us a little bit about the employment? We are about 45 direct employees, and we work for different cooperatives. And what's interesting about this plastic project is that we are consuming a lot of plastic that before didn't have a commercial circuit, so that makes more people to work in cooperatives to process those materials. And lastly, where can we find the cooperatives that work for the circular economy school? There are two here. One is in front of the food park, the Eco Exchange Point. There are people from the cooperative and from the school, and you can participate in different trivia games, and you can get a gift. And in booth 131, you can find the product with plastic plates and some flowers made out of plastic, everything that has to do with urban equipment, tables and chairs for kindergarten. And, well, I think that there are some other products. And most importantly, of all the resources that you will find there, is that one related to our human resources. Here we have a small sample, and the rest of them are in those booths. So congratulations. They will tell you a lot more about the school. Congratulations to the three of you, Maria, Franco, all of you who have participated, Romina, people from Circularis that is over there participating. Congratulations on everyone who is contributing to this new paradigm and making Córdoba, we'll say it in this way, making Córdoba the capital of the country regarding circular economy, and probably one of the cities of the continent that has been working and educating and training people and investing money in these new paradigms. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here, and a big round of applause for our panelists. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Martin. Thank you to all of the guests. We are following with the last talks in this last day of the World Summit. Next panel explores the introduction of innovative and differentiating elements in the products when we use certain environmental criteria. Our next panel is sustainable designs and innovation.
It will be moderated by Mini Speaker, journalist, and a national broadcaster. Welcome, Mimi. Hello, how are you? Good afternoon.
Hello, how are you? Thank you, Mili. Thank you, Juani. So great to be one more year with everyone present here with this important event. I was going around the location. We have more people than last year, so that means that this is growing, this is spreading. We're getting to know more and more about this. There are people who have been working in circular experiences for years and trying for products to have the longest lives possible, for them to be reused, and so that they become waste, and when their cycle has finished, but after a long time. And we're moving on. We're starting work with that right now. We were incentivized by the pandemic to have time to read, to be more familiar, and these things that give us, we get more advertising, more announcements. The companies, the government, the people, the organizations can have a synergy to create a lot of change in paradigms. as we said in the panel. My turn is to moderate a space that I really like, which is I've tried to go deeper in that, and it's related with innovation and sustainable innovation and design. I'm going to be introducing Fernando Lobo from Ilanda, the founder. Let's give it up for Fernando. Ilanda is an NGO that focuses on solving the problem of the pollution created by the textile industry. Second, we have María de los Ángeles Cáceres. She's the co-founder of Cabono. She is an accountant. She is a consultant, as we said, people who have been working for a long time with these experiences. We have Ana Julia, the creator of AIMSA. That's an entrepreneur. That's a startup that was born in 2019, where you have natural cosmetics. And fourth, Ricardo Bravo. He is the manager of human resources and sustainability from Toyota and Toyota Centro Motor. And they will give room to Gabriela Soler. Gabriela Soler Barbaran. She's an industrial designer, educator, and specialized consultant in sustainability, eco-design, life cycle thinking, and innovation for circular economy. And finally, we're going to have Teomas Leonel Machuca, the founder of Phoenix, that transforms bottle caps into football implements and plastic waste for sports products. We're going to go one by one, getting to know them in detail. Are you ready for the debate? Then we want to, I don't want to interrupt anyone, so please use your minutes. 5 minutes is more than enough to know about all of your activities. So first, Fernando Lobo, co-founder of Ilanda. ¿Es this on? Yes. Ilanda is a civil association that we're going to start talking first about the problem in which we work on. From Ilanda, this is, many people have seen this. If you work on sustainability or if you're interested in that, that's Iquique in Chile, close to Atacama. What we see is not normal, regular garbage. All of that is textiles. Those are mountains of textiles that arrive to Chile, sometimes disguised as donations. That's a huge wave of textiles, and this happens in Atacama, and it happens all around the world. Happens in South Africa, Kenya, Ghana, some places in Asia. And that's a problem that is repeated. In Argentina, it happens too, but it's much more disguised and spread out in different places. Because if you take a look at many trash heaps, you're going to see some old clothes. There's always textiles. Some numbers for our textiles. We have the cost of our wardrobe. The 20% of the sweet water waste that comes in clean and is contaminated. The 20% is caused by the textile industry, either by dyeing, the cleaning processes, etc. 90% of all of that that we manufacture with the industrial process where we cultivated the cotton and we extracted, and that ends up burned, buried, or in the sea. 90% of that. You see that those are numbers from the UN. And 500,000 tons of fibers of textile microplastics are thrown into the sea. So that's like 500 billion plastic bottles. So this is why this industry is entirely polluting, and that's sometimes invisible. We come from, in Ilanda, we come from the textile industry. We started using 2020 to think about solutions, like many people. And we sum up our action in 3 basic actions. We strengthen the ecosystems of textile circularity. We're going to talk about these ecosystems a little bit, but there are those actors that help textiles not to end up in landfill. We train NGOs, that's one of them, our main axis, to create value from that waste, and from that scrap, which is actually raw material. So we create collaboration. That collaboration, I think that's the most important for us, to get the government involved, companies involved, other organizations, the entire civil society. And this is what we call the ecosystem. The designers, the places where we sell, the markets, the distributors. We work with universities, textile recovery workers. We can see a lot of images. This is a training so that you can see a quick look about our training. We work in Córdoba with the Textile Recovery Center. That's a specific dedicated textile recovery center in Córdoba. We create intensive meetings and we work on how to create products from that, how can we create value and work opportunities. And when we talk about collaboration, we have created this meeting, this congress. We met over 20 companies, from the Credit Cop Bank to people from government and lawyers and accountants, and there was a series of tools for people who work with circular economy to be able to strengthen, to be within the law, which is difficult for many organizations. We did this in Luján de Cuyo, Mendoza. We have people from Mendoza here. And we have this spot where we got together in this table. You got designers, manufacturers, people from the government, and those round tables, those meetings create the most impact, the highest impact, to meet, to talk, to debate, discuss. And I'm going to close. Our general objectives are to create opportunities, to have public policies. They are the framework that we can develop ourselves on, reduce the gaps, the gender gap, the education gap, and many others. And the circular economy, which is what we're trying to achieve in all of our cities. And finally, we have a design space, which is the eLab, which is the laboratory for design. And in that QR, you can find our Instagram and many other forms of communication with us. And then we will have a guideline for ecosystems for textile circularity. That's going to be free to download. Thank you, Fernando. He has a fan. He has his own fan club there. And it's impressive. The numbers are impressive. Many people know about that, but for us it's really shocking, and to see the damage of an industry. I have a lot of questions. We're going to have the opportunity to talk a little bit more about this. So, well, it all comes together, right? Everything is related. Ángeles Cáceres, the co-founder of Cabono. Well, of course, we don't have a PowerPoint. I'll have a video. I will show you a video behind me for you to see what we do, and that is to transform pet excrement into dirt, and to soil. And we saw the images of the trash, and we have 80,000 tons of the waste of the pets go into landfills. So we know that that's a problem, that's a pathogen. To leave it in the streets is not good, and we have developed a formula, a solution that is based in biotechnology, more precisely the biofeeding, which through microorganisms accelerates the process of transformation of the stool into soil. And by means of competition, it eliminates the pathogenic bacteria, because the stool has Escherichia coli and Salmonella and other bacteria that have to be removed. And we have implemented this project that you'll see in the video. You make a hole in the ground, and each of us has to be aware of lifting the stool and throwing it. And once a week we drop the product with water, and that accelerates the process and starts turning it into soil. So instead of having an open landfill, we have this we turn this into soil. Our business model is B2C. We're selling straight to consumers. We are thinking about a threefold impact because at an economic level, this reduces the expenses in garbage collection. At a social level, this is this matter of raising awareness, of lifting the stool of the pets, and we reduce the number of bags that are used. And the fact that this is transformed on site, that is also related because we transform the garbage on site, and it's related with the economy because that reduces the logistics cost, which is the highest percentage that you have for garbage collection. Around the world, there are companies, one of them in the United States, one of them is in Mexico, and this is why this is an emerging industry. But there are a few, so it's easy to use. It's a very simple solution. We basically, per week for a medium-sized dog, because each dog does different amounts of stool, of course, so we have different dosages. So basically the cost is approximately coffee, the cost of a cup of coffee, the cost of transforming this. So that's what we thought about, raising awareness in people that we need to think about this transformation and not throw the stool in the garbage. Finally, a year ago, we have become a company. We have been working for a year on that, and we have created a partnership with Seprocor to validate all of this process of development. And our project going forward is going to be next year or the other, and to go abroad and start taking our products to the international market. Thank you very much. Have a minute left, and but we're going to fill it with questions because it's a really interesting topic to get to know and how to intervene as well. I'll save the questions not to take the time from Ana Julia. She is the creator of AIMSA.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for inviting me. I'm so happy to be here. I'll introduce myself. I am Ana Julia, the creator of AIMSA, Natural Cosmetics. Of a profession, I'm a chemical engineer, and I'm also a holistic therapist, so I love combining science with well-being, and that's how AIMSA started in 2019. I started analyzing that it is known that the cosmetics industry is contaminating the environment, so the outer world with the plastics, and also on the inside throughout our skin. Because I don't know if you know, but the skin is an organ, and it's the biggest organ that we have, the largest one. So if we apply some harmful substances, that has a harmful effect on our health. So as this industry was contaminating the environment and our health, I started creating products for personal hygiene, for natural cosmetics such as shampoo and conditioner, creams, aromatherapy with natural ingredients, with production processes that are friendlier with the environment, and with sustainable packaging. For example, cotton bags, and where we package the solid shampoo in containers that are made of glass that can be recycled and reused. We also started raising awareness in the communication. That's why we have AIMSA Holística podcast. Because although we create personal hygiene and cosmetic products, what we think, what we eat is also related. So we need to create a community, and we want to talk about these issues because we think that that will prepare us for the change that we need on our daily basis with our habits, our behavior. So what we wanted to join was sustainability because we wanted to satisfy the needs that we have. For example, hygiene, we need to meet that need. And with a minimum impact, we try to do so. And also including the vegan community because the products do not come from animal sources and they are not tested in animals. So we think that 20% of the population in Argentina is vegan. We include them in our products and, as I said before, on healthcare. For you to have an idea of what we saw about shampoo and conditioner, some of us know that plastic bottles can last up to 500 years in degrading, and if you use one bottle of shampoo and one bottle of conditioner every 2 months, if we multiply this by the 12 months and by all the people that we have in the world, that creates a large amount. So if we change that to canvas, for example, bag, that creates a lot of change. We also have to think about the waste that goes to the water, and if we use 200 liters of water to have a shower, those are 73,000 liters of water a year that can be contaminated with waste derived from oil that is used in conditioners and shampoos such as sulfates, parabens, and silicones. Of course, we don't use these materials in natural cosmetics. So as a summary, what we were doing is that we needed to have these products to be friendlier with the environment. We use ingredients that take care of the skin. The products are not tested in animals. It is fit for every type of skin, and particularly for sensitive skin. Packaging is sustainable. We do not create toxic waste, and we protect and take care of the environment. Thank you so much. Well, thank you, Ana Julia. We will listen to Ricardo Bravo, Manager of Human Resources and Sustainability in Toyota Motors. Good afternoon, Mimi. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so thankful for the invitation from Eco Córdoba and Bio Córdoba agency and by the effort of the city of Córdoba in doing this event for us as companies and agencies to be able to communicate what we are doing from the point of view of circular economy. In the case of Centro Motor, that is a dealership, car dealership that is official from Toyota. We do circular economy with environmental impact, but we have also based our projects on the community. I would like to tell you that in Centro Motor, we have a program of road education that is called Green Light, Driving Towards the Future. There we teach children of the early stages and the initial stages and primary education for them to learn and respect the traffic regulations. So we thought that it was important to educate those children who are actually the ones that will demand older people to really be responsible in their behaviors regarding transportation or traffic. When we started with this social responsibility program, we, from Centro Motor, took all of the waste that came from the boxes, the packaging of spare parts sent by Toyota Argentina to the dealerships, and we have a collection that had a lot of volume. So we took advantage of that to see what we could do with that and how we could combine that waste to create a system or circuit of toy car, for example, because we thought that the education that we could provide to those children was by means of gamification. So we started creating partnerships to see what we could do, and we started having partnerships with Matias Portela, who is here. Matias Portela is the founder of Circle Company, a big company that develops didactical toys, and with them we got together to be able to design and see what we could do together, how we could design the road circuits that had to be taken to different cities of Cordoba. And we were in the development and, design stages. I'm sorry, I'm taking a lot of time. Well, I would like to show you a video that summarizes everything that we want to do regarding circular economy. So that Matias could work, we needed for the cardboard that we had as waste to be processed, and that was processed by a cooperative of cardboard collectors of Villa Urquiza, where they got to the plant all of the waste that they took from the factories, and they separated that, and Matias could purchase that material. In that way, a lot of jobs were created for the communities. The cardboard stopped being a waste and started being a primary raw material, and we could insert that into circular economy with social and environmental impact. There were lots of people who worked with us so that Matias, with that waste, could produce this car, this toy, and we trained them with this. They are police officers, they are inspectors, they are nurses, and they enjoy a lot learning with us on road education. If we could see this video, this 1-minute video, please. It summarizes and simplifies what we see, what we do here. Thank you so much. Time is running out. I'm so slow to talk, so thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you, Ricardo. Okay, now Gabriela Soler Gorban. She will talk about ecosystem design, from eco-design to design for circular economy. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. I am Gabriela Soler, a designer. I lead an innovation agency for circular economy that is called Sustainable, Sustentable, and we want for people's project to be aligned with sustainability and circular economy. We know that we are in this planet. I always like to show you this planet within all of its resources, boundaries, limits, inhabitants. Most of us are from Latin America and the Caribbean, those who are here, about energy that we could use, the natural resources that we have in our planet. I don't want to continue with all of the topics that you
heard about a lot, but it is good to introduce ourselves because that is the ship we're all on, and we all have challenges as we face with this situation. We have the environmental footprint that says that if we all lived and consumed on average as the most developed countries, the resources of this world wouldn't be enough. We would need 3 planets. So this inequality in the distribution of services, the sources of the emissions, is very significant. And why am I talking about this? When we develop projects, we need to order them to solve these challenges that we are facing. So to generate this system, what we need is to reconsider, to rethink the production and consumption models. We are here both producers and consumers. So the way in which we choose will allow us to innovate. And when we talk about innovation, we talk about design, redesign, and decision-making processes as consumers and as producers or manufacturers. So with these few minutes that I had, I wondered, what is the message that I want to convey? What can I show as regards the project? First of all, is that there has to be solutions based on the nature. Biodiversity is a strong issue. The population of animals is being dwindled, and we are losing a lot of numbers of biodiversity. Our focus has to be there. Another phrase that I like is that the best waste is the one that is not generated. So when we are talking about circularity, we tend to focus on waste, but we have to try not to create waste. So this is a great entry into the resources process, how to reuse them, how to follow the guidelines of circular economy, how to have a cascading effect for resources to remain within the cycle without losing value. Another tip is the standardization of concepts, ISO, for example. ISO 59004 is being developed for circular economy, and it is important because everyone who is here, we are talking about circular economy and standardizing the concepts, knowing what we're talking about. That is important to go towards the same future. First of all, is that it is a system. It is a systemic approach. It recovers value, it creates value, it retains value, and at the same time, it contributes to sustainable development. So sustainable development, well, circular economy is a way to go to sustainable development. So this is key. How we are aligning this. If we are going to have a circular economy, how can we align the SDGs of the 2030 Agenda for a complete project on circular economy? And then we need to map the systems. We'll see the products, the clothes, the cardboards, the movement of that. We need to know the systems, subsystems, how they are tied together, and not only of resources, but also the stakeholders of the system. There are some people, I will get there. I would need more time, but I want to say that we need to have a focus on the life cycle to see the impacts that we will see on the environment, on society, on the stages of this life cycle. Those are not only related to the resources, but also to the people. And we have to have this qualitative and quantitative perspective. What can we measure so that we can manage later? And how can we communicate our progress, our carbon footprint, the water footprint, resources? Well, those are my 5 minutes. Thank you so much. Thank you, Gabriela. You said, oh, I don't want to repeat, but because you already know. But please, you cannot say this enough. There are a lot of concepts that
maybe you are very familiar with, but there are some people who are not, so you can go on and continue to repeat them. Now, Leonel Machuca, he is from Phoenix. Thomas Leonel Machuca, thank you for the presentation and the introduction. I brought 2 videos, and the idea was to show them at the beginning, is that with these caps, you can do these shin pads. For that, we need, for all of these caps, we can separate the ones that we need. After separating the color that we want, we will take them to the grinding machine for them to be transformed into this. And to be able to use this, we need them to be clean. So they will go to the mill station. Now's the time to take them to the other machine, and now this waste will become a shin pad. And then, to do this, we recycle PVC. As it is a soft material, it will cushion the impact. And as different from other shin pads, you will be able to fit one on the other, and there you will be able to play and to protect yourself and to protect the planet as well, and reduce contamination. In the situation of the country, buying shin pads is very difficult for kids nowadays. So here we are in Tucumán, Tafí Viejo. One time we went to play a football match, then we gave them some food, and then part of the supply that we provided them was those shin pads to protect them. And it was my experience that in the past I didn't have the support of my parents, and I wouldn't like for my children or the next generations to be vulnerable like this. And this is what keeps me alive. I love working for children. This is for them. I think that in this world we must provide a better quality, a better world than the one that we got. The 2 videos summarize in 2 minutes all the collaboration and the synergy for Phoenix to be part of my day and the day of the team of Ecolif. I would like to thank you for your collaboration. And this is a threefold company where we turn caps into shin pads, and for each pair that we can sell, we provide contributions for some vulnerable neighborhoods. We saw that there were some parts of pollution that were known, and in vulnerable neighborhoods, sometimes that is not seen. And as there is a social difference, sometimes information does not gets there. So those spaces are living in constant contamination and pollution. So what arose as an idea, because I didn't have shin pads, turned into a solution for everyone to have one, and to continue to support that sense of belonging from football. And environmental education has to reach everywhere, no matter the place. Today, Phoenix has collection points in over 50 clubs all over the country, and we work with professional clubs such as Defensa y Justicia, Gimnasia de la Plata, San Lorenzo, Argentino Juniors, that allow us to leverage on that sense of community and belonging. This is what brought us together, like football, right? To introduce sustainability and recycling in a lot of areas, otherwise we wouldn't get there. In Argentina, they didn't do that before, and this was the consequence of the constant collaboration that we got, and of being intelligent enough and having the resources that are in countries like ours. So thank you so much for this space. Well, Apart from the people that we have here, there are some people on streaming, and now we can talk. I want to make questions to the 7 of you. Everything has been so exciting, and I have a lot of questions. And you have a microphone as well, so you can comment on what was said before. Everything is related. First of all, Fernando, the numbers were so striking. The culture, the fashion culture is so significant. We talk about circular economy in that of selling and using second-hand clothes. First of all, what we used is vintage clothes, but for example, if I don't want to use, I don't know, a pair of pants, in 2 months I can give it to another person. Well, the thing is that it does not reduce production. So you showed how you rose awareness in regarding the waste that is created in the shops or that is found on wastelands. But what about big companies? They throw away a lot of clothes with the tags. They are not longer in fashion, so they are thrown away. So how do you get that? Is the state present? What do you receive as a response when fashion is so strong culturally, right?
Well, there's a little bit of everything there, from the state collaboration in Córdoba to have a dedicated center for textiles. That's a great step in public policy. In other places, we have it's a bit harder, but there are companies we know that they are interested in being sustainable. But the entire way of production of the industry needs to start changing, and that requires investment and maintenance. And that you have everything. You have companies that are not interested. Some of them are concerned and look for solutions. Some others, we kind of do drop by drop work, and we start generating links. So this is why we always talk about creating these spaces. This is fundamental because that creates collaboration, and what we need is to meet the companies, meet the government, to have policies in common. As you said, the most important thing is to change the process because we want to still consume fashion because fashion is important for us. We want to have quality products, but we need to uh, get together and change the processes and change the paradigm. And that happens here when you listen to these experiences and you get the synergy. And yes, you can create quality and design with other raw materials that were now non-conventional, new materials, and you can go into design there because that's why we work with universities and other design stakeholders where people get together, find something that they like, and not just fashion. It's in the textile we need to process tons of things, so that implies to have industrial design, to have people who are devoted to working in textiles. Thank you, Fernando. Maria de Los Angeles. I have a dog and I have the problem that you just suggested because I also live in an apartment. And I go down and it's smelly, of course, stinky, and the state is missing there. I can see because if people take their bag and when they go out there, they leave it, and they leave the bag with the excrement, and they leave. And then if I have an apartment and I have to take it to a public zone because the idea was great for having a patio or a house, but then you spend the cost of coffee to create that soil. And how does the state intervene to being able to take this to public spaces? Well, two things. We also have an option for apartments. It's different. It has a little bit requires a little bit more work because it's done in a bin, but you have the possibility of working on that there. And at the government level, the city of Cordoba have 5 biodigesters in the biodiversity park. The city of Jesus Maria, the administration there, and in Villa Maria too. I think that we need to have more, to raise more awareness from the state, because I also have a dog, and to go until I get home with the little bag, it's not great. So what we add is that you need to be able to pick it up somehow, you would have to use a biodegradable bag. Yes, I get some that are made with starch, right? Yeah. In reality, we started raising awareness because if you throw that in a bin, then the bacteria in our bin, then the bacteria allows you to transform the bag as well. So that's where we get an optimal circle, which is to have soil again. Because the state, if I throw it on a landfill, then somebody needs to pick that up. If I throw it on the trash can, somebody needs to pick it up. So it's a logistical cost. So logistics are the largest expense in waste beyond contamination when it reaches the landfill. So it's important. It's not our main point, but we are working especially on raising awareness on industries. We have different industries. We have fashion, you have cosmetics, we have sports, then driving, you would say, car, automotive industry, and the people that we need to have that kind of awareness. We need to have the awareness, and we can start demanding people to participate. There are many cities in Buenos Aires that are starting to become more and more interested, because if in a public square you have the biodigester, you pick it up and then you throw it in, just like that. And people are picking up, because right now we're looking at each other with that look saying, hey, pick it up. If we don't do it for the environment, we do it because if not, somebody's going to insult you. But the thing is that if you pick it up, I need to go around 2 hours with that, or you toss it on the trash can that goes to a landfill. But instead of that, you can have the digester in the square, and that soil, has has manure, has fertilizer. So it's very difficult. We're working on that, on the awareness. Well, your product is 1 year old, so let's hope that the synergy is perfect for all of the cities and all the public actors. Thank you. Ana Julia, what you were saying before, it's very interesting, being a chemical engineer, thinking about the holistic part. I think that's a phrase that I never said, but that is interesting. We have a food industry that doesn't think of health, a health industry that doesn't think of food. So we need to think about health like as something holistic. The thing that we put into our bodies, what we have, we need to have it the least processed possible to be the most friendly as possible. And we need to, this also has a very, very important role. And this is very demanding. Many women and some men also that start working on some of these treatments, and cosmetics require quality other than, oh, it's so pretty, it takes care of the environment, it's not tested on bunnies and all of that. How do you deal with that? Well, thank you. And that was a really great change. You start learning and seeing some things are happening in your life. And at some point I said, I started chemical engineering, and that was great for me, and to be able to assemble everything. So I'm very thankful with my experiences. There are some natural components which are great for your skin. For example, our face cream uses avocado oil, coconut oil, hyaluronic acid, which are high quality. And just for the fact of living, we cannot be zero pollution. We step on the ground and we start creating an impact. We're trying to minimize our impact. Yes, I heard that you can recycle as much as you want. You can stop flying on a plane, but the best way of not polluting is not to have children. So yeah, I'm following that advice. Yes, that's inevitable. We are trying to have quality for these kinds of products. And for the shampoo to be able to wash your hair, we need what washes is the coconut oil. So, and that depends on the concentration that we use, it's the quality. So we also have a formulation game, a trial and error matter. And I always valued quality above price, for example. And does it happen in cosmetics as with food? And if it lists 3 ingredients and you don't know what is that, and you get, for example, like salicylic acid in shampoo, and you don't have any idea of what it's that, something that chemicals that are very processed, and some people think that it may cause cancer or other problems in health. And how do you do to make this the least processed as possible and with the least elements? Well, the ingredients are, it's the same thing as with food. We have the decreasing concentration. So the first one is the highest concentration. The same thing happens with food. When you want to buy cookies and the first ingredient is sugar, so I can't believe this, you say. And we need to remember to read the ingredients and keep an eye on the order. So, but products like vegetable oils, like avocado, like coconut, like rose hip, but it's three ingredients, but they're going to have a very positive synergy. We need to keep an eye on conservatives. Some of them are approved from their natural origin, some of them are not. You need to go into that a little bit and research. And yes, as a consumer, you start getting to know that. If I leave it with the lid off, something happens. You need to learn about how long does it last once you open it. And the same thing, as I said, with the parabens, the silicones, other petroleum derivatives, and there are other ones that are more covert. So it's very common. It's not something like reading sugar and we can tell. Yes, we're not educated. We don't know where to read that. So I don't know if sugar, if you have the chocolate and you say, back off, Satan. But why? Could you know that this was so harmful? How did you know that the ultra processed? You used to buy children a cookie, and you don't want to give your child garbage, or the yogurt. Giving yogurt to a child used to be the most common thing, and then yes, you read it, and it's the first ingredient is sugar. So yes, you need a lot of awareness and need this. Information from the community, and you need to channel it. We have podcasts, we have Instagram, and everything. We need to provide that information. It's our responsibility now, and to learn from the society. Thank you, Anna. And now we're moving on to how you could, from a CSR action, you started acting involving recycling and also road safety education. Tell us a little bit about the results, because everything needs to go to the most elementary of levels. We need to learn when we are little, because when we're older we have our practices and it's difficult to learn. So when children are going to learn how to drive, learning not just about how to shift forward, but also learning about the signals, the traffic signals, and we need to learn about the companies and the synergy, as we said, this with this company that was able to carry out their product. What model is that Toyota? Is that an Etios? Could we say it's an Etios? Well, yeah, because of the size, yeah, it's an Etios. It's well, of course, it has. It's a cabriolet. It's kind of a Fred Flintstone car because it has no ground. And many satisfactions, right, Ricardo? I heard you speaking, and I heard your pride of introducing this, which as a dealer you can carry it along. Yes, that's a lot of emotion. Seeing children how they work, they get closer to this idea. Childs absorb everything that you provide to them, and they, of course, they get in these cars, and we have the entire circuit with the signals, with the roundabouts, and we had to find allies to teach us a little bit. So we worked with in an alliance, in a partnership with the city and with the road safety department. They started telling us about the educational part, and all of this is playing. They do everything, they learn everything by playing, and they like it. And the idea is, how do they learn and how do they transfer all of this to their elders, to their parents, because they take that home, and that knowledge that they've had, they start telling their parents, don't run a red light, you don't have over accelerate, put on your seatbelt and all of that. And I heard something from a road safety person from Mendoza, and she told me, why is the seatbelt so important? And she started telling them that, do you love your mom? Do you love your dad? What do you feel when your mom hugs you? Well, I feel tenderness, I feel protection, I feel safe, I feel that I'm okay. And that way you would tell the girl, the hug of your mom is the seatbelt. So that's why this analogy is so important to say, I'm safe, I feel safe, and the children are amazing, the questions are so creative. I can't believe that we used to not use seatbelts for so many years. Remember that ad that said, it wrinkles my clothes? And so now what we do is get in on the car and we put it on automatically. It's so important. It's like a hug. It's protection. It's something that is not discussed. It's not argued. It's a seatbelt for one and for another. And road safety education is to protect one another mutually. So they have this so incorporated this issue with the road safety. And for us as a company, from a car, from as for profitability. We also want the protection of the people. There are many accidents. We had the possibility this year to visit 6 towns and cities, reaching 1,700 students in different schools, the provincial schools and municipal schools, and the safety. We went on with the Sierras Chicas entity. That's a great satisfaction for us due to the impact that they had. And most importantly, this is a program that can be repeated over and over because children move on. I mean, you have new children, it could last for years as they start initiating their work, they start growing, we can reach new children. Thank you very much. And I want to ask Gabriela just a little bit about Gabriela Soler Barbaran. That you used to say that you had nothing to say, and then you heard the other speakers something specific, and do you support that the entrepreneurs who work on circular economy and tell them we don't have 3 planets, we have just one planet, and not just for citizens at home and the entrepreneur. We don't want them to. We want them to start thinking with the environment. Yes, and when you were talking about the clients, and okay, now you hear me better, right? We were talking about the ingredients, about cosmetic products, about food, and ingredients of the material and the materials that we are interacting with constantly. And there's a very interesting material about the ingredients in the plastic industry. And plastic is an extremely important material. We are surrounded by it. It's super interesting about what we can do from that. And let's go back to chemistry and concentrations. And one thing is to drink from a PET bottle and discarding it, and another one is to hoard massive amounts for recycling, as you do. So those large concentrations of materials in a single spot require different safety measures. So when it comes to the creating products and start working with polypropylene, with the PET recycling, and it's not the same logic to have 1 or 2 ingredients in a bottle, but rather to manage big piles and kilograms of materials. We need to return them to the cycles, and we need to return them. The circular economy, what it needs to do is not to transform it into something else, but rather to go back to the flows, to prevent the raw materials from being extracted, especially in plastics. But this is the topic that I mentioned. But you can have aluminum mixed with plum, which is something with lead. Sorry, which is something that is very dangerous to manipulate in the collection stage. And first of all, I want to think about the materials that we are manipulating, and the concentration of those materials are the amounts. In general, the more disturbing problems, the largest problems that we have mainly are in the processing of the pellets, or maybe you've seen a video on Teflon. There's a video on Netflix about the Teflon industry and how it started contaminating rivers, etc. And when they found out that the manufacturers of Teflon in the United States were part of that. And then we have the storage, the gathering as places. Other than having the plastics, the different plastics that we get together, we have the microplastics that are degrading, and they cause other respiratory problems. So there are many papers, and that's something I wanted to add. It was that there's a lot of science-based information. There's a lot of science. So in all of the projects that you're going to start, let's look for the scientific information that tells us which measures can we take to take care of everything and to know the traceability of the material. That's a great thing, yeah, definitely, because other than the strength, the idea of going to have the recipe, the product, it's so great to know and to be advised to you, and how you can advise and accompany an entrepreneur to manipulate a material. Each project is a world, it's something entirely new, and each project and product and material and process. And from Zoom, we accompany projects by measuring the footprint, and also to developing a product. So we promote the use of quality standards. We help them on how to search for certification, or following a standard that maybe we cannot comply, but or maybe we cannot follow strictly, or having a certification which is very expensive, but aligning to that standard gives us a lot of information on international standards, which are science-based, allow us to start a reliable and efficient process aligned with the sustainability goals. Thank you very much. You were able to complete this. Tomás and Machuca, I'm not going to ask you for your age. We showed this history in a video, very exciting, to create your sports products for the club, and maybe there are children who cannot buy them. And you were talking about the waste and everything that came from the neighborhoods. You were talking about the plastic waste, like toys and all that. And on the Children's Day, you remember, and then you donate a lot of toys, and the children don't have a place to store them, a place to take care of it, and sometimes it ends up in a curb or anywhere I can see it, because I work with soup kitchens and neighborhoods. Or can you use any other materials like unused toys? Yes, we can. We saw that transforming the bottle caps into shin pads allows you to get the information there. The information is you can get to it, but it's not accessible. If not, all of the country would be taking care of the planet, because getting to know about a single problem is what allows you to take action, to start solving this problem. In a country with over 40% poverty, where 6 out of 10 children are affected by vulnerability, it's difficult to reach with the information because there are other priorities. People try to have a dish with food on the table, and you don't remember that you have a planet that has 1.5 degrees of global warming. So the fact that we start working to become in the
entry point into the environment with our bottle caps helps us on the long term start taking care of the planet. And there's another reality is that football reaches everyone. A lot of people in the country regularly play football, and shin pads are mandatory, and maybe half of them can buy them. The idea is that we want to create a business model that balances this in a way. The people who can buy it can buy it. The clubs that you work with, yes, we work one by one. You can buy one pair online, and we are going to donate another one in the clubs where we have the collection points. But they are actually an award that and a prize that incentivize. We don't just give them away or tell them you have to collect 7 types of different plastic, because if not, the country is going to go to heck, because and that's a doorway in. So it's an idea to start taking responsible action with the environment. People need to be educated, and we give you the information. And in order to start taking care of the environment, you have a prize, and you have to establish a habit in the long term. Yes, the realities are very dissimilar for all of the experiences that I heard and what you said. It's different from the cosmetics. What am I going to wear? Am I going to learn? And somebody who's thinking about the day to day, and so it's good for you to say it, to bring it up, and the realities are different as people. Thank you, Lautaro, for your experience. I don't know if you have anything that you want to say, to add. For me, it has been a very nutritional panel, very nice, because we need to take action and have the next summit with a lot of growth.
I wanted to say something about creating regulations to start standardizing everything that we are doing and to be more responsible. We have to think of those horizontal standards, and those of us who work on sustainability, the cooperatives, the farmers, producers, we have to get together and create new standards and ways of working. Well, thank you so much. A great round of applause for everyone who was here. Fernando Lobo, María de los Ángeles Cáceres, Ana Julia, Ricardo Bravo, Gabriela Soler Barbarat, and Tomás Leonel Machuca. Thank you so much. I thank Bio Córdoba agency, not you, but our friends. I love you, Juan and Mili. Thank
To you. Thank you.
For us as communicators, this is very important, not only as the workplace, but also as a place to participate. We have a microphone, and we have to be accountable for these topics. We have to talk about this, to talk about these issues, and not only remember when we are so hot and we wonder about weather and climate and fires. It has to be on the agenda. So we are trained for this, and I take a lot of lessons learned from this panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mimi.
See you next time. Perfect. We are in the last section of this amazing event. There are a lot of people in the closing. I hope you are enjoying this, both on streaming and on site.
Our last panel is from the Argentine Federation of Cardboard Recyclers and Waste Pickers, the fundamental role in the chain of the circular economy.
The moderator is the renowned Omar Pereira, journalist of Siesta Animal in Radio Maitre. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. We will invite the protagonists. So we will welcome Ignacio Andrés. He's a lawyer of the cooperative La Esperanza, Las Violetas, and the Argentinian Federation of Recyclers, Waste Pickers, and Cardboard Collectors. Welcome. And we also welcome Carlos Andrada, the president of the Cooperative of Recyclers and Waste Pickers of La Esperanza, Secretary General of the Argentinian Federation of Cardboard Collectors and Waste Picker. Welcome, the both of you. We'll start talking about the role that you play in this trend of circular economy. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank you for being here, and a great round of applause for the promoters of the environment who have been working in the booth and representing the Federation. We can start now. Can we see the slide on the screen? Could we start, please? Perfect. Go ahead. Well, the idea was to talk a little bit about the economy, the circular economy model that we have been developing in the city of Cordoba, and how that can have an impact in the rest of the city, of the province of Cordoba, and also in the rest of the cities of Argentina. So we will give you a short presentation, but an intense one. Environmental protection, as we see it, is like this. In recycling, we think that we can save a lot of natural resources and reduce contamination. By recycling, we contribute to reduce the oil consumption, the consumption of water, the CO2 emissions, and the energy consumption, thus avoiding the generation of tons of waste. In Cordoba, the cooperatives or cardboard pickers, waste pickers, cardboard collectors, and recyclers created, together with the program of the municipality, a program called Urban Recovery People. They work with a roadmap for dried material, and they collect and recover material, and those materials are processed in processing plants that are managed by the same cooperatives of cardboard pickers, of recyclers, and of waste pickers. Those roadmaps or ways are not using trucks, and as they don't use trucks, we decrease the carbon footprint, and we can reduce all of the human energy that is devoted to work on the environment. What we also do together with the city of Caballo, without using horses, implies that we do not contaminate the air by emitting CO2. The most important contribution in environmental protection is the decrease in the extractivist model, and here we use the paradigm of circular economy. The extractivist model wants to extract resources, to produce, to extract again, to produce resources, and with the circular economy model that we have been developing together with Cordoba, we can recover, reuse, recycle, so we stop extracting minerals, and not only minerals and some other resources, but some other raw materials. And not only that, but when we do this, the industrial complex of extraction also stops using oil and energy in great amounts. So far, what I've mentioned is that the recycling model of Cordoba has a dimension that is environmental protection. That's what I'm talking about. In 2023, the program that we carried out with the city recovered over 7,000 tons of cellulose materials with cardboard of second class, first class, and white paper. For you to have an idea on the environmental impact that it has, with that recovery of that material that all of the fellow workers did, we avoided in the city of Cordoba, specifically in the industry, to stop cutting from 100 to 170 trees. We will have to plant new trees again because the environmental situation is very complex, but we avoided for those trees to be cut. We could reduce all of the waste that it was produced, and this is not only about the trees, but also about the amount of water that the industry stops using when we use those materials. We saved we saved a lot of liters of water in 2023. We stopped cutting trees, and we reused the resources and placed them again in the production chain of circular economy. Out of those 7 million tons that were considered garbage or waste are now deemed raw material, and they take care of our common house, right? We could reduce the impact of the greenhouse gases. We don't bury this material in the burial sites or landfills. And one of the last things that I wanted to show you about environmental protection is that the role of urban recyclers on the street is important, but also in promoting environmental support. That is a work that goes unnoticed, but in short time we will see as a society that environmental promoters are key to be able to live in a healthier environment and one that protects our cities. Now we'll move to economic development. It is a virtuous cycle, not only in the environment, but also in the social and economic aspects. I would like to show you some numbers. The Urban Recyclers Program of Cordoba has 800 people from our city who perform activities of environmental protection, plant workers, technical staff, administrative staff, and we can estimate that in the province of Cordoba there are 2,500 people that have not yet entered officially this program. If we make a calculation of the 7,000 tons that were recovered by urban collectors, and we divide these on the recyclers, we can specifically say that we could recover for each urban person recovering, they got approximately 900,000 pesos, and this obeys to a new circular economy cycle tending to diversify the energy matrix and to include within industry the work that recyclers, waste pickers, and cardboard collectors do. Cooperatives of recyclers are not working at 100% of the volume. We need more machinery and technological innovation for those numbers that are of 75,000 pesos a month to go higher. If we are only in the production of cardboard without talking about grants from the city, this is also very important. Maybe the most important part of the circular economy paradigm has to do with the social development and with the cooperatives. I have been here for 2 days, and this is the first time that we listen to the cooperative word in this event, and it is the cooperatives of recyclers, waste pickers, and cardboard collectors, the ones that are truly changing the city of Cordoba and doing the urban mining work that the rest of the projects do not do. And now I will give the floor to my colleague. This social development of circular economy implies that each of the people who participate can truly feel useful within society by contributing to a project of province and city that looks at them with empathy, not with discrimination or stigma, and thus creating a social environment that is friendly between communities and neighbors. And this is very important because from the official recognition of cardboard collectors and waste pickers, we are part of the social project of our city, of our province. We start feeling neighbors and people from the same community and having a useful contribution for society. And I would like to end with the words of Pope Francisco, who said, the environmental initiatives can end closed in the same logic of globalization. looking for only one technical remedy for each environmental problem that arises is isolating things that in reality are intertwined and hiding the the truest and most deepest problems in the system of the world. So cheer up, we will be part of this society, we will conform this, we will continue to recycle, and this is for circular economy. You are all in this together. We won't leave anyone behind. Thank you so much, and let's keep on this struggle for this model that we will be implementing in the province and that we will extend for the rest of the cities of the country to take into account that Córdoba is at the forefront. Thank you so much, Ignacio. We will continue in a few minutes. And now, let's give the floor to Carlos. Good afternoon. Well, I don't know what else I could say. I'm talking to those people that I know and worked day by day. We incentivize people to work because we needed them to go out of that vulnerable situation. We could talk 3 years ago, 4 years ago with the city, and we submitted a project of social inclusion. And all of you were there one by one, but you were not recognized by a system. We were the invisible workers that recycled, recovered materials, and we were the ones taking the raw material to the ports, to the places that the companies needed, where they had their added value. And we had to go deeper on this project with our own initiatives and with the willingness to really improve for everyone. And now's the time. We had a project and we signed an agreement, and here we have the Secretary of Environment. And we started fighting, and nowadays we're fighting to improve and to have an environmental policy that came here to stay. And we have to go deeper into this and to improve this. And workers must have the right that they deserve. Before I came here, I was thinking that, what did we want for this world apart from eating? And I thought that we are the true environmental agents and keepers of this planet that unfortunately, due to the lack of awareness or the lack of belief or lack of willingness, or maybe because we live in a vulnerable situation, in a marginalized neighborhood, we cannot do so. But we encourage you to continue on these initiatives of programs, of projects. And we also, in each of the meetings that we had mentioned, that we weren't the lazy people who were there recovering materials that were doing these tasks, and we are now considered urban collectors and keepers of the environment. You also know, all of you who are here, that we have set dates and places to plant new trees in this area of the city. We always mention this to the Secretary of Government, and they say that we are doing this because those are policies that have to be useful, and they are environmental policies. We don't know where we are standing right now. That's what sometimes we say, but we do know we are workers for the environment, and it's beautiful living out of a world that we do for the well-being of everyone in this planet. So yesterday, the mayor was saying that the state had to be present, and also the private sector. So I wanted to say, okay, that is great, because that is the true society for us to stop being informal workers. And I think that the new times that are coming of the new administration, they know us, they have seen us work, and they know what we want and what we contribute to this city. It is so great being part of the people who are not asking for gifts. We want to develop new policies, to talk to the policymakers, and we could achieve that our rights are acknowledged and
for us to be part of the discussion to improve the city. So we are really happy that this is the first management that embraced our participation, because sometimes we are helped not to we help to have food, but our intentions have to be seen. Because when we leave this world, we must leave some kids who can be mothers in a healthy world that are free from carbon, free from contamination, free from everything that is bad. Because we were at some point, I think that we were the last generation to live in such great conditions. But, well, we didn't hide this problem. I think that each of us, from each of our spaces, are influenced with their motorcycles, with their horses, and with the carts. We are helping. That's why we substituted animals for the other machinery. Sometimes people say that we ate the animals.